Chapter 1621. To be honest, the last words of the city lord of the wronged had a great impact on Long Chen. There was nothing he cared about more than Yang Lingqing and the survival of all living beings. The city lord of the wronged seemed to have grabbed his Achilles heel, making him feel extremely uncomfortable at every moment. The demon tree was gone, and the miasma in the sky began to disappear. Everything in the eastern royal region began to return to normal. This operation could be considered a success, but it could also be considered a failure. The failure was because there was still no progress in the oppressive situation. The city lord of the wronged was still in the dark, still suppressing Long Chen. Long Chen's current strength didn't seem to be a threat to him. He was tempting Long Chen to go to the city of the wronged. Who knew what would happen there? But if he didn't go to the city of the wronged, Long Chen would never be able to resurrect Yang Lingqing. But Yang Lingqing didn't have much time left. At most, she had half a year left. He took a deep breath. I can't be frightened. After adjusting his state, Long Chen let everyone out of the divine kingdom. The most important thing now wasn't to worry, but to use Lingxi's power to restore the 5 million ghosts to their original state. Everyone looked at each other. Long Chen took on the responsibility and said, I had no choice but to kill Yi Futa today, but as you all can see, he's beyond redemption. I only regret that I didn't kill him. Given his understanding of the true martial emperor palace, he will definitely cause great harm to us in the future. Does anyone have any objections? He looked at the hall master of the Hanwu temple and the others. The hall master of the Hanwu temple was the one who had spoken coldly to Long Chen. At this moment, he was struggling internally. When Long Chen looked at him, he took a deep breath and said, I'm convinced. My master. Although I am selfish, in my heart, the human race is the most important. Since he abandoned the race that gave birth to him, I have nothing to say about your decision. As long as there were no objections. Long Chen faced the crowd and said, Lingxi can save everyone. There's no time to lose now. The two martial saints should quickly make arrangements to completely control the 16 prefectures. Let the strong cultivators enter the 16 prefectures and control the movement of the ghosts. I will bring Lingxi and do my best to save as many people as possible. The two martial saints looked at each other. That's right, this is the most important thing. Everyone, hurry to the border, deploy your forces, and control the 16 prefectures. Under Long Chen's orders, everything was in order. After they left, Long Chen brought Lingxi to the first prefecture they had planned, the Netherworld Prefecture. They were about to start from the Netherworld Prefecture to save the common people. Lingxi, do you regret it? On the way, Long Chen suddenly asked. Lingxi shook her head and said seriously, if I can contribute my strength and let them live, I won't regret it even if I die. Long Chen gently stroked her head and said softly, baby, how can I bear to let you die? This is just the city lord of the wronged's demonstration. Who knows how many people will die in the future? You are the most important person, so you must not hurt yourself. Life and death are fates, and we should save as many as we can. If we go beyond this limit, no one will benefit. Yes. Seeing Long Chen's love for her, Lingxi nodded happily. Chen, you were so cool today. You're not just the hero in my heart, but the hero in everyone's heart. Lingxi said seriously. Is that so? Long Chen chuckled. But he didn't want to be a hero. Every time a hero appeared, most people were dead. If not for the city lord of the wronged, the two of them would probably be living a carefree life. Maybe one day, they would have a mission to charge into the eternal God realm, but it wouldn't be so dangerous. In fact, saving 5 million people was much more difficult than Long Chen had imagined. Most importantly, Lingxi also had a limit. If she used too much nirvana power, it would bring her a lot of trouble and might even endanger her life. In fact, Nirvana tribulation cultivators had always avoided risking their lives in order to deal with the Nirvana tribulation. After the city lord of the wrongful death retreated, the miasma between heaven and earth disappeared. The true martial Emperor Palace's disciples sent out a large number of disciples to control the 16 prefectures, preventing the ghosts from moving around. Long Chen brought Lingxi along every day, using nirvanic energy to dispel the evil curse on them. At the end of each day, Lingxi would be exhausted. However, in reality, she had a tough personality, especially when she was by Long Chen's side. Therefore, most of the time, she had to forcibly hold on by herself. Although the dispelling effect of her nirvana power was very strong, there were too many people who were heavily cursed. This number was close to 5 million. At the speed of one prefecture a day, it would take about 16 days to complete the task. In the meantime, Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao went back to True Martial Emperor Palace once and transferred a large number of immortal essences from the palace's storage for Lingxi to use to recuperate and restore her nirvana power. Every night, when he saw her pale face and no smile in front of him, Long Chen's heart was particularly heavy with hatred. If it wasn't for the city lord of the wronged, all of this wouldn't have happened and Lingxi wouldn't have forced herself to this extent for him. Rest for a while. Long Chen supported her and said with a heartache. No, if we endure a little longer, we can save a few more people. They all have parents, wives, and children. Lingxi shook her head stubbornly. The longer they dragged on, the more life they would consume. A part of it would be the dispelled curse and their life force would dissipate. Fortunately, the Emperor Palace provided immortal essences to support them. Otherwise, Lingxi would never be able to complete this shocking task. After 16 days, the two of them went to 16 prefectures and saved almost 4 million lives. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Lingxi's merit this time could be said to be perfect. The people who were saved all treated Lingxi like a god. In addition, Long Chen's Holy Martial Emperor title made him a godlike existence in True Martial Emperor domain. In the midst of danger, the two of them were like the pillars and saviors of millions of people. Long Chen and Lingxi's reputation spread along with the news of the calamity. Countless citizens were panicking, but at the same time, they also felt a sense of hope. The hope that came from the two of them. Sometimes, faith was more important than anything else. As millions of people knelt and worshipped, Lingxi's eyes were also filled with tears. At this moment, Long Chen deeply understood how precious life was. He put his arm around Lingxi's shoulder and gently wiped away her tears. He said, "A kind girl will definitely be rewarded. Let's go back to the Emperor Palace first. We'll see how things go. There's a martial venerable here, so it's fine." Okay. Chapter 1622. After experiencing the cycle of life and death of 5 million living beings in the Eastern Emperor region, after experiencing another clash with the city lord of the tragic death in the Ghost Domain Forest, and after seeing Lingxi exhaust herself in order to revive so many people, Long Chen's decision in the depths of his heart underwent a huge change. That great hatred was urging him to fight to the death with the city lord of the wronged as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew how many people would die at his hands, how much suffering Lingxi would suffer, and whether Yang Lingqing would be able to survive in the end. These were the thorns in Long Chen's heart. The two of them returned to the True Martial Emperor Palace from the Universal Teleportation Array. It would take them about a day or two to arrive. "Chen, you have a lot on your mind," Lingxi said thoughtfully. Long Chen shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I'm just wondering when I can get rid of this tumor." Lingxi nodded and said, "I know, but don't worry. It's okay. I know what I'm doing." After returning to the True Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen received a grand welcome. However, a large number of disciples from the 3,000 halls had been scattered throughout the True Martial Emperor domain. There were also a few young martialists left in the Martial God Palace. Long Chen let Lingxi wait in the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda while he went to see the true martial emperor alone. He could easily reach the highest point of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda and naturally could enter the true martial emperor's space. "Emperor, I'm back." Long Chen looked around. "Well, very good." The true martial emperor's hoarse voice sounded. "I heard about what happened in the Eastern Imperial Domain. You handled it well. Also, since Miss Lingxi has such a miraculous ability, you must protect her well and follow her closely at all times. The city lord of the wronged will not allow such a woman to exist in the world." The true martial emperor did not blame Long Chen for killing Yi Futu. Moreover, Yi Futu wasn't dead. Long Chen went straight to the point. Right now, the 3 regions and 9 realms have all learned about the city lord of the wronged, and they are all making their own preparations. The news of the calamity cannot be hidden, and it will soon spread throughout the 3 regions and 9 realms, causing great panic, so we still need to do a lot of psychological preparation. The biggest problem is that we are too passive. We are in the light, and they are in the dark. Just like the matter with the Eastern Emperor region this time, if it wasn't for someone reporting, there definitely wouldn't have been so few people who died. At this point, Great Emperor Zhenwu felt rather helpless. He sighed and said, "The calamity has descended, and we have no choice but to fight to the death and resign ourselves to fate." Thinking of the city lord of the wronged, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He could not forget the hatred this time. Yang Lingxing's helpless gaze, Lingxi's exhaustion, and the millions of deaths made him unable to restrain himself. This was the person he hated the most. He raised his head and said in a clear voice, "Emperor, I don't think this can go on. I want to go to the city of the wronged and do my best to end this battle as soon as possible. If they were too slow, more people would definitely die a violent death. This matter has reached a point where we cannot delay any longer." When he said this, Great Emperor Zhenwu was shocked. He then said in a serious tone, "You must not do this. Long Chen, you are much more mature than before. You must not do such an impulsive thing. Your value lies in your great potential. There is still more than half a year before your sister's death. The more time passes, the more powerful you will be, and the more of a threat you will be to him. Let someone like me, who deserves to die, do this kind of suicidal thing. Emperor." Long Chen could not bear it any longer. Great Emperor Zhenwu continued in a serious tone, "Put the lives of the world first, not personal hatred and emotions. If you go now, you will fall into his trap and give him his heart. If he recovers to his peak, the 3 regions and 9 realms will perish." Great Emperor Zhenwu's words made Long Chen shut his mouth. He was right. He was being forced into a corner and had lost his sense of propriety. But no matter what, there was only a little more than half a year left. For cultivators, half a year passed quickly. So we can only wait for death. Long Chen could not tolerate such a passive situation. Great Emperor Zhenwu said, "Of course not. There is a very important matter that only you can do." "What is it?" Long Chen asked. Great Emperor Zhenwu said, "These days, I have gradually established communication channels with the 9 realms, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and the Demon Dragon Palace Master to exchange information. However, there has been no news from the Desolation Emperor Palace. Given the arrogant personality of the Desolation Emperor, he may not care about this catastrophe. The Desolation Emperor is the strongest fighting force in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He is currently the only one who can resist the resurrected city lord of the tragic city. However, his whereabouts are strange and even I know very little about him. It is extremely difficult to communicate with him. If we can persuade him and make him realize the seriousness of the matter, it will be of great help to us." The Desolation Emperor. It was the strange fellow who had nurtured Mo Xiaolang, but had allowed Mo Xiaolang to stay in the Desolation Emperor domain for 500 years. "You have a good relationship with the demon race's emperor, and your strength and status are also strong. You are qualified to talk to him, so this task can only be done by you. I hope you can complete it. If he can help us, our chances will be much higher, Great Emperor Zhenwu said. It was indeed too risky to go to the eternal hell alone. In this case, it was better to go to the Desolation Emperor domain and see what kind of existence the Desolation Emperor was. Since Mo Xiaolang was so obedient, it was better not to be tricked by this fellow. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu didn't know much about him, which meant that this fellow was really mysterious. If possible, there is no time to lose. Leave immediately, Great Emperor Zhenwu ordered. Long Chen nodded and said, in that case, I will go to the Desolation Emperor Palace first. Emperor, wait for my news. Just like that, Long Chen left the 99th floor and returned to Lingxi's side. On the way, he played with the things Kitten had left for him for a while. No news yet. I guess the city lord of the tragic city hasn't made any further moves yet. Long Chen was a little worried about Kitten's safety. That fellow has the Void Dragon Talisman, so he should be fine. After telling Lingxi about his conversation with Great Emperor Zhenwu, Long Chen took her with him and asked for the route to the Desolation Emperor domain. After memorizing the location of the Desolation Emperor Palace, the two of them crossed the Cosmos Transportation Formation and headed toward the vast Desolation Emperor domain. This was the first Emperor domain of the three major Emperor domains. This was the world of the demon race. Millions of demon race members of all shapes and sizes flew in the sky and burrowed into the ground. This was a world of demon beasts. Long Chen and Lingxi crossed the Broken Star Sea and arrived on a new piece of land. In front of them was a vast expanse of barren mountains and wild forests. The cries of apes and tigers were endless. Chapter 1623. As its name suggested, the Desolate Emperor region was a barren wasteland. The Desolate Emperor region was located in the northwest of the three great Emperor regions. The land was barren, and ferocious beasts roamed about. However, the land was vast, and the demon race was generally tall and had low requirements for nature. Hence, it was a paradise for demon beasts. Moreover, even though it was barren, there was no shortage of treasures. It wasn't easy to get together with Lingxi, but they didn't have much time to be intimate. Along the way, they could only rely on hugs to feel each other's hearts. The great calamity was coming, and the common people were suffering. If they didn't resolve this matter, they wouldn't be able to obtain true peace. Lingxi was also very sensible. She never had any requirements. As long as she could stay with Long Chen, she had no regrets. According to the route, there is a relatively large demon tribe closest to here. It's a tribe of stone devourer rats. It's a tribe of 8th grade demon immortals. There aren't many of them, about 100,000 or so. The strongest among them is roughly at the Nirvana Tribulation realm. It's the strongest tribe in the vicinity, and there's a cosmic teleportation array in this tribe that leads directly to the Desolate Emperor Palace. Using the cosmic teleportation array could save a lot of time. During this time, the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly that had disappeared for a long time returned to Lingxi's side. It rested comfortably on Lingxi's shoulder. "What's up with this little butterfly?" asked Long Chen. Lingxi shushed him, afraid to disturb the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly's rest. She said, "I think Goddess Su's blood attracted it to me. It's a little strange. I don't know how strong it is. Sometimes, it will suddenly launch a strong attack, but other times, it seems very weak. It often disappears, but it can always find me. Moreover, it's much more vague than me. So that's how it is. What a magical little creature. Perhaps it had a lot of little secrets on its body." Long Chen took the beautiful girl with him and quickly followed the route to the stone-devouring rat tribe. The stone-eater rat was a demonic beast that could devour all sorts of strange stones in the world to increase the hardness of its body. The majority of stone-eater rats had bodies as hard as steel and were very difficult to penetrate. Their defensive power was very shocking. Because they ate stones all year round, their bite force was also very strong, not something ordinary demonic beasts could compare to. The reason why the stone-devouring rat was able to occupy the cosmos transfer array leading to the desolate Emperor Palace was because it was the overlord within 1,000 miles. In front of them was a wilderness made up of huge piles of rocks. There were hills and low mountains everywhere. This was the territory of the stone-eater rats. In fact, both the human clan and the demon clan were quite xenophobic. If a demon clan member appeared in the human clan's territory, they would be treated specially. If a human clan member appeared in the demon clan's territory, it would be the same. Of course, Long Chen wasn't here to cause trouble. When they got close, the stone-eater rats discovered him. Long Chen saw the ground in front of him shake. Gravel flew everywhere, and the ground suddenly burst open. About a dozen stone-eater rats were more than 30 meters long. They had no hair on their bodies, but they had rock-hard skin. The stone-eater rat's eyes were very small, and they looked like 2 mung beans on its body. However, its incisors were very large and sharp. After being honed for hundreds and thousands of years, they had become the sharpest weapons in existence. They moved very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to surround Long Chen. The dozen stone-eater rats got into an attacking stance. One of the sturdy stone-eater rats said in a low and rough voice, "Human clan. Why have you come to the demon clan's territory? Hurry up and confess, or we won't let you move around in the demon clan's territory so easily." These fellows were all 7th or 8th grade demonic immortals. They weren't considered weak among the demonic beasts, so they probably had some knowledge. Long Chen said directly, "I'm the Martial Imperial Emperor of the true Martial Imperial Palace. I'm going to the desolate Imperial Palace to pay a visit to the desolate Imperial Emperor. My name is Long Chen." Hearing Long Chen's serious answer, they immediately laughed. Long Chen was stunned. Didn't he look like a martial saint emperor? To his surprise, they said, "Martial saint emperor? What's that? Who is Long Chen? Can someone like you see the martial saint emperor? Look, in the entire desolate emperor realm, there are only a few people who are lucky enough to see an emperor. Moreover, they are all high and mighty figures." He didn't expect the desolate emperor realm to be so ill-informed that they hadn't even heard of his name. This time, he was here to visit. There was no point in getting into a conflict with such a small character. Long Chen said, "This is a serious matter. I would like to borrow your cosmic transportation array. Let me see your patriarch first. I am quite famous in the true Martial Emperor Palace. I believe your patriarch will recognize me." Hearing this, the dozen or so stone-biter rats laughed again. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Not only did they not believe Long Chen, but they also wanted to tease him. You don't know what's good for you. There was no time to waste on such small characters. Long Chen summoned a golden demon suppressing column and swept it across, sweeping all the stone-eater rats onto their backs. Under Long Chen's sweeping, they all lined up in a row. Long Chen pressed the golden demon suppressing column on them. The huge weight made them wretched and unable to move. "I said, I want to see your patriarch," Long Chen said. All right. We'll bring him now." The stone-eater rats were frightened by Long Chen. Could he really be an expert from the true Martial Emperor Palace? The dozen or so demons had taken human form. They all had sharp mouths and long fangs, and they still retained the characteristics of the stone-eater rats. Following them, Long Chen entered the stone-eater rat tribe. There were quite a few stone-eater rats that were currently active. Some were humanoid, while others were beast-shaped. There were infants and elders, and they were all very happy. It was a joyous and harmonious scene. Long Chen thought of the disaster in the Supreme Shadow Devil World and the Eastern Royal Region. As expected, with the Desolation Great Emperor in the Desolation Imperial Region, the Lord of the Wronged probably wouldn't dare to come here and cause trouble. The arrival of Long Chen and Lingxi immediately attracted their attention. At this moment, someone had already gone to report to the Patriarch. Before Long Chen could go deep into the tribe, a thin but long-bearded elder shot over from the sky. He looked down at Long Chen and asked, "You are the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, Long Chen? The one who wreaked havoc in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? What evidence do you have?" It seemed like he finally met someone who knew what was good for him. Evidence? Long Chen asked, "Does the golden demon suppressing column count as evidence?" As he spoke, Long Chen took out the golden demon suppressing column filled with the power of the divine dragon and pressed it against the ground of the Stone-Eater rat tribe. Instantly, the ground almost sank. Seeing the golden demon suppressing column, the Stone-Eater rat patriarch was horrified. At first, he thought it was just a scammer. With his Nirvana Tribulation Realm strength, he could naturally see that the golden demon suppressing column was real. That sacred martial emperor really came. He didn't complete his goal today. Third place on the ranking list, not far from second place. There was still hope for him to make it back to first place within this week. The ranking list exploded today. There were already 50,000 people on it, and the first place was only around 60,000. This was the highest number in history. Regardless of success or failure, as long as we tried our best, that's enough. I sincerely thank all the brothers who contributed to this data. Chapter 1624. Long Chen had defeated the 4 sword masters in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and shocked the world. News spread slowly in the Desolation Emperor region, but as the chief of a tribe, he more or less knew about it. At first, he just couldn't believe that such a person would come to his tribe at the border. When he found out that it was Long Chen, his expression instantly became extremely respectful, and he hurriedly said a bunch of flattering words, praising Lingxi's beauty and so on. Long Chen interrupted him and said, "I'm sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to, and I would like to borrow the universe transfer formation." No problem at all. The Stone-Eater rat chief grinned. Following him, Long Chen finally found the Qianquan transfer formation in the huge Stone-Eater rat tribe. "Emperor Shengwu, rumor has it that you and our emperor's disciple are sworn brothers. Is that true?" The Stone-Eater rat chief asked curiously. "Of course it's true," Long Chen replied. "Oh. I see." He chuckled and didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to the Stone-Eater rat chief, Long Chen stepped into the Qianquan transfer formation and headed straight for the Desolation Emperor Palace. He would only need to travel for 2 to 3 days to reach the Desolation Emperor Palace. This was Long Chen's destination. The Desolate Emperor Palace was slightly different from the other 2 Emperor Palaces. The true Martial Emperor Palace had a huge Emperor Star that was hidden in a small cosmos world, while the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. However, the Desolate Emperor Palace was built on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. However, because of this, the Desolation Emperor Palace was the largest city in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Compared to the 9-star Chaos cities like North Star City, it was 100 times bigger. There were nearly 150 million Desolation Emperor Palace disciples living in the Desolation Emperor Palace. The Fiend race disciples would often reveal their true forms in battle. The Fiend race's true forms were usually very big, which was why the Desolation Emperor Palace was so big. The Desolation Emperor Palace had existed for a very long time. Both the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had gone through several major twists and turns, but the Desolation Emperor Palace was different. He had always stood tall and firm. When Long Chen saw the huge and boundless ancient city in front of him, the mottled and huge city walls, which were shockingly sturdy, had been polished by the sun, moon, wind, and rain, revealing their iron bones. They were filled with a vast aura of desolation. This was a city with no end in sight. Desolate Emperor Palace. Although it was simple and unadorned, the desolate Emperor Palace was much grander than the other two Emperor Palaces. The city walls were over 100 meters tall and pierced through the clouds. The city walls were filled with guards. Outside the desolate Imperial Palace, there were hundreds of yin and yang transportation formations from the desolate Imperial domain. Anyone who came out of these yin and yang transportation formations would be subjected to the most stringent interrogation. It was the same for Long Chen and Lingxi. Because they were humans, they instantly attracted the attention of a large number of demonic beast warriors. In an instant, the demonic beast warriors in human form surrounded Long Chen one by one. They split into a small team of about 200 people and started monitoring Long Chen. After all, this was the desolate Imperial Palace's territory, and they couldn't allow humans with ulterior motives to sneak in. Report your identity and purpose of visit. A burly middle-aged man walked forward. He had the vague appearance of a bear, so he must be a demonic bear. Bear-type demonic beasts usually had a fiery temper. Long Chen was a person of status, and he couldn't let others think he was a sneaky person. Therefore, he took out the golden demon imprisonment column. The column, which was over 100 meters tall, shone brightly under the sunlight. A golden five-clawed dragon coiled under the golden demon imprisonment column. I believe everyone recognizes this item. That's right, this is the golden demon imprisonment column. I am the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace. Today, I am here to visit the 6 demonic beast emperors. I hope you can inform them of my arrival. The golden demon imprisonment column instantly attracted everyone's attention. Long Chen. This was the guy who defeated the 4 sword masters in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The demonic beasts were momentarily stunned. You must be an imposter. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant shout came from above the city walls. A young man in a long yellow robe appeared. It was Zhong Yu. The young Kunpeng who lost to Mo Xiaolang in the Eternal Hell. At this moment, he jumped down from the 100-meter-tall city wall and landed in front of Long Chen. He was about to expose the imposter Long Chen, but he didn't expect to really meet Long Chen. In the Eternal Hell, he didn't take Long Chen seriously at all. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had created pinnacle miracles, but he was still making no progress. It could be said that the people he envied the most in his life were Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. However, the current Long Chen had far surpassed him. Zhong Yu's expression changed for a moment, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "May I ask the sacred martial emperor, why have you come to my desolate imperial palace?" Previously, he had called him an impostor. He didn't expect that after seeing the real person, he would immediately change his words. This was enough to prove that Long Chen was the real sacred martial emperor. Almost all the disciples of the desolate imperial palace knew about the glorious feat of defeating the 4 sword masters. Although Long Chen wasn't a member of the desolate imperial palace, they still deeply respected Long Chen. I said that I have an urgent matter to look for the 6 demonic emperors and Xiaolang. Since you are here, please lead the way, said Long Chen. This is my duty. Zhong Yu guessed that he was punished to guard the gate because his cultivation wasn't good enough. From now on, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of proving his identity anymore. Long Chen was very relieved. The desolate imperial palace was huge. As long as Zhong Yu pointed in a direction, Long Chen could bring Zhong Yu forward at a terrifying speed. Even the messenger wouldn't be as fast as Long Chen. Otherwise, with Zhong Yu's speed, it would probably take a few days to reach the central beast god palace of the desolate imperial palace. The 6 demonic emperors were naturally in the beast god palace. Long Chen arrived at the beast god palace first. The news of his arrival slowly spread throughout the entire desolate imperial palace. To the desolate imperial palace, this was important news. After the incident at the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, they were very curious about this martial emperor's sworn brother. Of course, there were also many who weren't convinced. In any case, when Long Chen arrived at the Beast God Palace, the 6 demonic emperors all came out to welcome Long Chen with the greatest courtesy. Now that Long Chen's status was different, the treatment he received was also different. After some small talk, most of the others had left. Only Long Chen, Lingxi, and the 6 demonic emperors were left. Long Chen went straight to the point. Because Mo Xiaolang hadn't appeared yet, he was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, if Mo Xiaolang knew he was here, he would definitely appear immediately. Chapter 1625. As soon as this question was brought up, the other parties' faces showed that they were in a dilemma. Perhaps they had already guessed that Long Chen would ask this question when he suddenly came. The 6 demonic emperors looked at each other, which made Long Chen and Lingxi suspicious. The Desolation Emperor had asked Mo Xiaolang to stay in the Desolation Emperor's domain for 500 years. As long as he didn't leave the Desolation Emperor's domain, it wouldn't count as breaking the promise. But where was Mo Xiaolang now? It had only been a few days. Long Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. Finally, the devouring moon monstrous emperor, who had the best relationship with Mo Xiaolang, said, "Only the Emperor Lord knows about the Emperor's son. He probably sent him into seclusion. The Emperor Lord absolutely forbade us from disturbing him, so I'm afraid you won't be able to see him today." This answer was passable. Long Chen remembered that Mo Xiaolang had said that the Desolation Emperor wanted him to go back to seclusion. Was the Desolation Emperor really good to Mo Xiaolang? Even Long Chen couldn't be sure. From Xiaolang's appearance, he was indeed very grateful to the Desolation Emperor. Long Chen's more important mission this time was to discuss the matter of the Lord of the Wronged with the Desolation Emperor. He couldn't get an answer about Mo Xiaolang for now, so he could postpone it. If he could meet the Desolation Emperor, he could test the other party's tone. Long Chen thought that with his identity and the verbal order of the true martial emperor, the Desolation Emperor couldn't refuse to meet him, right? Therefore, he changed the subject from Mo Xiaolang and said, "Everyone, the truth is that I'm here on the orders of the true martial Emperor Palace's Emperor to discuss with the Desolation Emperor how to deal with the calamity of the Lord of the Wronged City. I'm afraid I'll have to discuss this with the Desolation Emperor personally." After Long Chen made this request, they looked even more troubled. Of course, if Long Chen didn't have a high status and strength, they wouldn't have made things difficult for him. The devouring moon monarch said, "We can't figure out our emperor's whereabouts and mood. I can only inform him. If he doesn't want to see you, there's nothing we can do." Long Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the Desolation Great Emperor to be so arrogant. No wonder the true martial emperor said that this guy was not easy to get along with and was mysterious. The dignified holy martial emperor had come especially for him. If they wanted to see him, they had to get his permission and might even be rejected. The devouring moon demon emperor retreated first, and Long Chen chatted with them about other things. The other party was interested in the matters of the Eastern Emperor region, so Long Chen told them about the tragedy that had happened in the Eastern Emperor region. He didn't want to talk about Lingxi first. He said, "You didn't experience that personally, so you definitely don't know how tragic it was. There are more demons in the Desolation Emperor domain. If the Lord of the Wronged City reaches here one day." At this point, the devouring moon monarch returned. Seeing his distressed face, Long Chen had a premonition that this matter was over. The devouring moon monarch said, the emperor replied that the holy martial emperor should go back. Go back? Was he chasing him away? Long Chen originally had a good impression of the Desolation Great Emperor. After all, he had truly helped Xiaolang. However, when he came specially, the Desolation Great Emperor asked him to leave. This was too much. Besides, Longchen didn't want anything from him. He just wanted to discuss the matter of the Lord of the Wronged City. No wonder the Zhenwu Great Emperor wanted him to come see him. Longchen wasn't someone who would be defeated so easily. Since the Desolation Great Emperor didn't want to interfere, it was even better. He changed his tone and said, "The six of you, you heard what our emperor said that day at the Sword God Palace. The disaster in the Eastern Imperial Domain is just the beginning. Now, the 2 imperial palaces and the 9 realms have joined forces. All we need is the Desolation Emperor Palace's response. That's why I came here personally to ask for your opinion." Hearing this question, the 6 demonic emperors consulted each other. In the end, the devouring moon monarch said, "Our emperor instructed us to do this. He said that the Lord of the Wronged hates the human race and has nothing to do with the demon race. Therefore, we don't need to get involved in this matter." Longchen was stunned. To be honest, he was annoyed to receive such an answer when he spoke so calmly. However, the fate of the world was in his hands, and he knew that he couldn't take it lightly. He said, "Everyone, if this is what the Desolation Great Emperor is thinking, then I can only say that he is too short-sighted and overconfident. I'm sure you all understand this. If the 2 imperial regions and the 9 worlds become a place where ghosts run rampant, all life will perish, and the city Lord of the Wronged will control everything, using the power of the living to create millions of experts. At that time, will there still be a place for the Desolation Imperial region? I think the flesh of the demon race is the most delicious food for those ghosts." Longchen's analysis made everyone shut their mouths. At this time, one of the demonic emperors said, "To tell the truth, we are also worried. We are willing to join forces with you and contribute our strength, but the emperor's opinion is different from ours. We can only listen to the emperor's opinion. If he says we won't join forces, we naturally have to follow his orders." The root of all this was the Desolation Great Emperor. Was the Desolation Great Emperor so confident that he could resist the city Lord of the Wronged? When the 2 imperial domains and the 9 realms were destroyed, could he still resist? Longchen had to say, "The city Lord of the Wronged is from the eternal God domain. He has endless methods, and no one can match his terror. Furthermore, his most powerful technique is the curse, a curse that can turn millions or even tens of millions of civilians into ghosts in an instant. They are in the dark while we are out in the open. No matter how strong the Desolation Emperor is, he can't protect billions of demon race citizens by himself, right?" Things had come to this point. Longchen had already stood up in agitation. He was a man with a temper. After saying all the good things, his voice turned cold. "Today, I am sincerely asking for an alliance for the sake of all living beings in the world. If you really care about the demon race, you should have some ideas of your own. At the very least, you should know what the Desolation Great Emperor wants. Otherwise, when the final disaster comes, the 6 of you won't have the chance to regret it. Also, let me tell you a piece of news." At this point, Longchen told them about Lingxi's ability to purify the curse. The 4 million people in the Eastern Royal Domain had regained their lives thanks to Lingxi's efforts. After listening to this, the 6 demonic emperors were finally moved. Kuanpeng Demonic Emperor nodded. "In fact, we know the severity of the situation, but we really don't understand the emperor's intentions. Why don't you stay in the Beast God Palace for a few days, and we will discuss it with the emperor before telling you the final result. Thank you for your efforts." It had returned to 2nd place on the list. Chapter 1626. Longchen's heart was filled with resentment. Perhaps it would be better if he could calm down for a while. He had just arrived and was not familiar with the affairs of the desolate imperial palace. Now that Xiao Lang was nowhere to be found, he really needed to calm down and find a safe way to resolve the crisis in front of him. After all, he was facing an existence like the desolate emperor. Under the arrangements of the 6 demonic emperors, Long Chen and Lingxi temporarily stayed in the Beast God Palace, while the 6 demonic emperors went to discuss the alliance with the desolate emperor. Standing by the window, Long Chen carefully thought about today's events. He murmured, today's events were mainly caused by the desolate emperor. He was the one who made Xiao Lang disappear. He was also the one who was arrogant and refused to cooperate. Even the emperor doesn't know this guy. What kind of existence is he? Lingxi had witnessed today's events. With her woman's intuition, she said, I have a feeling that the desolate emperor is not a good person. Perhaps that's the case. I think he has enmity towards you. After all, it wasn't easy for him to raise an imperial prince, but Little Wolf trusts you more than him. Moreover, the people of the desolate imperial region have always thought highly of themselves, yet their imperial prince calls you big brother and follows you. Clearly, the desolate imperial emperor hates you because of this. Lingxi's words enlightened Long Chen. It seemed that this was the case. Moreover, the desolate emperor knew that he would come, so he hid Mo Xiaolang? Then, where did he hide Mo Xiaolang? Would he be in danger? These were all problems that Long Chen had to consider. Right now, he had great strength, but as long as there was someone in the desolate imperial domain who could suppress him, he couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, the desolate imperial palace was a powerful force. Unless it was an irreconcilable situation, he definitely couldn't mess things up. This was also what the Zhenwu emperor had instructed him to do. After a day, Long Chen had gained nothing. That afternoon, just as he was getting a little anxious, someone suddenly came. It was Sui Yan. Sui Yan followed Mo Xiaolang to the desolate imperial domain. The two of them had always depended on each other. Mo Xiaolang was an imperial prince, and although Sui Yan was still weak, her status in the Beast God Palace was still very high. Big brother Long Chen. Sui Yan ran over cheerfully, but when she saw Lingxi beside her, she naturally restrained herself. She knew that this was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Lingxi that Long Chen had been pursuing. Therefore, after arriving here, she obediently called out, Sister Lingxi. Ever since they had parted ways in 9-star Chaos City, they had not met again. Sui Yan had grown up a little, and her strength had also increased. However, after arriving here, there was a trace of worry on her face. Long Chen brought her into the room. I only heard about your arrival today, so I immediately sneaked over. Sui Yan panted nervously. Under normal circumstances, she would not have had to be like this. Long Chen asked, You came here in a hurry. Did the wolf cub tell you something? Sui Yan nodded heavily and said, Yes, big brother Xiao Lang came back a few days ago and went to see the emperor. Then, he secretly told me that the emperor was forcing him to enter the ancient demon domain. He couldn't come out for 500 years, but big brother Coyote said that he had important things to do with you, so he couldn't stay in there for 500 years. But this time, the celestial emperor forced him to go in there, and big brother Coyote couldn't resist. At this point, Soyan's tears fell. She sobbed and continued, Big brother Xiao Lang knew that you would come to find him. He said that the emperor could not leave that mirror unless he had no other choice. If possible, he wanted to fight alongside you in the disaster of the city Lord of the Wronged. He was brought into the ancient demon domain by the 6 demonic emperors together. He could not defeat the 6 of them alone, and they were all people that he owed a debt of gratitude to. Therefore, he hoped that you could bring him out. Long Chen clenched his fist. So this was the truth. His gaze was cold as he looked at the palace outside the window. He knew that the wolf cub would not easily ask him to do anything for it. This time, the wolf cub was eager to fight side by side with him. It did not want to stay in the ancient demon domain for 500 years. Who knew what would happen after 500 years? Would the 3 great emperor domains be destroyed? If it hadn't been destroyed, Long Chen would have gone to the eternal God domain by now. At that time, how would he be able to find his brother? Big Brother Little Wolf said that with his talent, there was no need for him to stay in the ancient demon domain for such a long time. 500 years was really too long, but the Emperor Lord insisted on such a request, which puzzled him. He has already been escorted in. Long Chen did not lose his cool. He asked, "Is Xiao Lang saying that the Desolation Emperor will not leave the mirror until the last moment?" "Yes." He also said that as long as you do not leave the mirror, there is nothing he can do to you. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in the Desolation Emperor domain as long as you do not go overboard and anger him. Long Chen had a rough idea of what to do. Mo Xiaolang had almost told him all the details. Most importantly, what was the ancient demon domain? Long Chen asked Sui Yan this question. Sui Yan had read through the information and could recite it now. She said, "This is a small cosmos world set up by the ancestors of my demon race. There are all kinds of training methods inside. Usually, only martial artists of noble status are qualified to enter. Those training methods were set up by the ancestors and are said to be very terrifying. Even the 6 great demon emperors have to be careful when they enter." And the Emperor Lord locked Big Brother Coyote in the most difficult area to leave. Big Brother Coyote said that he had asked a lot of people, and only a power that surpassed the late stage of the 4th stage of Nirvana Tribulation could break out. Strength that surpassed late stage Nirvana Tribulation. Other than the Emperor, probably only Long Chen or the Demon Dragon Palace Master could be counted as one. What Little Wolf meant was for Long Chen to be a little more domineering and bring him out of the ancient demon domain. "Yen, does Xiao Lang have anything else to say?" Long Chen asked. "No, that's all." Sui Yan said softly. "Go back quietly. Don't let anyone see you crying like this. Tomorrow, I will take action. When the time comes, you just have to watch." Sui Yan nodded heavily. Her eyes lit up. "Thank you Big Brother Long Chen and Big Sister Lingxi. I will leave first." The next day, Long Chen prepared the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column and went to the 6 great demon emperors. It seemed that not only would he defeat the 4 sword masters, but the 6 great demon emperors would also suffer after coming to the Desolation Emperor Palace. It was already 19 a.m. The last day was even earlier. "Let's set it at 9 p.m. I will rest first. My fingers hurt." Chapter 1627. Without Soyan's reminder, Long Chen would still be in the dark. On this day, before the 6 demonic emperors could give Long Chen an answer, Long Chen came to visit them personally. This was an urgent time, and the 6 demonic emperors were all in the Beast God Palace. Hearing that Long Chen had come to see them again, they had a bad feeling. As soon as Long Chen entered the hall, he asked, "The 6 of you, is there any result regarding the matter we discussed with the Desolation Emperor?" One of the demonic emperors answered, "We are trying our best to negotiate with the Emperor. For now, the Emperor still insists on his own ideas. Long Chen, why don't you go back to the true Martial Emperor Palace first, and we can work together. For now, we can only wait for the Emperor to change his mind. As the Sacred Martial Emperor, I don't think it's very appropriate for you to waste your time here, right?" Long Chen sneered in his heart, but he pretended that he didn't know anything. He said, "Don't worry, I don't have anything to do at the moment. I can wait here for 10 days to half a month. You can tell the Desolation Emperor that if he doesn't want to see me, I might go see him one day." Mo Xiaolang revealed that if the Desolation Emperor didn't leave the mirror, he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. His situation was probably similar to the true martial emperors. Hearing Long Chen's obviously arrogant words, the demonic emperors frowned. Long Chen chuckled and finally said what was on his mind. "Everyone, since I can't see the Emperor, I can't come to the Desolation Emperor Palace for nothing. Can you take me somewhere? The devouring moon demonic emperor was confused. Sacred martial emperor, where do you want to go? Long Chen answered, I really want to go somewhere, and I need you to lead the way. That is. At this point, Long Chen paused for a moment. His tone became cold as he continued, Ancient Demon Territory. I want to go to the Ancient Demon Territory. Please lead the way. The moment he said this, the 6 demonic emperors stood up from their seats. Their gazes gradually turned cold. The conflict between the two sides had already begun. Long Chen said, Xiao Lang left a message for me. He doesn't want to stay in the Ancient Demon Territory at all, and this is a request from my brother. Since I, Long Chen, arrived in the desolate imperial region, I've been quite courteous to all of you. However, this is the only matter that I have no room for discussion. He's rarely asked me for anything in his lifetime, and it might even be the only one. So, I hope that all of you can take me to the Ancient Demon Territory. Since Long Chen already knew about it, then they had nothing to hide. The rock demon monarch harumphed coldly, Why are you so insensible, Imperial Prince? The Imperial Emperor gave him 500 years of good fortune, and he actually wants an outsider to take him away? The devouring moon monarch directly said to Long Chen, I'm sorry, Imperial Emperor Shengwu. The Ancient Demon Territory is a forbidden area established by my ancestors. Not to mention the human race, even the demon race needs the permission of the Imperial Emperor before they can enter that place. As a human, it's even more impossible for you to go there, so please forgive me for not being able to comply. Long Chen asked Lingxi to lead the way. At this moment, a chilling aura was released from his body. Facing the coercion of the 6 demonic emperors, Long Chen's expression was cold. He stepped forward step by step, and every step he took on the ground was like stepping on everyone's hearts. I, Long Chen, am willing to compromise on anything. I could concede anything except for the matter of the wolf pups. I couldn't make any concessions. The 6 of you, please think carefully. This is my personality. When I can consider the big picture, I will. But if you can't, then I will turn your desolate Emperor Palace upside down because of Xiao Lang's matter. Don't threaten me. I even dare to beat up the 4 great sword sovereigns. What's the difference between you and the 4 great sword sovereigns? What if we refuse? One of the demonic emperors bellowed with a fiery temper. Long Chen sneered, then I'll beat the 6 of you until you die. Don't doubt my courage. Xiao Lang is my brother, and he has always treated me with sincerity. Today, he has a request. Even if it leads to an irreversible outcome, I will not give up. Although this is the desolate Emperor Palace, and the desolate Emperor is here, Long Chen, have never been afraid. His words caused the 6 demonic emperors to reveal a troubled expression. Take me to the ancient demon domain, Long Chen emphasized. To the 6 demonic emperors, without the desolate emperor's order, it was impossible. Therefore, they looked at each other and shouted in unison, if that's the case, sacred martial emperor, the 6 of us have no choice but to offend you. They chose to fight. In fact, Long Chen was only challenging them. The real decision lay in the desolate emperor's hands. But if he beat them all down, the strange desolate emperor, who could only hide in the mirror, would probably reconsider his decision. Long Chen's aura collided with the 6 demonic emperors' auras in this narrow space. When the eyes of the 7 of them collided, a terrifying might spread out in all directions. The entire hall actually collapsed from the impact. The commotion in the Beast God Palace attracted the attention of most people. At that moment, 7 figures rushed into the sky. 6 of them gathered together, their battle aura surging. It was the 6 demonic emperors. The 6 demonic emperors were the pride and admiration of the 150 million disciples of the desolate Emperor Palace. They were the legends in their eyes, the ancestors. Who was the ancestor facing now? The figure of that young man moved all of their expressions. Wang. Without a word, Long Chen made his move. Under his control, a total of 50 golden demon imprisonment columns formed a prison around him, spinning wildly. Each golden demon imprisonment column had a 5-clawed golden dragon circling around it. Divine Dragon Roar. The might of the sacred martial emperor descended. Isn't that the sacred martial emperor from the true martial emperor palace? He's the martial emperor's sworn brother in the inheritance. He's even stronger than the martial emperor, the one who defeated the 4 great sword masters. Why is he fighting the 6 demonic emperors? Such a scene made the crowd go wild. Loud cheers and gasps of surprise spread from the Beast God Palace to the desolate Emperor Palace. More and more people looked up at the sky. In order to avoid hurting the people below, Long Chen kept his position high. When the desolate Emperor Palace had shrunk considerably, Long Chen used his will to combine the 50 golden demon imprisonment columns in his hand, forming a single golden demon imprisonment column of terrifying weight. The 6 demonic emperors exchanged glances, then spread out with a swoosh. 6 demonic emperors charged at Long Chen from 6 different directions. The battle was about to begin. When they made their move, the billions of disciples below were in an uproar. It was an honor to be attacked by 6 demonic emperors at once. But Long Chen didn't think so. He held the golden demon imprisonment column tightly and didn't move. When the fastest demonic emperor, the Kuanping demonic emperor, was in front of him, he flung the golden demon imprisonment column violently. 20 more. At the end of the last chapter, I said a few words. Actually, today's main goal was to get first place. I'm still in second place, but not far from first. I still have a good chance of getting first place. As long as everyone continues to support the original book. As long as it's read at 17K, the number of clicks will increase. As for the top, the rule is to compete on the number of new chapters today. But since others started it, I had to force myself to let everyone do it. What moved me was that many people actually topped more than 1,000 chapters. On the forum, in the book review section, I saw too much support. I can't thank you all one by one. I hope we can go the same way. Today, the Dragon's Blood's clicks will exceed 800,000. Today, the total number will exceed 100,000. These are shocking numbers from everyone in front of the computer. Fight with me. Although the top is important, I feel that it's a waste of everyone's time to always start from the top. Especially since there are so many students in Lunatics readers. This moved me, but also made me feel guilty. So this kind of thing is enough. Today, my total number will exceed 100,000. I will remember this as a historic day. Starting tomorrow, I won't compete with others in total. I will only compete on the number of new chapters. As long as everyone remembers to top after reading the chapters, it will be fine. Same rules, if the first 5 chapters exceed 6,000, I will update on the second day. Tomorrow, I will adjust the plot and mentality to give everyone the best reading experience. Also, today, the 5th and 6th guild leaders of Dragonblood God of War were born. They are, Zhang Xuan, and, Jenny the Mad Lady. Thank you both for using your VIP tickets to support me. Today, the number of reading companions on the phone network has reached a new high. It will exceed 6,000. It's almost number 1 in Xuanhuan, almost number 1 in the whole site. Thank you to the readers on the phone network. I saw your recommendation. It's 500 votes ahead of the second place. I don't know what to say anymore. It's a blessing to have fans. I have decided to work hard and challenge myself to my best state. I won't let down everyone's trust and support. I will use my 10 years of work to repay everyone's support. Sincerely. Chapter 1628. The noon update would be pushed back a little, and it would be posted before 3 p.m. I would try to finish writing as early as possible, then adjust and resume the normal daily update. 5 chapters today. 3,000 words per chapter. The explosive update rule was still the same as before. It was fine as long as the total number of chapters exceeded 6,000. There were more than 2,500 flowers. This matter was too unchallenging for everyone. Yesterday, it had already exceeded 100,000, and there were also 4,000 flowers. Chapter 1629. The battle in the sky instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples of the Desolation Emperor Palace. Although the Desolation Emperor Palace was huge, most of the martial artists could still see the battle with their own eyes. The 3 emperor palaces were secretly comparing themselves. Especially the younger generation. From the looks of it, Long Chen, as the martial saint emperor of the true martial emperor palace, was the strongest. He could even defeat the 4 great sword masters by himself. So, could the 6 demonic emperors defeat him together? Although most of the demons admired Long Chen, in reality, they were more supportive of the 6 demonic emperors because of the glory of the Desolation Emperor Palace. The demons were generally wild. At this moment, their earth-shattering roars soared into the sky. Tear him apart. Ancestors, hurry up and finish him. The Desolation Emperor Palace is invincible. The 6 demonic emperors are unparalleled. The 6 demonic emperors occupied 6 different positions and launched the most careful and fierce attack on Long Chen. The Kunpeng demonic emperor was proficient in the Tao of water and wind, so he was the fastest. He arrived before Long Chen in an instant. Young emperor, we are doing this for your own good. If you really want to cause trouble, we won't be polite. We demons are stronger than martial artists of the same level. The power of the 6 demonic emperors is not something you can resist. There were also some demon thearchs that possessed 8 Tao patterns Tao artifacts. After reaching the Nirvana tribulation realm, demon beasts also had the power of Nirvana. When they used the ancient Tao artifacts, they weren't any weaker than the human race. Among the 6 demonic emperors, Devouring Moon and Kunpeng Long Chen were the most familiar with. As for the other 4 demonic emperors, one of them was Silver Firmament. He was a tall, skinny man with silver skin. His true form seemed to be a silver firmament centipede. He was the strongest leader of the insect race, which was a member of the demon race. The most burly man with the fiercest eyes was Gold. He was the golden ape ancestor. There was also a sinister man with a demonic aura. He was the 9-headed snake demon. The last one looked rather simple and honest. Its entire body was filled with an earth attribute aura, and it was like a mountain. This was the demonic beast mountain tortoise. Just like the Kunpeng, it also had an extremely rare bloodline. In reality, the 6 demonic emperors came from millions of races of the demon race, and all of them had rare bloodlines. As long as they truly matured, they would be able to obtain extremely strong combat power. 6 giant desolate beasts launched a fierce attack on Long Chen. The rock demon monarch was the first to descend and unleashed the storm of Nirvana. Innate Taoist art, violent tornado. The golden-winged rock was the king of speed among birds. It moved as fast as lightning, and its Tao technique was natural. As it casually exerted its power, the green Nirvana force formed a violent tornado that charged towards Long Chen. For a moment, the space trembled, and the green gale was like a divine dragon. This was just the beginning. When the Kunpeng demon sovereign attacked, the other demon sovereigns had already closed in. The black-robed moon-devouring demon emperor rushed to the sky above Long Chen. Behind him, a faintly discernible black demonic wolf formed a huge shadow. Innate Taoist arts. Black Forbidden Zone. This was a type of sealing mystique. Under the devouring moon's execution, everything within a radius of 10 miles was shrouded in black. It was a bit like the darkness rising formation that Li Xuanji used in the past, but much more powerful. In this black forbidden zone, countless black, needle-like hairs were extremely hard, blocking every retreat route for Long Chen. In terms of individual combat, the 6 demonic emperors knew that they were far from being a match for Long Chen. They could only cooperate and attack ferociously in order to defeat Long Chen. On the one hand, it could consolidate the prestige of the desolate imperial palace, and on the other hand, it could make Long Chen give up and cause less trouble. Under the black forbidden zone, the violent tornado struck violently. Under the double attack, Long Chen was in grave danger. Sacred Martial Imperial Emperor, it's over. Such a terrifying might shocked everyone below. As expected of the demonic sovereign old ancestor. Just a casual combination of attacks was enough to put Long Chen in a hopeless situation. But facing such an attack, Long Chen let out a cold laugh. His arm wasn't thick, but it had the most terrifying strength in the world. He held the golden demon imprisonment column tightly, with 55 clawed golden dragons coiled around it, and golden lightning burst out. A casual swing of the golden demon imprisonment column by Long Chen could cause space to tremble. My brother, Long Chen, is not someone you can control, even in your desolate imperial palace. With a stern look and a roar, the golden demon imprisonment column in his hand let out the most terrifying roar. As Long Chen waved it, the tail of the golden demon imprisonment column instantly reached 1,000 meters away. Its huge golden body was covered with golden divine dragon scales, and golden lightning shot out. Under Long Chen's swing, the 1,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column was waved. When the violent tornado swept over, it whipped up with the force of wind and thunder. The Kunpeng demonic emperor's Kane Dao technique faced the most violent collision, and in that instant, it was shattered. Similarly, the devouring moon demonic emperor's black forbidden zone was also shattered. With one strike, the violent tornado dissipated, and the black forbidden zone exploded. The dazzling sun and light once again appeared between heaven and earth. In the sky, Long Chen, holding the golden demon imprisonment column, looked like a god. The 6 demonic emperors' expressions changed in an instant, but they continued to grit their teeth. At this moment, all 6 of them rushed forward, attacking together. They didn't believe that the 6 demonic emperors couldn't even take down a single Long Chen. How strong was this Long Chen? Mere demonic emperors in human form, and you think you can defeat me with a coordinated attack? Long Chen's maniacal smile moved everyone in the desolate imperial palace. Golden Demon Slaying Design. At this moment, the golden demon imprisonment column carried a battle technique. With the sealing power of the golden demon imprisonment column, Long Chen used his nirvana power that was close to the late stage of the 4th tier of the nirvana tribulation realm. The golden demon imprisonment column was an ancient Dao treasure with 8 Dao patterns, and its most famous ability was sealing. The golden demon slaying design actually imprisoned all 6 demonic emperors in an instant. At this moment, Long Chen's blood boiled. Under his power, the golden demon imprisonment column shook the heavens and earth. The 1,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column slammed violently into each of the demonic emperors, sending them flying. Boom, 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 boom. 6 explosions and 6 blood-curdling screams rang out almost at the same time. Under the bombardment of the golden demon imprisonment column, all 6 demonic emperors were sent flying. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone in the desolate imperial palace was in disbelief when they saw this shocking scene. The 6 demonic emperors were defeated? Long Chen had sent all 6 demonic emperors flying with one move? Where was the dignity of the desolate imperial palace? In an instant, all the disciples of the desolate imperial palace felt humiliated. At the same time, they were in awe of Long Chen's strength and felt powerless. A genius of this level was not someone they could catch up to no matter what. Of course, the 6 demonic emperors had not displayed their true combat power. They had just not wanted to fight to the death with Long Chen. Now that Long Chen was unbridled, their bottom line had been touched, and all of them went berserk. Ferocious looks appeared on all their faces. The ferocity and cruelty of the demon race, the most primitive bestiality, were reflected on their faces. Holy Martial Emperor! Since you're so arrogant, we don't have to hold back. You've already planned to attack the 6 demonic emperors, haven't you? Very well, we'll keep you company today. We want to see whether you or the 6 demonic emperors are stronger. The strongest form of the demon race is not our human form. In human form, we can't even use 1/3 of our strength. Since you're prepared to fight to the death, we don't need to be polite with you. Holy Martial Emperor! If the war between the desolate Imperial Palace and the true Martial Imperial Palace starts, the responsibility lies with you. The 6 demonic emperors gathered together angrily and started talking at once. All the demons in the desolate Imperial Palace felt their blood boil with anger. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill Long Chen. The dignity of the first Imperial Palace had been unscrupulously challenged by Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't intimidated by the angry demonic emperors. He put away the golden demon suppressing column and looked around at the crowd. He looked down at the 100 million disciples of the desolate Imperial Palace and said slowly, "Everyone, Long Chen, have no intention of provoking the desolate Imperial Palace today. I don't represent the true Martial Imperial Palace either. I only represent myself. Your Emperor's son, my brother, Mo Xiaolang, is more important to me than you can imagine. As long as I'm here, no one in this world can force him to do anything he doesn't want to do. Let me tell you, if you don't let me bring Xiaolang out of the ancient demon domain today, I'll make your desolate Imperial Palace a mess. 6 demonic emperors, if you want to fight, come at me. Since words can't decide the winner, let's see who's stronger." Long Chen's words were ruthless. Today, it was impossible for him to take a step back, unless his opponent defeated him. But, was that possible? Hearing Long Chen's words, the 6 demonic emperors looked at each other. Their eyes were burning with anger. Brothers! This battle concerns the reputation of the desolate Imperial Palace. We're not the 4 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. We can't lose in front of 100 million disciples. Although it's not a life and death feud, they've already trampled on our dignity. For our dignity, we won't rest until we die. Yes, we won't rest until we die. The 6 demonic emperors' auras converged, displaying a shocking divine might. The barbaric nature of the ancient beasts was on full display. The 6 demonic emperors dispersed. At this moment, in the east, a golden rock with a wingspan of more than 2,000 meters soared into the sky, engulfing the heavens and earth in its own storm. In the west, a black, muscular demonic wolf with a black crescent symbol on its forehead was extremely strange. This demonic wolf was similar in size to Mo Xiaolang, but it wasn't the sun-devouring demonic wolf. P.S. Today's 5 updates, the total peak is over 6,000. More updates tomorrow. Everyone, don't forget the top and the fresh flowers. Chapter 1630. In the south, a 3,000-meter-long silver centipede appeared. It swam through the clouds with an astonishing aura. Its body was shrouded in a silver mist, and there were definitely more than 10,000 centipede legs growing out of its body. They were all like sharp spears, causing people to tremble in fear. In the north, a 2,000-meter-tall golden ape king appeared. Its entire body was covered in a violent aura. Its heavy breathing, and the densely packed golden patterns on its body, were all shocking. Its ferocious expression shocked everyone below. Above Long Chen, a huge 9-headed snake appeared. Its body was more than 3,000 meters long, and it was shrouded in a black poisonous mist. Its 9 huge heads flicked their tongues, staring at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. And below Long Chen was a huge earthy yellow mountain tortoise. This tortoise was huge, and its body was the largest among the 6 demonic emperors. On its back was a real yellow mountain peak. The mountain peak was extremely hard, and could be called the heaviest weapon in the world. Its weight was definitely several times that of Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment column. This was the true form of the 6 demonic emperors. These 6 enormous beasts made all the disciples of the desolate Emperor Palace kneel on the ground, worshipping them. The moon-devouring demon wolf galloped behind Long Chen. At this moment, there was nothing left to discuss. The only thing left was to fight. Dragon warrior, show me your mystical dragon true form. We want you to fight fair and square. We don't want to take advantage of you. Those 6 terrifying desolate beasts had already caused Long Chen's blood to boil. This was a true battle of the same level. Long Chen's entire body was in a state of burning passion. His slaughter ancestral dragon genes were completely released at this moment. Fighting with the 4 great sword masters was meaningless. The ancestral dragon's physical body advantage couldn't be displayed. But the 6 opponents in front of him could. 6 giant beasts were charging towards them from the vast sky battlefield. The centipede silver firmament came on the clouds. The golden ape ancestor attacked violently. The moon-devouring demon wolf was like a ghost. The golden rock was extraordinarily fast. The 9-headed snake was mysterious and strange, and its body was covered in poisonous mist. The enormous great tortoise had a thick and heavy body, possessing the greatest power. In order not to affect the people below, they had no choice but to rise into the sky again. Just as they were about to attack, Long Chen let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The moment the voice rang out, the 6 demonic emperors were forced to stop what they were doing. Dragon transformation, this is what you requested. Long Chen let out an earth-shattering laugh. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, his body emitted a blood-red mist. In an instant, it filled the air and formed a huge blood-red cloud. In an instant, it expanded to an area of tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, a shocking aura was released. All the disciples of the desolate Emperor Palace were in a state of extreme shock. In their eyes, there was a gigantic blood-colored beast that was more than 10,000 meters long rolling in the endless blood-colored clouds in the sky. The bloody aura, the murderous aura, and the layers of strange aura on the beast were a terrifying pressure for all the members of the demon tribe. This was the pressure of a superior being. Even the 6 demonic emperors were shocked. At this moment, an incomparably huge dragon head, filled with the color of blood, poked its head out from the blood-red clouds. When the disciples of the desolate Emperor Palace saw the huge dragon head, they all fell to the ground. This is a mystical dragon. What a terrifying mystical dragon, why am I so afraid? The entire desolate Emperor Palace was enveloped in Long Chen's godly aura. The huge mystical dragon rolled in the clouds. Even the largest great tortoise didn't seem huge in front of him. Come on. Let's fight. Beasts. The mystical dragon's voice reverberated through the blood-colored clouds. The 6 demonic emperors recovered from their momentary shock and finally reacted. Brothers, we'll fight to the death. The 6 demonic emperors' ferocity was awakened. Long Chen felt the boundless power of his huge body, and the most primitive violence in his body was unleashed. His 10,000-meter body was the most agile of all the beasts in the sky. In an instant, he could move 100,000 meters. At this moment, while the 6 demonic emperors were attacking, Long Chen's blood-colored dragon body soared into the clouds. The 9-headed snake demon was shocked. The 9 huge heads were spitting out black mist in a frenzy towards Long Chen. The 9-headed snake demon's venom was the rarest and most incurable poison in the world. But it had no effect on Long Chen's ancestor dragon body. The 9-headed snake demon was shocked. On one hand, he waited for the other demonic emperors to rescue him, and on the other, he used his strongest move to deal with Long Chen. Forbidden Death Zone. Under the control of the nine-headed snake demon, the mystique in his bloodline was unleashed. Within the area surrounded by the huge body of the nine-headed snake demon, his 18 gray eyes lit up, and 18 rays of death rays intertwined into 18 gray poisonous snakes that couldn't be dodged and surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen sneered. His astonishingly nimble 10,000-meter-long body suddenly turned around, and his dragon tail, which was filled with terrifying power, was swung out. The space was shattered, and all the clouds around him were destroyed. This crushing divine dragon tail completely disregarded the nine-headed snake demon emperor's magical power attack. It shattered it with the most terrifying speed and power. Then, the incomparably huge dragon tail smashed the nine-headed snake demon emperor's body with a loud bang. At that moment, all 9 heads of the nine-headed snake demon were trembling. Under Long Chen's divine dragon tail whip, half of his body was blown to pieces, and 3 of his 9 heads were broken by Long Chen. Blood splattered everywhere like a downpour. The nine-headed snake demon was seriously injured, and he was sent flying into the sky before crashing down. At this moment, he had completely lost his fighting strength, and was defeated by Long Chen in one move. If the huge body of the nine-headed snake demon had hit the ground, at least 100 people from the desolate imperial palace would have been killed. Blood splattered everywhere, and many demons were dyed red. Most importantly, the nine-headed snake demon's blood was poisonous. Therefore, in a short period of time, thousands of demons were rolling on the ground in extreme pain. Other than the 6 demonic emperors, the other experts of the desolate imperial palace moved out to detoxify the ordinary disciples. As for the nine-headed snake demon, when he landed, he had already transformed into his human form. His injuries had made it impossible for him to maintain his snake form. In a short period of time, one of the 6 demonic emperors had fallen. They had never imagined that the body of a mystical dragon could be so strong. But at this moment, there was no room for retreat. When the nine-headed snake demon was instantly defeated, the 5 of them charged at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. In order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, the people of the desolate imperial palace had started to evacuate the crowd. In the sky, there were still 6 giant beasts left. Who knew what would happen next? Who will be next? These giant beasts made Long Chen's ancestral dragon body very excited. To the primordial blood spiritual dragon, this was a real battle. A battle of flesh and blood. Yin Xiao. This centipede was very strange. Without a word, Long Chen's figure changed. His mystical dragon body swam in the sky, and he rushed towards Yin Xiao. Protect Yin Xiao. The giant demonic emperors were shocked again. They were most afraid of being destroyed by Long Chen one by one. Other than Yin Xiao, who was escaping, the other 4 demonic emperors all used their most lethal moves to attack. Moon Devourer, Kuan Peng, Great Tortoise, and Golden Ape Ancestor. Each of their attacks were natural mystiques. If a martial artist of the same cultivation level took one of their attacks, he would be half dead. But to their surprise, Long Chen ignored their attacks. He was so fast that his 10,000-meter-long body swam above Yin Xiao's 3,000-meter-long centipede. Can you still walk? The primordial blood spiritual dragon's giant dragon claw reached out and grabbed Yin Xiao. The mighty demonic emperor struggled painfully in Long Chen's hand, but could not move. Do you believe that I can tear you in two? Long Chen said with a smile. No one dared to doubt him. The 3,000-meter-long centipede was in his hand. It struggled with all its might, but it could not move. The blood-colored mystical dragon's eyes were blood-red, and its power was astonishing. The 4 demonic emperors were so scared that they stopped, afraid that Long Chen would tear Yin Xiao apart. But their killing intent was even more intense. In the blood mist, the mystical dragon's two giant eyes glowed with blood-red light, and they were in awe. "Don't worry, I won't kill him." But as he said those words, Long Chen flung the centipede Yin Xiao away. This was not a simple fling. Under the terrifying power of the ancestral dragon, Yin Xiao, one of the 6 demonic emperors, screamed and was flung out of the Desolation Imperial Palace by Long Chen. Yin Xiao crashed into a giant mountain 100 miles away from the Desolation Imperial Palace. His body smashed the mountain, but at the same time, large amounts of silver blood spurted out of his body, and his huge body was buried in the rubble. Yin Xiao's injuries were no lighter than the 9-headed snake demons. This level of strength was simply crushing. Long Chen was crushing the 6 demonic emperors. The remaining 4 demonic emperors were going crazy. Long Chen was clearly stronger than he had been at the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. This was all thanks to Lingxi's goddess Su's blood. And at this moment, the mystical dragon coiled in the blood-colored clouds was still full of violent battle instincts, and every demonic emperor was moved. "Everyone, let's use all our skills to shake him." The 4 demonic emperors looked at each other and decided. Each of them mobilized the power that they had cultivated for countless years, and used their most profound innate Tao techniques or mystiques. They had already thrown caution to the wind. If they did not attack at the same time, they would not be able to shake Long Chen. Long Chen's strength after transforming into a dragon could only be described as terrifying. Just as they were filled with righteous indignation and prepared to deal a heavy blow to Long Chen looked towards the Beast God Hall. Was the Desolation Imperial Emperor still standing there and watching? The second was even worse. Chapter 1631. Long Chen was confident in himself. So what if the 6 demonic emperors transformed into their beast forms? In his eyes, they were no match for him. But he was still in awe of the Desolation Emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, he was destroying the Desolation Emperor's territory. Regardless of why the Desolation Emperor hadn't appeared yet, the 4 demonic emperors who still possessed great combat strength couldn't hold back their anger any longer. They launched their attacks on Long Chen. The Devouring Moon Demonic Emperor, the demonic wolf that roamed in the darkness, was most proficient in the Tao of devouring. Devouring Moon was one of his mystiques, but it was a passive skill. He had a more terrifying move, which was also his killer move. Kuanpeng Demonic Emperor, Golden Ape Ancestor, and Great Tortoise all had their own killer moves that they had refined for thousands of years. After facing the terrifying divine dragon, Long Chen, every demonic beast the arch went crazy. They couldn't tolerate being humiliated by such a huge disparity in strength. They couldn't tolerate the 2 demonic emperors being injured. Long Chen's arrogance infuriated them. They had lived for tens of thousands of years, yet they were abused by Long Chen like this? This battle would definitely be the biggest stain in the lives of the 6 demonic emperors. At this moment, they could only be described as desperate. The Devouring Moon Demonic Emperor was shrouded in darkness, and behind him were layers upon layers of ghostly shadows. The Kuanpeng Demonic Emperor was engulfed in raging winds, and his huge golden eyes were shrouded in golden flames. On his wings, a large number of strange golden runes appeared. They were densely packed, and wandered around his body like scriptures. The Golden Ape Ancestor took out a huge golden stone with a diameter of 2,000 meters. This stone turned out to be a Tao artifact with 8 Tao patterns. This Tao artifact's weight was estimated to be several times heavier than the Great Tortoise. If one was hit by it, they would definitely be smashed into pieces and turned into minced meat. As for the Great Tortoise, it started to spin, and the huge mountain turned into a sharp sphere. The edges and corners shone with a soul-stirring radiance. Within the body of the Great Tortoise, the power of Nirvana formed a huge formation. It looked like a simple attack, but in fact, it was much more terrifying than the other demonic emperors. Long Chen looked at them contemptuously. He did not move, but even so, no one dared to ignore his divine might. Below them, the moment that the enraged demons from the desolate Emperor Palace had been waiting for had finally arrived. True Martial Emperor Palace's sacred Martial Emperor Lord is powerful, but he's so careless and arrogant under the combined attack of the demon Thearchs. It's almost time for him to make a fool of himself. The demonic sovereigns of the desolate Emperor Palace are not weaklings like the four great sword masters. They will definitely win. We are the #1 Emperor Palace. How dare he come to the #1 Emperor Palace and behave atrociously? He deserves to be beaten to death. Even if the demon emperor doesn't kill him, our emperor will cripple him. Just because you're a dragon warrior, you think you're so great. An earth-shattering uproar swept over like a tidal wave. Long Chen understood that true experts didn't need to care about slander. On the road of life, there would always be some people who had nothing better to do. They would slander and defame you with their evil intentions. However, he had to grit his teeth and finish his own path. There was no need to care about the cries of the weak. The strong were destined to move forward alone. At this moment, the remaining 4 demon Thearchs, in order to regain their dignity, even activated the hidden power in their bloodlines. They didn't hesitate to use up their lifespan to defeat Long Chen. This was the mission that the desolate emperor had given them. The moon-devouring demon wolf spat out a huge black moon. It was the devouring moon. Everywhere it went, be it the air, the clouds, or even the buildings below, they were all devoured. The terrifying tearing force could tear all living things apart. The Kunpeng demon Thearch's wings slashed out, forming 2 sharp blades that gathered on both sides of the devouring moon. Wherever the blades passed, the space was torn apart. The Golden Ape Ancestor's metallic stone Dao artifact and the Peak Turtle demon Thearch's Heaven and Earth millstone both descended at this moment. They attacked from the same direction, but they sealed off any escape route for Long Chen. Those who humiliate the desolate Emperor Palace will definitely suffer the most tragic fate. Long Chen, we have treated you like a guest, but you are our enemy. The desolate Emperor Palace is the #1 Emperor Palace. How can we allow you to offend us? That's right. You asked for our help to deal with the city lord of the wronged. With your current attitude, it would be strange if we would help you. You can be arrogant in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, but you must remember that this is the territory of the demon race. This is the desolate Emperor realm. The 4 demon Thearchs burned their blood essence, determined to give Long Chen a heavy blow. The terrifying divine dragon hidden in the blood-colored mist watched the 4 killing moves descend with indifferent eyes. Especially the Peak Turtle, who followed behind the 3 attacks. He had come personally, and the power of the Heaven and Earth millstone would definitely tear a large piece of his flesh off if it hit him. The body of the ancestral dragon was not for you to blaspheme. What a bunch of idiots. At this moment, Long Chen's body was shrouded in a strange mist. The power of time replaced the power of slaughter. His ancestral dragon body also began to change from a blood-colored body to an illusory one. The body of the void cosmic dragon was revealed. The 4 demonic emperors had a bad feeling about this turn of events. He is going to use the move that defeated the Lingwu sword master. The Kunpeng demon Thearch said solemnly. That move had shaken their hearts. At this moment, the color of the eyes on Long Chen's huge dragon head changed. When the blood-red color completely disappeared and became incomparably hollow, the dreamy bubble appeared. The power of time turned into a dreamy torrent, rushing towards the attacks of the 4 demon Thearchs. The dreamy bubble appeared under the time torrent. It was a beautiful ripple that caused the air to tremble. Within the ripple, the time was distorted and had a terrifying tearing force. The attacks of the devouring moon and the Kunpeng demon Thearch were immediately met with the dreamy bubble. The terrifying power of time completely tore the devouring moon apart. The collapse of the power system caused the attack to be completely distorted, as though it had been disintegrated. Then, the golden stone Tao treasure was also swept up by the power of time. The power of the golden ape ancestor was completely disintegrated. Under the attack of the devouring moon and the Kunpeng demon arch, the golden stone Tao treasure reversed and flew towards the great tortoise and the other 3 demon thearchs. All of this happened in an instant. The attacks of the 4 demon thearchs were broken by Long Chen in an instant. The entire desolate imperial palace was shrouded in a silent environment. The demon race looked at the attack that surpassed their common sense in shock. What kind of power was this? Disintegration, reversal, the opponent's attack became his own attack. The great tortoise bore the brunt of the attack and was sent flying by the attacks of the devouring moon demonic Tharch and the others. His huge body fell to the ground and transformed into a blood-stained human form. Otherwise, the desolate imperial palace would have been destroyed by his body. The remaining energy rushed towards the 3 demonic emperors who were defenseless. At this time, the 3 demon thearchs were scared out of their wits. They were truly frightened out of their wits. They were scared witless and fled in a hurry. In their eyes, Long Chen was now a real demon. Everyone was shocked by this. However, the power of the dreamy bubble was irreversible and the 3 demon thearchs could not escape. Just as the 3 demonic emperors were about to be hit, the beast god main hall in the distance finally reacted. A yellow light swept over and blocked the path of the dreamy phantasm. It was this delay that allowed the 3 demonic emperors to escape. The power of the dreamy phantasm exploded in the starry sky, shaking the heavens and earth. To be able to force 6 demonic emperors to this extent alone, Long Chen could be said to be unprecedented and unsurpassable in the future. The only thing that could save them from the shock was the light coming from the beast god hall. At the juncture of pain and despair, they found hope. That was the desolate emperor. The desolate emperor would definitely defeat Long Chen, wouldn't he? Such an arrogant sacred martial emperor had allowed him to do as he pleased in the desolate imperial palace. Now that the desolate emperor had appeared, he would definitely teach him a lesson. With this thought in mind, all the demon race knelt on the ground excitedly after their failure and shouted, "Greetings, Emperor." The desolate emperor, who had been in hiding for a long time, had finally appeared. Long Chen reverted to his human form and descended from the sky, landing outside the beast god hall. The 3 demon thearchs who were lucky enough to survive hurried to save their 3 companions. Countless demonic beasts roared, "Great monarch, this human has no respect for the laws of the desolate imperial palace. He has injured 6 demonic beast emperors and disgraced the desolate imperial palace. Great monarch, you must punish him severely." "That's right, Emperor. This human dares to provoke us. He deserves to die 1,000 times." Those who dared to say such things were at least Nirvana tribulation experts. Long Chen stood in front of the beast god hall calmly. At this moment, the desolate emperor's kind voice finally sounded from inside the beast god hall. "Child, what is your purpose?" the desolate emperor asked. He didn't mention the battle just now, nor did he blame or punish Long Chen. Instead, he was so kind. This made all the disciples of the desolate imperial palace dumbfounded. Why didn't the emperor take revenge for his own people? There must be a harsher way to punish him. That was what they thought. In fact, Long Chen was also puzzled. In his impression, this guy was very arrogant. He answered, "I want to go to the ancient demon territory and bring Mo Xiaolang out." He wanted to see how the desolate emperor would answer him. Unexpectedly, the desolate emperor said, "You could have just told me about such a thing. There's no need to make such a big scene. If that's the case, you can go." Long Chen was dumbfounded. Would that work? He thought he would need to threaten the desolate emperor. Long Chen was puzzled that he had achieved his goal so easily. Could it be that there was something special about the ancient demon realm that he didn't know about? Chapter 1632. The Desolation Emperor's appearance immediately disrupted Long Chen's plan. The Desolation Martial Emperor was more amiable than he had imagined. He was like an ordinary senior chatting with him. There wasn't the slightest hint of anger in his tone. On the other side, Devourer, Kuanpeng, and the Golden Ape Ancestor were helping the three injured demonic emperors to heal. The Desolation Emperor didn't care about such an important matter at all. This made the ordinary demons almost explode with anger. However, the other party was the Desolation Emperor. They couldn't ask for anything and could only suppress their anger. Are you sure you want to go to the ancient demon realm? Devourer, Kuanpeng, take my emperor token and bring him to the ancient demon realm. The Desolation Emperor laughed and said generously. However, Long Chen was puzzled. What exactly was this old fellow planning? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Even the true martial emperor told him to be careful. The other demonic emperors didn't understand what the Desolation Emperor meant. The Kuanpeng demonic emperor said angrily, "Emperor, this kid injured the three of them and won't recover for a month. This is a provocation to the Desolation Emperor Palace. If we let him have his way so easily, where is the dignity of the Desolation Emperor Palace?" The Desolation Emperor said calmly, "Are you the one in charge of the Desolation Emperor Palace, or am I?" The Kuanpeng demonic emperor could only swallow his anger after hearing the Desolation Emperor's words. The person they respected the most in their lives was the Desolation Emperor. Long Chen thought for a moment, then interrupted their conversation and asked, "Heavenly Emperor, I want to know why you weren't willing to summon me before, but are so generous now. Could it be that Heavenly Emperor isn't afraid that I'll go to the ancient demon domain and take the little wolf away?" The Desolation Monarch chuckled for a while before asking, "This is what you asked for, isn't it? You, Emperor Shengwu, are invincible and defeated 6 of my demonic emperors. Don't I have no choice but to give in? Emperor Shengwu, you don't want to go in anymore? Are you afraid?" Long Chen was confused by this old ghost. This was something that he had fought for, but he had delivered it to him just like that. Why did he feel that something was wrong? There were 2 possibilities. First, this was Long Chen's way of rejecting him. If he did this, Long Chen wouldn't dare to enter the ancient demon realm. This way, he would have succeeded. Secondly, there was a part of the ancient demon domain that Long Chen didn't know about. If Long Chen listened to him and went in now, it was very likely that he would encounter an irreversible crisis. These 2 completely opposite possibilities made Long Chen's head swell. This was the time to be the most careful. Long Chen asked, "The great emperor must be hiding something, right?" The Desolation Emperor laughed, "What can I hide from you?" This sly old guy was really not easy to deal with. Long Chen knew that the Desolation Emperor was currently in the mirror and couldn't threaten him, so he became bold and said, "If the great emperor doesn't explain clearly, then I can only continue to cause trouble. Since the great emperor is so lenient, you won't mind if I smash the Desolation Emperor Palace to pieces, right?" A threat. Such a bold threat shocked all the disciples of the Desolation Emperor Palace. Did this Long Chen eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Long Chen didn't back down at all and waited for the Desolation Emperor Palace's answer. The disciples of the Desolation Emperor Palace were even more furious. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor laughed again and said, "I really don't know what to do with you. Since you threaten me, I can only tell you. Did Xiao Lang tell you that you can take him out of the ancient demon realm with your strength?" Long Chen's eyes were cold. He calmly considered the Desolation Emperor's words and said, "Indeed." The Desolation Emperor smiled and shook his head. "It won't be easy. Xiao Lang doesn't understand the ancient demon realm, so even with your strength, you may not be able to take him out after you enter. If that's the case, why don't I let you in if you want to?" Since the Desolation Emperor knew that Xiao Lang told him about the ancient demon realm, he should also know that Xiao Lang knew that he could only stay in the mirror. That was why he was threatened. This seemed reasonable. Then the ancient demon realm must have exceeded Mo Xiaolang's expectations. While Long Chen was thinking calmly, the Desolation Emperor's voice became serious. You have great potential, and I don't want to be your enemy. However, Xiaolang is my emperor's son. He has already promised me to cultivate in seclusion for 500 years. This is his promise, so it's not too much for me to let him enter the ancient demon realm. On the other hand, you, as the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, came to my Desolation Emperor palace to make trouble. If you really want to take him out, you must pay the price, and the price is that you may be trapped for 500 years. At this time, the Desolation Emperor finally spoke seriously. At this moment, Lingxi was standing beside him. Long Chen was instantly faced with a difficult choice. On one hand, it was Xiaolang's request to him. On the other hand, he might not be able to leave the ancient demon realm and be trapped for 500 years. If he was trapped for 500 years, wouldn't this place be in an abyss of misery by the time he came out? Most importantly, Yang Lingqing would definitely be dead by then. This was something that Long Chen couldn't bear. However, if he didn't fulfill Xiaolang's request and let Mo Xiaolang be trapped for 500 years, what kind of brother would he be? Such a difficult choice made Long Chen's head hurt from thinking about it. He had always been decisive, but this time, he couldn't make a decision. The Desolation Emperor was asking him to take a huge risk. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor only said that he couldn't leave the mirror unless he had no other choice. It wasn't that he really couldn't leave. If he really caused trouble, the Desolation Emperor would definitely come out. The Desolation Emperor continued, your identity is crucial. Even if you cause trouble in my palace, I can forgive you and even give you a chance to find Xiaolang. However, whether you can come out or not has nothing to do with me. It's up to you. If you have the guts, I can make a bet with you. Bet? Long Chen asked, let's make this bet clear first. It's very simple. If you can bring Mo Xiaolang out after you go in, I promise you that I won't restrict his freedom anymore. At the same time, if the 3 regions and 9 worlds are in trouble, the Desolation Emperor region will contribute its strength. However, if you can't come out, you will have to pay the price for what you did today. You will be trapped for 500 years. This is my punishment for you. Of course, you can choose to leave immediately. I don't mind. This bet, if he succeeded, the purpose of his trip would be accomplished. But if he failed, he would be trapped for 500 years and Ling Qing would die. Long Chen probably wouldn't even see the destruction of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. He could choose to leave immediately, but the Desolation Emperor Palace would leave in the following battle. He wouldn't be able to fulfill Mo Xiaolang's request. Both sides were extremely important to Long Chen. He couldn't do without either. What's your decision? The Desolation Emperor's words were full of temptation. Chen, I think. Lingxi stood outside and whispered in Long Chen's ear. Little Shi, what do you think? Long Chen urgently needed someone else's opinion. Lingxi whispered, normally, Xiaolang wouldn't need your help if it wasn't a big deal. I trust Xiaolang a lot. Moreover, you have to cooperate with the Desolation Emperor Palace. This is a mission. Given your personality, you won't be satisfied if you just walk away. So. She paused and continued, actually, with your strength and potential, even if you can't come out in the short term, who knows how much you'll grow in a few months. Secondly, Zhenwu Emperor won't just sit around. You're so important to the 3 great regions. If you're really trapped, he'll probably come to save you. Thirdly, don't forget about the city lord of the Vein's heart. His heart is in your body, so if you disappear, he'll be even more anxious than you are. At that time, the city lord of the Vein might go against the Desolation Emperor. After listening to Lingxi's analysis, Long Chen suddenly felt enlightened. That time, Long Chen hadn't trusted himself and fought for it. This time, if the price wasn't too high, he wouldn't have hesitated so much. Now, with Lingxi's analysis, he felt much more at ease, especially the last point. Long Chen believed that if the city lord of the vein couldn't get his heart, he would never give up. Even if the ancient demon regions could trap him, could they trap the city lord of the vein? Didn't the Desolation Emperor not want to compete with the city lord of the vein? Then let them compete. Xiao Lang wouldn't ask him for no reason. There must be something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have troubled Long Chen. After all, he also knew how important Long Chen was to the world. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and gave her a deep kiss on the cheek. At the crucial moment, Lingxi was still more useful. If this was a challenge, a gamble, with Long Chen's personality, he wouldn't give up just like that. Then, let's fight. So, with a resolute look, he said, "Emperor, I choose to enter the ancient demon regions." This sentence showed his astonishing courage. Very well, then the bet is established. As long as you can come out, then your potential and strength, Long Chen, will definitely be at a level that makes me revere you. You have the right to decide Xiao Lang's life, the Desolation Emperor said solemnly. Long Chen's decision surprised the 6 demonic emperors. They knew that Long Chen was related to the coming catastrophe of the 3 domains and 9 worlds. He was a responsible person. For Mo Xiaolang, he actually dared to enter the ancient demon regions? Wasn't he afraid that he would only come out after 500 years? Who knew what it would be like 500 years later? Chen, I will accompany you in, Lingxi said resolutely. You can't leave me alone in the Desolation Emperor's domain. One more person means one more way. Seeing her insistence, Long Chen could only agree. Kunpeng, Tunyu, you two take my emperor token and lead Long Chen to the ancient demon regions. Sorry everyone, there's still one more chapter that I haven't finished before 6. I'll go eat first and finish the last chapter at night. I'll post it as soon as possible. Everyone isn't so enthusiastic today. Keep it up. Chapter 1633. The ancient demon realm was not within the desolate imperial palace, but rather outside. It was rather far away, almost at the border of the imperial palace. Fortunately, there was a special Qian Kun transportation matrix. This place could be said to be the most northwestern place in the 3 regions and 9 realms. In front of them was a deathly silent desert. The sky was shrouded in a deathly gray fog, and there was only fine gray sand in the desert. There was no wind, and it was very quiet. A few days later, Long Chen, Lingxi, Moon-devouring monarch, and Kunpeng monarch arrived. The 4 of them walked towards the entrance of the ancient demon realm. After a while, Long Chen suddenly asked, "Senior Moon-devouring, how is your relationship with Xiao Lang?" Moon-devouring monarch was shocked. He had hated Long Chen before, but Long Chen's concern for Mo Xiaolang made him realize Long Chen's true character. He was not so arrogant and domineering. Hence, his attitude softened a lot. He said, "The imperial prince is a member of the wolf clan, and we are naturally the best." Long Chen said, "You probably know that Soyian told me about Xiao Lang, but I don't want to see this little girl being bullied when I come out." Moon-devouring monarch understood what he meant. He was afraid that the desolate imperial palace would punish Soyian for revenge. He said, "Absolutely not. We are all monarchs. Why would we bother with a little girl? Moreover, her relationship with Xiao Lang is not ordinary. We will not touch her either. Don't worry about that." Only then did Long Chen feel a little more at ease. He had forgotten about this matter because of the difficulty of making a decision. Hence, he reminded him. With Moon-devouring monarch status, he would not make things difficult for Long Chen on this matter. At the end of the day, I rather admire you. I'm just very puzzled. If you view the matter of the city lord of the wronged as so important, why would you take such a risk for the imperial prince? To this question, Long Chen could only say, because I trust him. Besides, I already owe Xiao Lang too much. This time, you should not haggle over anything and just agree to his request. Alright, I really don't know how you managed to cultivate such a brotherly relationship. I can sense that in the emperor's heart, you are even more important than the emperor. That's why he didn't hesitate to resist the emperor for you. They had fought side by side for 10 years. How could he understand? After advancing quickly for more than 6 hours, they finally arrived at their destination in this vast grey desert. Long Chen raised his head and smelled the aura of corpses in front of him. What came into view was a withered forest in the middle of the desert. It was a huge withered forest. The trees were very tall and blocked one's line of sight. However, there were no leaves. The entire withered forest was shrouded in grey. Vaguely, there were many corpses that were hundreds or even thousands of meters long. The whole world was filled with the silhouettes of corpses. Outside the ancient demon realm is the burial place of the experts of my demon race. It is also our race's sacred land. Generally speaking, it is absolutely forbidden for humans to desecrate it. I really don't know what the emperor was thinking. He actually allowed an outsider like you to come here and even made that bet with you. Kunpeng Demon Sovereign said in a bad mood. In front of them, the ground was covered with corpses that were placed randomly and not buried under the ground. The corpses that were still close by were glowing with a deathly light, giving off a creepy feeling. Lingxi's face was a little pale, and she hurriedly held on to Long Chen's arm. How many years has it been since the last human came here? Long Chen asked. Devouring Moon Demon Sovereign casually replied, at least tens of thousands of years. In any case, humans are basically forbidden to come here. In that case, the Desolation Emperor really seemed a little strange. He wants to imprison me for 500 years? Long Chen thought carefully. What was his purpose? At this time, Kunpeng Demon Sovereign took out the Emperor's token. He said, don't go more than 10 meters away from me. Otherwise, your intrusion will cause the corpses of the guards to awaken, and the ancestors of the entire forest of corpses will riot and annihilate you. This is also the reason why others dare not come here. Without the Emperor's token, anyone who comes here will be torn to pieces by our ancestors. This is the power of the primordial spirit that they left behind. No wonder he wanted the Emperor's token. So that's why. It was no wonder that so many corpses were not buried in the ground, because these corpses still had the power of the demon clan. Before they died, they must have used some secret technique to come here, and become the loyal guardians of this forest of corpses and bones, so that a small part of their power could be preserved. Moreover, the countless corpses were too huge and endless. Who knew how many demon race people had died since ancient times? Following Kunpeng Demon Sovereign, the four began to walk into the forest of corpses. Around them, the grey aura condensed into a long snake that slithered over and pounced towards them. But at this time, the Emperor's token formed a light circle with a radius of 10 meters around them, which prevented the grey aura from approaching. The forest of corpses that was about to boil quietened down. In this sea of dead wood and corpses, the four of them walked quickly and rarely spoke. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the corpses that were about 100 to 1,000 meters wide. They were of all shapes and sizes. There were beasts such as tigers and wolves, birds such as sparrows, water dragons, sharks, man-eating fish, insects, and a small portion of the tree race. The large number of corpses condensed into this sea of corpses. The deeper they went, the more shocked Long Chen was, because there were too many corpses. After walking for about an hour, basically everyone could only fly over the corpses. The deeper they went, the greater the power hidden in the corpses. It was estimated that not many people could break into the ancient demon domain. After walking to the place where the gray was the densest, there was suddenly an open space in front of them. In the open space, there was a long snake corpse that was 10,000 meters long, forming a circle. This long snake was not a dragon, but it was extremely terrifying, especially the thick head, comparable to a real divine dragon, probably similar to the body of Long Chen when he transformed into the ancestral dragon. The long snake corpse was divided into a total of 9 parts, and there were still remnants of color in the sea of consciousness. This is the corpse of one of the Desolation Emperors. His true form was the primordial 9-colored snake. Devouring Moon Demon Sovereign introduced. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "So, what is the true form of this Desolation Emperor?" He asked in a casual tone. "I don't know." Devouring Moon Demon Sovereign avoided the question and said, "The entrance is in the encirclement of the primordial 9-colored snake. Inside is a sea of bone dust. If you fall into this sea of bone dust, you will be able to reach the ancient demon domain. Whether you can come out or not depends on your luck, I can't guarantee it." Since he had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. Long Chen let Lingxi enter the Holy Kingdom. Without saying a word, he rushed into the sky, past the corpse of the primordial 9-colored snake, and found that its corpse surrounded a small lake. This lake was pure white, and there was no liquid in it. Instead, there was a kind of skeleton that had been ground into powder. At this moment, it was trembling slightly, quite a frightening feeling, and people did not dare to approach. There was a feeling that if he went in, he would be turned into bone dust. This was just an illusion. Long Chen realized that this might lead to a small Qian Kuan world. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen rushed inside. After he went in, the 2 demon sovereigns left. "Do you know why the emperor tricked him into going in?" Kuanpeng Demon Sovereign suddenly asked. Devouring Moon Demon Sovereign shook his head. "If he went in, Zhenwu Great Emperor will definitely be anxious. Moreover, the 3 regions and 9 realms calamity is approaching, and the emperor can't just focus on himself. But he did this to trick this kid. What was the emperor thinking? How would I know? But, Zhenwu Great Emperor is here, and there are emperors to deal with him. We can't think too much about it. Let's see how it goes." Kuanpeng Demon Sovereign turned back and said, "Do you think this guy who has created so many miracles can come out from inside? Nonsense, if the emperor tricked him into going in, how can he come out?" In front of him, it was also a gray world. But this gray world was even quieter, without a trace of sound. Long Chen stood in a gray cloud, and the surroundings were shrouded in fog, so he could not see clearly what was in other places. This was an environment so quiet that it was suffocating. Lingxi was no longer a weakling, and the 2 of them could take care of each other. Long Chen let her out, and then looked around. There seems to be a faint light in front. Lingxi was nervous, and said softly. Without saying anything, Long Chen held her little hand and walked forward. They walked above the clouds, and had no idea what was above and below the clouds. When they reached their destination, a wall of clouds appeared in front of them, and there were many small white doors in the wall. As they walked, they found that there were some words written on these small doors, which should be the names of some Khanate Dao techniques. Roughly like this. If you enter this small door, as long as you pass the test, you can practice this Khanate Dao technique inside, or should I say, practice the Khanate Dao technique while passing the test? Long Chen asked doubtfully. Roughly like this? Lingxi was also uncertain. The 2 of them walked downwards. Confinement room, 1 year, 2 years, the words, confinement room, began to appear on the small white door. Long Chen sped up, and finally found a room with the words, confinement room, 500 years, written on it. The small words below said, once you enter the confinement room, you will not be able to come out for 500 years, and no power in the lower realm can destroy it. Enter with caution. Chen, look. Lingxi's voice came from behind. Following her gaze, Long Chen saw a small statue at the door of the confinement room for 500 years. It was a strange little beast, completely gray, and had no limbs, but its mouth was very big, and its small appearance looked very cute. "This thing looks like the legendary dragon-swallowing beast," Lingxi said in surprise. Dragon-swallowing beast? This name made Long Chen very uncomfortable, and he asked, "What the hell is a dragon-swallowing beast?" Chapter 1634. Finally, it has come to this. Thank you all for your support. Tomorrow, regardless of whether we have the conditions to reach the flowers and the roof, it will be 5 o'clock. Chapter 1635. Dragon-swallowing beast. A strange name. Based on this name, could it be able to swallow a dragon? Lingxi recalled for a while and said, "Since I was young, I've liked to read strange books and study formations and restrictions. I don't like to cultivate. I've seen an introduction about dragon-swallowing beasts in an ancient book. The general description is that they don't have limbs and are just a meatball. Their mouths and eyes are very big and they look quite cute. There's a sketch of a dragon-swallowing beast in that ancient book, and it looks roughly the same as this statue." Long Chen responded with an "oh." Compared to him, Lingxi was still considered knowledgeable. After all, she knew that the primordial blood spirit dragon was one of the 10 great ancestor dragons a long time ago. He continued to ask, "What's so strange about this dragon-swallowing beast?" Lingxi said, "It's a book that introduces the reproduction of divine dragons. As divine dragons are the creatures at the peak of all living beings, under the rules of heavenly Tao, their reproduction ability is relatively poor. Moreover, in the ancient dragon sacrificial continent, the environment was harsh and there were frequent killings, which led to the overall population decline. This is also partly due to the dragon-swallowing beasts." She paused for a while and said, "Dragon-swallowing beasts are experts in concealment, and their ability to digest and devour food is especially strong. Their only hobby is to devour newborn dragons. Newborn dragons don't have particularly powerful strength. After all, they've just been born. These dragon-swallowing beasts are like hateful thieves, and they're the most hated ancient mutants by the divine dragons. They become stronger by devouring newborn dragons. Some lucky dragon-swallowing beasts can even grow to the same level as real divine dragons. However, most of them suffer the wrath of the divine dragons. Basically, as long as it's a member of the divine dragon race, they'll immediately kill a dragon-swallowing beast when they encounter one." Long Chen roughly understood. It turned out to be a type of ancient mutant that specialized in stealing chickens and dogs. This kind of thing was actually quite common. Among birds, there was also a type that specialized in stealing eggs, so it wasn't surprising. Basically, not many people know about this type of ancient mutant. "Why is there a statue of it here?" Lingxi asked doubtfully. Long Chen sized up the appearance of the dragon-swallowing beast for a while and asked, "Can this thing still live until now?" Lingxi shook her head and said, "That's absolutely impossible. Before the mystical dragons went extinct, the dragon-devourer beasts had long gone extinct. Their actions were strangled by the mystical dragons, and they could be said to have gone extinct. On the dragon sacrificial continent where there were no divine dragons, it was impossible for them to survive, let alone possess powerful strength. This is recorded in that ancient book. The era of the divine dragons was too far away from the present. Not a single divine dragon among the billions of divine dragons that dominated the draconic continent survived, let alone the dragon-devouring beast. It was just a statue, it was not enough to prove anything." Long Chen's mind was on Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, he turned his attention back to the last white door. After entering it, the power of the lower realm won't be able to destroy it. Does the lower realm mean the eternal God domain? Long Chen asked doubtfully. That's right. To the people of the eternal God domain, they are high and mighty gods, while we are in the mortal realm, the lower realm. They are the true rulers. Lingxi said softly. Ever since they left the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they had been busy and hurried on their way. Especially when they were in the Eastern Royal Domain, she was completely exhausted. However, she did not have any complaints, and even took a huge risk to accompany Long Chen to this damned ancient demon domain. Let's go in. Long Chen made up his mind. The two nodded and found trust in each other's eyes. Long Chen took the lead and walked in front. He took a deep breath and pushed open the small white door. A gray vortex appeared in the door, and Long Chen grabbed Lingxi's fair hand and protected her in his arms. Then, they rushed in together. The power of the whirlpool caused the sky and earth to spin, but the current Long Chen, in the so-called lower realm, no longer had much power that could threaten him. He quickly adjusted his body and passed through a world within a world. It was a lesser cosmos world before, and now it was a lesser cosmos world within a lesser cosmos world. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had stabilized his body. In front of him was a passageway completely made up of clouds and mist. The air was filled with a large amount of gray mist, making it difficult for people to see things in the distance. The mist was like insects, and when it stuck to one's body, it would feel particularly disgusting. The passageway's walls were made up of a large expanse of gray runes. After Long Chen got closer, he found that these gray runes contained a very strong power, and their structure was very stable. Long Chen tried to attack them, and he found that these gray runes were indeed worthy of being set up by the demon race's ancestor. The degree of stability far exceeded his expectations. Let's find Xiaolang first. This was just a passage, and it was only 100 meters long. Outside the passage, there was a huge space filled with gray clouds. The two walked forward. The gravity is getting stronger. Long Chen felt it keenly. There should be a gravity maze in front. If we continue walking like this, when we reach the gravity maze, the gravity will be very terrifying, and the hallucinogenic effect will be very strong. Lingxi said in a low voice. With her help, Long Chen could learn a lot of information. When they reached a place that was almost close to the gravity maze, Lingxi's current physical body was comparable to the fourth Nirvana tribulation realm, but she still couldn't hold on. It could be seen how strong the gravity here was. Only Long Chen seemed to be fine. Although Lingxi could definitely hold on for half a month, Long Chen felt sorry for her, and let her stay in the God Nation. He was alone, and the danger was reduced. Then, Long Chen stepped into the gravity maze. Sure enough, the gravity was very strong. This was the strongest gravity Long Chen had ever encountered, and it was in the maze. Ordinary people couldn't bear it. Those who chose to come to the 500-year confinement room were probably strong people. It's empty, but it's endless. Where is Xiaolang? Long Chen thought, walking slowly in the strange gravity maze. This place was also very quiet, and only the sound of the gray clouds rolling could be heard. Long Chen felt as if he had entered the stomach of some kind of creature. This gravity bewildering formation is an ancient bewildering formation. Big Brother Chen, give me a little more time and let me study it. You can walk around first. Who knows, you might be able to bump into the little wolf. However, you have to be careful, Lingxi said obediently. Long Chen nodded and wandered around. He didn't make any progress, but he suddenly stopped. To his surprise, he felt a very familiar aura coming from behind him. He looked back and saw Mo Xiaolang with a calm expression. His long hair was tied up, and he was wearing black clothes. His face was fair, his nose was high, and his eyes were pure. He looked young and handsome. What a pure young man. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. You didn't expect me to come in so soon, did you? Long Chen said with a smile. After seeing Mo Xiaolang, he felt less pressure. You again. Although it's an illusion, you should make a decent opponent for me this time, right? Mo Xiaolang suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Long Chen was stunned. Be careful, Chen. Lingxi reminded him. Just as Lingxi said this, Mo Xiaolang used the magic power of God burning flames. All the flames that he had devoured were now burning on his body. The scorching heat was pressing towards Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang didn't say anything. He turned into a black shadow and shot towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the God-burning flames gathered on his fist and formed a huge flaming beast. Under the power of Mo Xiaolang's punch, it attacked Long Chen. In an instant, the surrounding gray air currents exploded. The power of the flames swept towards Long Chen. Among them was the whirlpool ability of the Tao of Engulfment. With Lingxi's reminder, Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang was in trouble. Therefore, he dealt with it calmly. The God-slaying sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, he activated the expand character formula. Under Long Chen's precise control, 9 streaks of sword chi blocked his opponent's attack and deflected the flames. Xiaolang. Long Chen shouted and a violent aura swept towards Mo Xiaolang. Such a loud roar was enough to burst the eardrums of ordinary people. However, Mo Xiaolang didn't seem to hear it. He let out a cold laugh and said, "It seems like this test is quite interesting. You can actually block this move of mine." What was the meaning of this? Long Chen couldn't care less. Since his opponent was in trouble, he had to subdue him first. The God-slaying sword would kill at every turn. Instead, Long Chen took out the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column and merged them into one. Under the Golden Divine Dragon, both of them started an intense battle. Compared to when they were in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Missouri Xiaolang's combat power had improved slightly. However, under the intense attacks of Long Chen, the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column executed the Golden Demon Slaying Formation and completely confined Mo Xiaolang. After a few strikes, he couldn't move. Long Chen used the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column to suppress him and prevent him from transforming into his beast form. That would be even harder to deal with. After suppressing his opponent with his boundless power, Long Chen observed Mo Xiaolang carefully. He realized that Mo Xiaolang was actually very clear-headed and didn't seem to be bewitched. However, why didn't he seem to recognize him? Or did he see him as someone else? Could he have lost his memory? That wasn't possible, right? This was definitely the real Mo Xiaolang because he was the only sun-devouring demon wolf in the world. Therefore, Long Chen asked, "You don't remember me?" "I'm your big brother, Long Chen." Under the suppression of the Golden Demon subduing pillar, Mo Xiaolang struggled with all his might and roared, "Why is this trial mission so difficult? I can't resist at all. Is there a mistake?" Long Chen was stunned. What was going on? Noon, 2:00 p.m. 1:00 p.m., 2:00 p.m. 2:00 p.m., 2:00 p.m. Today, let's see if the peak reaches 6,000. Flowers pass 2,500. Then I can add more. Chapter 1636. Was there something wrong with the mission this time? What the hell was the meaning of this? He walked forward, grabbed Mo Xiaolang's collar, and gave him 2 slaps. He roared violently, "Xiaolang, take a good look at who I am." Indeed, Mo Xiaolang quietened down, and his eyes revealed a doubtful look. Long Chen thanked the heavens and earth. There was finally a chance to turn things around. Those 2 slaps were worth it. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaolang suddenly spat out his most lethal weapon, the 9 Serene Demon Ancestral Flame, at Long Chen, who was very close to him. Even the current Long Chen could only retreat in defeat against this flame. In his shock, he hurriedly retreated and narrowly dodged the other party's attack. But at this critical moment, Mo Xiaolang used the Hades demon ancestral flame to burn Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment column, which was suppressing him. This caused a thick layer of ice to form on the surface of the golden demon imprisonment column, and even a small part of it was damaged. This was Long Chen's strongest weapon, and he couldn't let Mo Xiaolang destroy it. Helpless, Long Chen could only keep the golden demon imprisonment column. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang took the opportunity to escape with his fastest speed. Long Chen put away the golden demon suppressing pillar and hurriedly chased after Mo Xiaolang. In terms of speed, he was several times faster than Mo Xiaolang, but in reality, he couldn't see anything in the distance in this gravitational maze. Moreover, the maze was constantly changing. Long Chen tried his best to dash forward for a while under the pressure of gravity, but he soon discovered that Mo Xiaolang had disappeared amid the changes of the maze. Long Chen could only stop helplessly. He scanned his surroundings coldly and asked Lingxi, "Can you see what's going on?" "Ling," she said, "the problem should be with little wolf. He should have been confused by something in this gravity-bewildering formation. Just now, he clearly saw you as someone else. Furthermore, he couldn't hear your voice at all, and couldn't see your appearance. He only treated you as a trial mission for him." Long Chen said sharply, "We are the same as Xiaolang. Something must be playing tricks on Xiaolang for him to encounter such a situation. In that case, this thing will definitely find the two of us in an extremely short period of time." As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Long Chen realized that this thought had immediately become a reality. There was actually some black mist mixed within the gray clouds. While Long Chen and Lingxi were conversing, this black mist, which was completely lifeless, had arrived behind Long Chen. By the time Long Chen realized this problem, the black mist had already quietly stuck to the back of his head. All of a sudden, Long Chen felt an intense pain in his head, which made him shriek in agony. There really weren't many things that could make him shriek in agony in the eternal celestial domain. Only this strange ancient demon domain could possibly exist. "Chen, what's wrong with you?" Lingxi panicked immediately. Her expression changed drastically, and her little heart pounded furiously. Long Chen no longer had the strength to answer her question, because he could sense that something irresistible was heading towards his consciousness. At the moment of that piercing pain, that black mist had already entered Long Chen's consciousness. In the vast consciousness, the illusory void cosmic dragon opened its eyes, which seemed to be able to dominate the entire world. That black mist had initially headed towards Long Chen's primordial spirit. However, when it realized that Long Chen's primordial spirit was actually a dragon, the black mist let out a bestial shriek. However, it was too late. Right now, Long Chen was extremely clear-headed. An illusory ray of light shot out of the void cosmic dragon's eyes and struck the black mist. In an instant, the black mist shrieked and fled. It had just left Long Chen's head when Long Chen's god-slaying sword instantly pierced through its body. "I'm fine, little she." Long Chen first reassured her before focusing on the thing that had been pierced by the god-slaying sword. It was a little black beast. It had no fur, and its entire body was smooth like a rubber ball. It had one large eye, and it was currently looking at Long Chen pitifully. It let out a baby-like cry. It sounded like it was begging for mercy. Long Chen did not show it any mercy. He forcefully restrained this terrifying thing that had almost swallowed his primordial spirit. He said to Lingxi, "Little she, what exactly is this? Is it the culprit that caused Xiaolang to become like that just now? It actually managed to sneak into my consciousness in an instant." Lingxi could be said to have been shaken to the core. Now that she had finally heaved a sigh of relief, the ancient demon protectorate was still filled with danger. She examined it carefully and said, "This beast is definitely not a demon, but it has such a miraculous technique. I don't know what it is either, but I think it seems to want to enter your primordial spirit to anesthetize you and make you hallucinate. I believe that Xiao Lang must have been hallucinated by this little beast and thought that he was training. Any of his senses, such as hearing, sight, touch, smell, etc., are probably under the control of this little beast. That's why he couldn't hear your voice or see your face. I see. Fortunately, my primordial spirit is the void cosmic dragon. Otherwise, it would have become the same as Xiao Lang. What should we do next? Lingxi asked nervously. First, find Xiao Lang, then think of a way to get this little black beast out of his consciousness. Finally, ask him how we can take him away, Long Chen said decisively. Lingxi nodded her head, and then said, this maze is constantly changing, but the core of the formation is quiet, and has not changed. Let's find the core of the formation first. I reckon that the little wolf might be at that place. Give me some time, I will try to figure out the trajectory of this formation. With Lingxi's help, everything would be much easier. If Long Chen was alone, he would definitely be wandering around blindly. He would be lucky to be able to find Mo Xiaolang here after a year. As for the little beast in his hand that was not completely dead, Long Chen hung it on the god-slaying sword and let it cry and scream. This gravity maze was so huge, there would definitely be other of its kind. If its kind were to come and see the little beast's pitiful state, they would probably be scared away. Long Chen realized that this little beast was actually very timid. This might be a breakthrough. With Lingxi's hard work, the two of them walked around for 3 days and 3 nights before finally finding the only peaceful place. This was where the eye of the array was. Within a circular area with a diameter of about 10 meters, there was no gray fog or gravity. When Long Chen arrived at the eye of the array, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he saw Mo Xiaolang here. He was sitting on the eye of the array, the flames all over his body forming a huge whirlpool that circulated around his body. He was cultivating. A trial mission and cultivation looked like the real thing, but in fact, the so-called trial mission was an illusion created by the little black beast. Long Chen did not dare to go near Mo Xiaolang for the time being. He was worried that Mo Xiaolang would run away again. After 3 days and 3 nights of crying, the little beast on the god-slaying sword finally died. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he thought of a way to solve the problem. He had the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon, but Xiao Lang did not. If he used the Lingxi sword, it would also hurt Xiao Lang's primordial spirit. After all, this little beast was not the spirit-devouring goo, but something more powerful than the spirit-devouring goo and the spirit-devouring goo. Just as Long Chen was thinking, a murderous aura came from behind him. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a massive black mist surging toward him. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that there were hundreds of little black beasts. To be honest, Long Chen was really frightened at first. But he immediately smiled. When the little beast in Mo Xiaolang's sea of consciousness saw over 100 of its kind being killed, what choice would the timid beast make? Long Chen seemed to have found a way to solve it. So at this time, he resolutely chose to approach Mo Xiaolang. The little black beasts swarmed over at this moment. They did not have much fighting power, and there was no way to deal with such a large-scale attack. A casual strike from Long Chen could kill a few of them. Of course, when Long Chen succeeded, a few more little beasts rushed into his sea of consciousness. Just as they were about to show their strength, Long Chen easily forced them out. Wordless technique. When they realized that their most powerful trump card was ineffective against Long Chen, all the little beasts panicked. They screamed and prepared to escape. At this moment, Long Chen was using his final killer move. The god-slaying sword pierced each of the little beasts once. Long Chen did not kill them. So at this moment, in front of Mo Xiaolang, hundreds of little beasts were crying miserably and rolling on the ground. At this moment, the flames on Mo Xiaolang's body were retracted. He stood up and looked coldly at Long Chen. Since when did the trial mission become yours, Yener? He had mistaken Long Chen for Soyan. Long Chen squinted his eyes and did not say a word. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang came out of the maze with flames burning on his body. Don't think that you can confuse me just because you are someone close to me. I won't fall for it. Mo Xiaolang sneered. Long Chen pointed the god-slaying sword at the other party and said, "Get out of his body now, or I will kill all of your kind." Mo Xiaolang was indifferent as he attacked Long Chen. With outstanding speed, Long Chen dodged the other party's attack. At the same time, he slashed down with his sword. In an instant, a few of the little beasts stopped screaming. Long Chen did not care if they had intelligence or not. Even the least intelligent creatures would feel fear when they saw their kind dying one by one. Mo Xiaolang continued to attack. You still don't want to come out? Then watch carefully. I will kill them one by one. Every time you attack, I will kill them. With Long Chen's speed, if he did not fight with Mo Xiaolang would not be able to catch up to him. Under the god-slaying sword, the little black beasts died one by one under Long Chen's feet. After about 30 little beasts had died, Mo Xiaolang finally stopped. His face was full of fear. This was the true expression of the little black beasts. "Scram, and I can spare your lives," Long Chen said. At this moment, black mist rose above Mo Xiaolang's head. Mo Xiaolang fell limply to the ground. Long Chen supported him. Chapter 1637. Long Chen's method worked. These black beasts had lived here for countless years. They definitely had some feelings for each other. No matter how low their intelligence was, they still had the concept of being the same kind. When they saw their own kind dying one by one under Long Chen's sword, and when Long Chen was still threatening them, the black beast controlling Mo Xiaolang finally chose to retreat and fled. Long Chen did not give chase. To him, Mo Xiaolang's safety was more important than anything else. Mo Xiaolang had fainted, but he soon regained consciousness. When he saw that Long Chen was here, he immediately broke free and took a few steps back. He sneered, "You're my big brother again?" Mo Xiaolang did not know that he had been bewitched by the black beast. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He quickly said, "Xiaolang, I really am your big brother. Calm down first. Let me explain the process in detail." Mo Xiaolang smiled. "You actually know how to use words to confuse me? What a clever move." As he spoke, he attacked again. Long Chen dodged his attack and said, "I came to the desolate imperial palace under the orders of great Emperor Zhenwu to unite with the 3 realms and 9 realms to fight against the city lord of the wronged. But when I came to the desolate imperial palace, I did not see you. Then Soyan told me that you asked great Emperor Zhenwu to bring the ancient demon domain. That's why I came." Mo Xiaolang stopped and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. He thought the way he looked. "Are you really my big brother? Well, don't come near me. I have a few questions for you." "Ask away," said Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang looked at him calmly and asked, "Who told you that I was in the ancient demon domain?" "Yen Er." "How did Yen Er know that I was in the ancient demon domain?" "I was brought here secretly by the 6 demonic emperors." "That's not a very good lie." Long Chen was stunned. There seemed to be a problem. He calmed down and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He raised his head and asked, "Xiaolang, are you saying that you didn't let Yen Er send me a message? Didn't you tell me to come into the ancient demon domain and bring you out?" Seeing the shocked expression on Long Chen's face, it didn't seem to be an act at all. Mo Xiaolang was startled for a moment and said, "Let's not talk about this first. What reason do you have to prove that you are my big brother? Just now, you were Yen, Mo Xiaolang was completely confused. Long Chen pointed to the ground where the corpse of the black little beast was. He said, "It's these black little beasts. They will turn into black mist and hide in the gray mist. They will invade your sea of consciousness and create illusions in front of your primordial spirit. Everything you saw before, be it vision, hearing, touch, etc., were created by these black little beasts. I just killed these little beasts to scare the thing that controlled your body. Did you feel dizzy just now? That's because the black little beasts left your body. This training in the isolation room is a scam. Indeed, you will improve if you cultivate in here, but it might not be very effective." After listening to this and looking at the sincere look on Long Chen's face, if Long Chen was just a training mission, he wouldn't be able to have such rigorous logical thinking. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with excitement. "Are you really my big brother? Don't tell me it's fake." Long Chen smiled and said, "It's really you." Mo Xiaolang finally let down his guard and looked at Long Chen with excitement. He suddenly recalled something and his expression turned strange. He asked, "Big brother, you said that it was Yen who told you that I was in the ancient demon domain and asked you to come and save me?" Long Chen was stunned. He told Mo Xiaolang everything that Soyan told him that day, including the Desolation Emperor could only stay in the mirror, and Long Chen's strength could break out of the isolation room. After listening to this, Xiaolang was stunned. He said excitedly, "I didn't know that the Emperor could only stay in the mirror, and I didn't say that you could break out of here. Time was tight, so I was brought here after returning from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I didn't see Yen, Big brother, what's going on?" Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned. He realized that he had been deceived. The Desolation Emperor lied to me. Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He had always been a sharp thinker and was rarely fooled. But this time, it seemed that he had fallen into a well-planned trap from the moment he came to the Desolation Emperor Palace. From letting Long Chen know of Mo Xiaolang's condition of not leaving the Desolation Emperor Palace for 500 years. To not responding to the Zhenwu Emperor's message, causing Long Chen to come to the Desolation Emperor Palace, and then using the 6 demonic emperors to receive Long Chen. Then, with vague words, Soyan told Xiaolang to ask for his help, and told him that the Desolation Emperor could not leave the mirror, and the final battle with the 6 demonic emperors. Finally, the Desolation Emperor came out and tricked him into coming here with a bet. All of this was a well-planned trap. There is no way I would say that. I would not be so reckless. Right now, you need to fight against the city lord of the wronged city and resurrect your little sister, and I am in such a dangerous situation. How could I let you come to me? Big brother. At this point, Mo Xiaolang's expression changed drastically. He also guessed that the Desolation Emperor had set up this trap, tricking Long Chen into coming to the ancient demon domain step by step. The Desolation Emperor had locked Mo Xiaolang up for 500 years not because of Mo Xiaolang, but because of Long Chen. Why did the Desolation Emperor target him? Or did he really want to nurture Mo Xiaolang at the beginning, but after learning about him, he used Mo Xiaolang to trick him into coming here? Why did Long Chen come here? That was because he felt that with Xiaolang's personality, he wouldn't ask him for help unless something big happened. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that something big must have happened, so he had to come here. However, the Desolation Emperor caught on to Long Chen's thoughts. It must be the Emperor's doing. Why did he trick you into coming here? Do they want you to stay in this godforsaken place for 500 years? What's in it for him? Mo Xiaolang was extremely angry. At this moment, he had already put all the blame on himself. He fell into a deep pit of self-blame. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't get too excited, and don't lose your sense of propriety. You're fine, aren't you?" At this time, Lingxi, who had been watching their conversation, suddenly remembered something. Chen, I seem to know these little black beasts. At this moment, Lingxi's voice became extremely frightened, and her face became paler and paler. She must have thought of something terrible. What are they? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang asked at the same time when Lingxi had already come out of the Divine Kingdom. Lingxi shook her head in panic and said, I hope I'm wrong. According to the ancient records, the dragon-swallowing beasts have a parasite-like thing called the Phantom Beast. It's a small beast that can confuse people, and it's a weapon of the dragon-swallowing beasts. Sometimes, when the Phantom Beast and the dragon-swallowing beast work together, they can even confuse a divine dragon for a short period of time, and then the young dragon will be stolen by the dragon-swallowing beast. Previously, there was a statue of a dragon-swallowing beast, and now there are living phantom beasts here. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, in other words, there might be dragon-swallowing beasts here, and I've just transformed into a dragon. Right now, I'm a young dragon, one that's only been born for a few days. The Desolation Emperor tricked me into coming here, so it's very likely that the Desolation Emperor's true form is a dragon-swallowing beast. What's a dragon-swallowing beast? Mo Xiaolang asked in a daze. Lingxi was already very flustered. She told Mo Xiaolang about the dragon-swallowing beast. What? Mo Xiaolang's mind went blank. The Desolation Emperor, who he was indebted to, turned out to be a dragon-swallowing beast. Moreover, he actually had designs on his brother, Long Chen. This speculation was very likely to be the truth. If it was the truth, then it would definitely be a huge blow to Mo Xiaolang, because both sides were people he respected. Brother, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Long Chen agitatedly and growled in a low voice, I didn't expect the Desolation Emperor to be this kind of guy. I really didn't expect it. Shut up. Long Chen stopped him and then said calmly, don't say sorry. He's a sly old fox. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. I'm fine now. Besides, the dragon-swallowing beast wanted to swallow me, Long Chen, but did it really work? Lingxi also comforted Mo Xiaolang and said, yes, Xiaolang. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Since we've seen his true colors, we can no longer treat him as a good person. From now on, he's our enemy. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Due to Long Chen's shout and Lingxi's gentle words, Mo Xiaolang gradually came to his senses. He closed his eyes. When a person who was extremely close to him actually schemed to harm someone who was even more important to him, he truly felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Xiaolang, are you feeling better now? Long Chen asked softly and looked at him with concern. Yes, I was a little agitated just now. Mo Xiaolang nodded lightly. Long Chen looked around and said, someone set a trap, so we fought back. We've been on this path for so many years, and the word sorry don't exist between us. Little Shi is right. Now is the time for us to find a way out. If the other party doesn't show any mercy, then there's no need for us to show any mercy. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, I understand. If he's up to no good, then even if he gives me a bright future, it's just a hypocritical charity. Chapter 1638. What kind of person was the Desolation Emperor? To be honest, even Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang did not know much about him. Perhaps he was a dragon-devouring beast, or perhaps he wasn't. All of this was speculation. What was certain was that the other party had tricked them into coming here. So, what was his motive? We can't just sit here and do nothing. Let's see if we can find a way to leave this place. Long Chen played the role of a pillar of support. Under Lingxi's gradual pondering, she had a basic understanding of this gravity maze. After a while, they returned to the tunnel they had come from, but found that the small white door had disappeared. In fact, when Long Chen came in, he did not see the small white door. He took out the golden demon imprisonment column and searched the surroundings, but did not find anything. Let me try to attack this rune wall. After retreating out of the passageway, Long Chen instantly extended the golden demon subduing column to a distance of over 100 meters. With a mighty force, the golden demon subduing column slammed into the runic wall. Unfortunately, the structure of the gray runes was rather astonishing. The runes and the entire gravity bewildering array were completely connected. Although Long Chen had only struck one part of it, he was dealing with the power of all the runes. Long Chen had a rough idea of the difference. This difference meant that even if he transformed into a dragon, it would be difficult for him to tear the runes apart. Moreover, who knew what was outside of the runes? Let's look around again. Since this direction did not work, the three continued to change directions, trying to find anything strange or crucial. The gravity maze was actually very big. The three spent 4 to 5 days before they finally went around the gravity maze once, but they did not find any exit. The entrance had said that the power of the lower realm could not open the 500-year imprisonment room. In other words, it would be very difficult for them to destroy it. Basically, there was no hope. At the critical moment of despair, they finally found a rather strange place in the gravitational maze. In front of him was a door condensed from gray mist, embedded in the rune wall. This door was relatively large, more than 10 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were still many runes on the door formed by the gray mist. Long Chen tried using the golden demon imprisonment column at the start and realized that the door here was even harder to destroy than the rune walls. However, the key point was definitely this door. Since he couldn't break the door, Long Chen turned his attention to something else. Dragon-devouring beast. That's right, in front of this door, there was a statue of a dragon-devouring beast. However, this statue was much larger. It was no longer a small beast, but a giant beast. The appearance of this dragon-swallowing beast was even clearer. One could see that it had dragon scales similar to that of a divine dragon on its body. It had a bloody mouth that made people feel disgusted and horrified. It was not cute at all. Instead, it looked fierce and shameless. For some reason, when he saw the statue of the dragon-swallowing beast, Long Chen found himself particularly disgusted. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline. This made him have an urge to smash the statue right away. If there's an exit in this place, it must be on this door. Mo Xiaolang speculated. So, we have to think of a way to break this door. Lingxi tilted her head. She had tried using the 6 Paths Immortal Sword, but she still couldn't break the door. Even Xiaolang used the 9th Hell Demon Lord Flame to burn it, but it didn't have any effect. Where's Chen? Lingxi looked back and saw Long Chen standing in front of the statue of the dragon-swallowing beast, deep in thought. Chen, what are you thinking about? Lingxi walked over curiously. Let me try. Long Chen pushed her behind him, raised the golden demon imprisonment column, and smashed it towards the statue of the dragon-swallowing beast. The golden demon imprisonment column had the power of 50 divine dragons roaring. With a furious emotion, it smashed the statue of the dragon-swallowing beast, smashing it into pieces. Rumble. Large amounts of rubble shot out. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi didn't know why Long Chen smashed the statue of the dragon-swallowing beast. Just as they were in shock, they realized that the door behind them was dissipating. The clouds are dispersing. Mo Xiaolang exclaimed in surprise. Long Chen turned back coldly. The three of them looked on excitedly. When the clouds had completely dispersed, they realized that what appeared in front of them was another small white door. There are words on it. The three of them approached it. On the small white door were the words, 100,000 years of isolation room. There were a total of 6 ancient words. The small white door in front of them seemed to be filled with the marks of time. It was very strange. History must have saved them. 100,000 years of isolation room? This is a 500-year isolation room, but the one inside is actually 100,000 years of isolation room. If we were to go in, it would be even more difficult for us to come out. Mo Xiaolang said doubtfully. When these words were said, the three of them, who were still holding on to hope, became very discouraged. They originally thought that they had found the exit, but they didn't expect that there was actually a 100,000 years of isolation room. The span of time is too long. Long Chen's eyes were calm as he suddenly said. From 1 year to 2 years, 10 years to 20 years, to 500 years. The span isn't very long, but these 100,000 years are 200 times more than 500 years. Moreover, normally one nirvana tribulation will descend every 1,000 years. 18 major tribulations can be resolved in 18,000 years. If we can't come out in 100,000 years in this isolation room, it can only be said that it's the same as Zhenwu Heavenly Emperor's 5 elements clear sky pagoda. If we stay in here, we can avoid the nirvana tribulation. This was what Long Chen was puzzled about. Why was there a 100,000 years of isolation room inside a 500-year isolation room? Lingxi asked, Chen, are we going in here? Long Chen shook his head and said, not for the time being. We'll come back when we're at our wits' end. I feel that if we go in here, we'll fall into an even deeper pit and won't be able to come out. The two of them felt the same way. Since that was the case, they gave up on this place and wandered around in the gravity-bewildering array again. This time, after a full 10 days, they still couldn't find another exit. This doesn't make sense. The Desolation Heavenly Emperor tricked me into coming here and still hasn't made a move till now. The three of them returned to the 100,000 years of isolation room again. Long Chen extended his finger and pointed to the 100,000-year-old confinement chamber. He said, in other words, his purpose is to have us enter this place. If we don't enter, we will definitely be trapped here for 500 years. But if we go in, we'll fall into his trap. Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang looked worried. Mo Xiaolang said, if that's the case, there's no other choice. We might as well fight. Perhaps there's still hope. But if we stay here for 500 years, we'll definitely harm Lingqing. Because of Yang Lingqing, Long Chen didn't have much time to waste here. This time, Long Chen lowered his head and thought hard. Big brother, I have an idea, Mo Xiaolang suddenly said. Say it. Long Chen raised his head. The Desolation Heavenly Emperor's target should be you, right? Then I won't let him have his way. I'll go into the 100,000 years of isolation room and see if I can solve his trap. If I can solve it, I might have a way to get out or inform you. But if I can't solve it, you'll have to wait for more than a month before you decide. This was Mo Xiaolang's personality. No matter what, he wanted to be at the forefront and contribute to others. That won't do. We're brothers. Since there's no other way, why don't we go in together? One more person means more strength. No way, big brother. The Emperor's target is you. Mo Xiaolang said nervously. Isn't it better if we fight together? Xiaolang doesn't need to say any more, Lingxi said softly. Seeing their request, Mo Xiaolang could only nod helplessly. Little Shi, you should go into my Scandinavia. Why not? I can help too, Lingxi said unwillingly. It's not like that. If something happens, I can't take care of 2 people. Plus, you can think clearly in the Scandinavia. Isn't it better if I use you as a trap? Long Chen coaxed her. In fact, the main reason was that he didn't want her to take risks. After all, in terms of fighting, she was slightly weaker than Mo Xiaolang. After finally convincing her, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang exchanged glances with one another. Long Chen took the lead and walked toward the white door. At that moment, Long Chen took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. As soon as the door was opened, a tremendous force surged toward them, sending him and Mo Xiaolang flying. "Watch out!" The two were sent flying over 100 meters before they managed to stabilize themselves. They did not enter the 100,000 years of isolation room. At that moment, they stared at the white door in astonishment. The door was slowly pulled open, and a pale white palm was placed on the side of the door. When the door was fully pulled open, a pale white figure walked out from the 100,000 years of isolation room. At first, his body was shrouded in mist, but when the mist dissipated, his appearance was finally revealed to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. It was a young man around the same age as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. His appearance was ordinary, and even a little ugly. His mouth was slightly big, and his skin was pale. His eyes were large and lifeless, and there were a few white strands sticking to his head. This man. Chapter 1639. Who was this person? Long Chen didn't know him, and neither did Mo Xiaolang. But could he have been imprisoned for at least tens of thousands of years in the 100,000-year solitary confinement room? Long Chen sensed a beast-like aura from him. If his guess was right, this person must be a demonic beast, a member of the demon race. At this moment, he raised his head and looked up and down at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with his soulless eyes. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and chuckled. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang leaned against each other. Their instincts told them that this was definitely a dangerous person. "You guys, don't you recognize me?" "Xiaolang, you don't even recognize me?" the ugly, pale youth said with a smile. Long Chen naturally remembered this voice. In the Desolation Emperor Palace, the Desolation Emperor in the mirror had spoken in such a voice. It was very kind, and rarely made people feel disgusted. It didn't match his current appearance at all. He was the Desolation Emperor. The number one person in the Desolation Emperor Palace in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. But why would he be in the ancient demon realm, in the 100,000-year solitary confinement room? When he realized that this person was the Desolation Emperor, Mo Xiaolang was dumbfounded. Wasn't the Desolation Emperor he knew in the mirror in the Beast God Hall? Why would he appear here? At this moment, the Desolation Emperor was actually approaching them. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang instinctively retreated warily. "You guys are afraid of me?" "Why?" The Desolation Emperor stopped smiling and asked curiously. Long Chen looked at him coldly, but he was thinking in his heart. From the looks of it, his real body has been imprisoned in the 100,000-year solitary confinement room for a long time, just like Emperor Zhenwu. At first, I destroyed the statue of the dragon-devouring beast, but he didn't come out until I pushed open the small white door. In other words, he couldn't have come out at first, but I let him out. This was almost a dead end. If Long Chen did not release him, then he could only wait for 500 years before he could leave. Because of Yang Lingqing, he couldn't wait for even a year. Since he had already released him, there was no point in blaming himself. The only important thing was how to deal with this old monster. Was he a dragon-devouring beast? What was his motive? Neither of them answered the Desolate Emperor's question. The Desolation Emperor laughed again. "It seems like you two have been frightened by me. That's right, I tricked you, Long Chen, into coming here. However, my goal was only for you to rescue me from this 100,000 years of confinement. You may not know this, but the statue of the Dragon-Devourer beast is a trap laid down by my ancestors. Only a weapon belonging to a dragon warrior can break it and rescue me. I have no ill intentions, so you don't have to be afraid of me." Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were both stunned. If that was the case, then their previous guess that he was a dragon-devouring beast was wrong? The Desolation Emperor just wanted Long Chen to get rid of him and get out of this 100,000 years of confinement. Although there were not many loopholes in this explanation, Long Chen still felt that something was wrong. Seeing that they were still vigilant, the Desolation Emperor turned around and saw the fragments of the dragon-devourer beast. He laughed involuntarily. "Children, you actually think that I'm a dragon-devouring beast? How naive. If a dragon-devouring beast could live until now, then there must be a real divine dragon that lived until now. As for those phantasmagoric beasts, they were indeed bred by my ancestors for the warriors of the race to cultivate. The phantasmagoric beasts have no ill intentions. They are just simulating a battle environment for you." In other words, both of their previous guesses were wrong? The Desolation Emperor had no intention of harming them at all? In fact, they had guessed that the Desolation Emperor's real body might be in the ancient demon domain, but they did not expect it to be true. Long Chen pondered for a moment and said, "What I don't understand is that if you really needed my help, you could have just said it and I wouldn't have refused you for Xiao Lang's sake. But why did you trick me into coming here? That doesn't seem right, does it?" The ugly Desolation Emperor laughed dryly and said, "I'm sorry about that. I don't know what kind of person you are. For some unspeakable reason, I had to come out as soon as possible, so I set up a small trap for you to come in. But I can guarantee that I absolutely have no ill intentions towards you," although he still could not trust this guy. But since he had already said so, Long Chen had no room to refute. So he asked, "If that's the case, you must have a way to get us out of here, right?" As he asked this question, the Desolation Emperor suddenly pressed his wide pale palm against his head and laughed, "Of course. But before we leave, I have to ask my Xiao Lang a very, very small question." As he spoke, he began to have a creepy feeling. Long Chen and Emo Xiao Lang became nervous again. Because they felt that the Desolation Emperor was a little crazy. "Father, ask away," said Emo Xiao Lang. After the Desolation Emperor finished laughing, his expression became strange. He said, "Let me ask you, if between me and Long Chen, one person must die, who do you want it to be?" Hearing this question, the two slightly relaxed hearts tensed up again. They realized that the reason the Desolation Emperor tricked Long Chen into coming here wasn't as simple as letting him out. Emo Xiaolang said seriously, "Father, this question is meaningless. You and my brother are both important people to me. With my relationship with you, this kind of situation can't happen between the two of you." The Desolation Emperor became angry. He looked at Xiao Lang a little crazily and said, "I don't care. If you don't give me an answer, I might have a bad temper and do something that will hurt your heart." As expected, this guy was not normal. The two became vigilant again. "I must have an answer, or else." "Huh." The Desolation Emperor grinned. Emo Xiaolang clenched his fists. He couldn't lie, so he said, "If I have to choose, I will definitely choose my brother. I wonder if father is satisfied with this decision?" Long Chen couldn't say anything about this answer. He knew that this must be the answer in Emo Xiaolang's heart. People couldn't betray the answer in their heart, so when Emo Xiaolang said it so bluntly, he didn't think that Emo Xiaolang was stupid. He only felt that it was worth it to have such a brother in his life. Even if he was threatened, he couldn't say anything against his heart. This was their brotherly love. This answer made the Desolation Emperor laugh again. Perhaps he already knew this answer, so he sighed and said, "What an enviable friendship. It's a pity that I've never had a decent brother in my life. I really envy you guys. However, I'm a little curious. Can your brotherly love really take the test? Then I'll ask you two another question." At this point, he paused for a moment. His eyes became a little sinister as he said, "Then, if one of you must die, who do you want it to be?" Long Chen will answer first. This question made Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang feel the taste of a battle. They were almost certain that the Desolation Emperor was going to make a move on them. Although they didn't know the reason, it seemed that he wouldn't let them go easily. Long Chen was ready to fight from the start. When the Desolation Emperor stared at him with a sinister gaze, Long Chen replied, "Emperor seems to be interested to ask such a question. What about me and Xiao Lang? If one of us must die, do you really want to know my answer?" "Of course," the Desolation Emperor said with certainty. Long Chen said word by word, "In that case, I will choose the person who set the rule of 2 deaths for us. Whoever kills one of us, I will kill that person. In any case, that person shouldn't be the Desolation Emperor, right? Of course it won't be me. You slippery fellow, how dare you avoid my question?" The Desolation Emperor laughed again. His tone was like that of an elder, but also like a madman who had been imprisoned for many years. Finally, he asked Mo Xiaolang, "Xiao Lang, what's your answer?" Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said, "Godfather, if you want one of us to die, then we can only work together to kill you." His answer was much more direct than Long Chen's. His eyes were filled with pain. In fact, he used to respect the Desolation Emperor very much. But today, he realized that this person was completely different from what he had imagined. The person in front of him was a madman. After listening to Mo Xiaolang's answer, the Desolation Emperor laughed heartily again. This time, he laughed so hard that he bent over. After a long time, he calmed himself down and said, "Don't be too nervous. I have been depressed for too long. Seeing that you 2 brothers have such deep feelings for each other, which is rare in this world, I am extremely envious, so I decided to test the 2 of you. I was moved by the results, but I was also very envious of them. There is no other meaning. Thank you for giving me my freedom. Now, I will take you away. Follow me." After saying that, he really led the way. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were really dumbfounded. Was that really the case? Was he really just teasing them? "Follow him?" Mo Xiaolang asked. Long Chen nodded. The Desolation Emperor's last sentence seemed to be true, so it should not be fake. He was just testing the 2 of them. Along the way, the Desolation Emperor no longer joked. Instead, he talked about trivial matters of his youth. He said that he had a brother who had died in the Nirvana tribulation. He missed him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Life was like this. In the future, they would also die in the Nirvana tribulation. Those who could survive were people who had to endure endless loneliness, such as the Zhenwu Great Emperor and him. Long Chen could more or less understand his loneliness and loneliness. The exit is in front. The Desolation Emperor suddenly turned back. Long Chen was about to move forward when he suddenly realized that Mo Xiaolang had stopped. "Xiao Lang." Long Chen was puzzled. He turned back and saw that Mo Xiaolang was suddenly enveloped by a gray rune light shield. "Enter my stomach, dragon. Otherwise, I will kill your brother." At that moment, a terrifying voice rang in Long Chen's ears. The 5th update was over. Zhou Tong was first. He had just opened the gap, but the other party had caught up. Chapter 1640. The Desolation Emperor was the most cunning person that Long Chen had ever met. He was able to trick Long Chen and make Long Chen come in obediently. He could also use words to confuse both Long Chen and Long Chen into not knowing the Desolation Emperor's identity. At first, he thought that the Desolation Emperor was a dragon-devouring beast. However, the Desolation Emperor's subsequent words had already exposed his identity. However, he had already gained the upper hand. When the Desolation Emperor turned around with a sinister smile on his face, revealing a row of shark-like sharp teeth, Long Chen's mind went blank. The Desolation Emperor was extremely strange. Long Chen had no idea how Mo Xiaolang had fallen for his trick. At this crucial moment, the only thing he could think of was to return to Mo Xiaolang's side. The god-slaying sword in his hand gathered all the strength in his body and slashed towards Mo Xiaolang with all his might. Long Chen did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he used the true meaning of the god-slaying art for this slash. He wanted to split the transparent ball formed by the runes. Mo Xiaolang was also inside, burning it with the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame. Both of their reactions were extremely fast. However, what shocked both of them was that when Long Chen's sword slashed at the rune boundary, the power of the god-slaying sword easily penetrated the rune boundary and hit Mo Xiaolang's body, leaving a wound on Mo Xiaolang's body. This was an accidental injury. However, this made Long Chen dumbfounded. What kind of strange thing was this? Didn't that mean that he had no way of breaking the rune boundary? His power could not affect the rune boundary at all. Instead, it would seep through and affect Mo Xiaolang's body. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor had already considered Xiao Lang's 9 nether demon ancestral flame in the rune boundary. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen found that even the 9 nether demon ancestral flame was useless. If he were to attack from outside, it would be completely ineffective. He would only accidentally injure Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang's attacks from inside were completely ineffective. Both of them were so anxious that their eyes were bloodshot. The Desolation Monarch looked up to the sky and laughed, "Children, don't waste your efforts. This is something I've prepared for a long time." It was very valuable and its value was equivalent to a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. There is only one in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and it is called the Space of Despair. You will soon understand why this thing is called the Space of Despair. He paused for a moment, then continued with a smile, "That's because it was specially designed for you brothers. It wants you to feel despair. This Space of Despair will begin to shrink at this moment. After 2 hours, it will shrink to a point, and in just an hour, I reckon that the thing inside will be squeezed into a meat patty, a meatball. As for Long Chen, you're about to witness this scene with your own eyes. You'll see your best brother's eyes filled with despair. You'll see his body gradually deform and turn into minced meat. Huh. Am I a little too evil? No matter what, little Wolf is my adopted son. In 2 hours, it would shrink to a dot. In an hour, it would shrink with an irresistible power that would shrink Mo Xiaolang into a meat patty." Furthermore, at this moment, Long Chen could truly feel that the irresistible force was rapidly shrinking. This so-called Space of Despair wasn't that tough, it was just that it contained a kind of Dao, a Dao that couldn't be broken. No matter how sharp a weapon was, no matter how powerful it was, it would still be pierced through. This time, Long Chen slashed with the god-slaying sword several times with his greatest strength, but it still had no effect. In the Space of Despair, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with hesitation. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This so-called Space of Despair was not created by the Desolation Monarch. Instead, he had planted it in Mo Xiaolang's body a long, long time ago, before Mo Xiaolang was strong enough. He had only released it now. This meant that a long time ago, he had the intention of making it impossible for Mo Xiaolang to escape. Today, it came in handy. Long Chen. The Desolation Monarch opened his huge mouth and pointed a pale finger at his bloody mouth. "Come and satisfy me quickly. I haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. I'm so hungry, I'm about to starve to death. If you don't enter my mouth quickly, your brother will be completely squeezed into a meat patty within an hour. Aren't you brothers deeply in love with each other? At this moment, one of you must die. How will you choose? Long Chen, you keep saying that he is your brother and that he is willing to sacrifice his life for you. But what about you? Can you do that? As long as you obediently enter my stomach and let me digest you, I will let him go. After all, Xiao Lang is also my adopted son. Xiao Lang and I are father and son. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its own cubs. Don't you think so? The Desolation Monarch's voice was like a disgusting mosquito that constantly lingered in his ears. Big brother, quickly find a way to escape. He is definitely a dragon-devourer beast. Everything he is doing is to devour you. In the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang said hysterically. Once again, he felt that because of him, he had implicated Long Chen. Perhaps when they parted ways in the Netherworld Mansion and went to the True Martial Imperial Domain and the Desolation Imperial Domain respectively, this was probably the end of it. Mo Xiaolang's heart was already in despair. Even his strongest technique, the Ninth Underworld Demonic Ancestral Flame, was useless. Moreover, the space of despair was very powerful. However, the attribute of the rune could easily disperse their attacks, making it seem like they were hitting cotton. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang was still inside, so Long Chen couldn't risk his life to destroy it. His respected adoptive father turned out to be a dragon-devourer beast. He had been planning from the beginning to devour his big brother. At this moment, in Mo Xiaolang's heart, the Desolation Monarch's position was no longer there. At this moment, they were enemies. Desolation Monarch, perhaps you have always nurtured me for your own benefit. Today, we will break all ties. From today onwards, I no longer have you as my adoptive father. Also, I advise you to stop. Threats are useless against us, we will kill you. In the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang roared. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't escape first. Moreover, in this 500-year-long confinement room, it was impossible for Long Chen to escape. They were like two little lambs, tightly controlled in the palm of the Desolation Monarch's hand. After listening to Mo Xiaolang's words, the Desolation Monarch said in a very pained tone, "How sad. My adoptive son actually wants to break ties with me. Then I can only watch you being squeezed into a meat patty by the space of despair. Who asked your good brother to disregard your life and not come into my mouth? Come, come, dragon. I am a person who keeps his promises. As long as you are willing to enter my stomach, I will let him go. How about it?" The Desolation Monarch said in a very tempting voice. At this critical moment, time was running out. Long Chen could only calm himself down. He realized that persuading the Desolation Monarch to let Mo Xiaolang go was not going to work. The only way was to fight. Why did the Desolation Monarch threaten him instead of directly devouring him? Was it because he wanted to test the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang? Or was it because of his own strength? He was a person who had been imprisoned in the confinement room for tens of thousands of years. Was his current strength good or bad? Or was it similar to Zhenwu Monarch, where he could only use his strength once or twice? After analyzing it, Long Chen guessed it was the latter. Therefore, the Desolation Monarch was probably not willing to fight Long Chen, nor was he willing to waste his precious strength. Although Long Chen might not be as strong as the Desolation Monarch, his strength was endless. Xiaolang. Long Chen looked over coldly. Mo Xiaolang was in a state of panic and despair. Long Chen's resolute gaze gave him a bad feeling. "Big brother, don't listen to him," Mo Xiaolang said anxiously. Long Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to kill him." This was his courage, and it was also his method of risking his life. The Desolation Monarch. Even Zhenwu Monarch was in awe of him. Long Chen did not know how strong the Desolation Monarch was, but at this moment, for the sake of Mo Xiaolang's life, for the sake of 1 hour, he had no choice but to risk his life. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen did not hesitate at all. He directly revealed his ancestral dragon body, which was tens of thousands of meters long. The huge dragon shrouded in a blood-colored mist hovered in the huge gravity maze, its entire body reeking of blood. The characteristics of the bloodthirsty and massacre dragon were completely revealed. Long Chen stretched out a huge dragon claw and placed Mo Xiaolang on his palm. He realized that he could not bring Mo Xiaolang into the divine kingdom at this moment. The power of the space of despair was definitely restricting him. The 10,000-meter-long body almost crushed the gravity maze. After protecting Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen's huge bloody eyes stared at the Desolation Monarch, who had already fallen into a state of madness. Ah, a dragon that's already tens of thousands of meters long when it's still a young dragon. What kind of dragon are you? Why have I never seen you before? What the hell are you? The Desolation Monarch was extremely fanatical and thirsty. He fell into a state of silence, his wide mouth dripping with saliva. Old ghost, if you want to eat me, wait until you can defeat me. The huge dragon covered in blood let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire gravity maze to tremble. It could be seen how powerful Long Chen was at this moment. Come, come, enter my stomach, ah. What a delicious dragon. This is the strongest dragon martial artist I've ever seen. It's really not easy. Did I pick up a treasure? There was only half an hour, not even that. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his huge bloody dragon claw began to attack crazily. P.S. Yesterday's flowers, 2412. Are you guys slacking off? This is the first time the flowers are less than 2,500. I saw it in the morning and was pleasantly surprised. I can relax a little today. I've broken through 8,000. I'll add 1 chapter today, making it a total of 4 chapters. P.S. December is the month of exams, and there's an exam in the afternoon. Because there are explosive chapters on Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are high-intensity 5 chapters. Every day, I write from morning to 10 at night, and I can't save a single chapter, so I'll release 3 chapters at noon. Today's last chapter might only be released between 8 to 9 at night. I'm really working hard, and I hope you guys can understand. P.S. 3 chapters a day is the most suitable. I can fully plan the plot. 4 chapters is my limit, and 5 chapters is basically working hard every day. After all, I only have 3,000 words per chapter, and there's no way I can compete with an author who has 2,000 words. 5 chapters is equivalent to 8 chapters for others. Today's 4 chapters won't lag anyone. Chapter 1641. A huge dragon claw slashed towards the seemingly insignificant Desolation Emperor. Child, you won't be able to hit me. Don't you know that in ancient times, my race's most powerful technique was concealment? Why were we able to devour divine dragons? That's because we're even more perfect than the divine dragon. We're the supreme rulers. The Desolation Emperor was still smiling. You are just shameless thieves. At that moment, the dragon claw bombarded the ground of the gravitational maze, causing the earth to tremble. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor had already disappeared. Indeed, not only was his Tao of illusion and concealment amazing, even his speed was astonishing. Long Chen had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, at that moment, the Desolation Emperor's body appeared on his divine dragon body. He caressed Long Chen's blood-red scales and exclaimed, "What a perfect young dragon, a perfect feast. The heavens are really kind to me." Long Chen was enraged. The scale that the Desolation Emperor was caressing flickered with primordial runes. The blood-red runes instantly collided with the Desolation Emperor's body and sent him flying. Long Chen turned his huge dragon head and the destructive dragon claw once again slashed towards the Desolation Emperor. Child, you can't touch me. There's no need to struggle. You only have an hour to decide. If you miss this time, your brother will die. Are you such a selfish person that you can only watch as your brother dies? The Desolation Emperor continued to laugh. Sure enough, Mo Xiaolang's despair space had shrunk by quite a bit. Time was life. Long Chen was in a frenzied state. If he didn't hurry, Mo Xiaolang would die. This damned Desolation Emperor, this damned dragon-devouring beast. He had completely triggered the rage in Long Chen's heart. Great anger. What he hated the most was being threatened by others, especially when it involved the lives of those close to him, just like how the city lord of the wronged city had threatened Yang Lingqing. This was Long Chen's reverse scale. One day, Long Chen would take his revenge and make them pay a heavy price. The wrath of the divine dragon shook heaven and earth. The Desolation Great Emperor was still immersed in laughter. At this time, Long Chen suddenly summoned close to 60 golden demon imprisonment columns. This was the confinement room for 500 years. So what if the heart of the city lord of the wronged woke up? Long Chen couldn't care less. When the 60 golden demon imprisonment columns were pulled out, the crystal coffin started to tremble lightly. Lingxi was worried about Long Chen's situation. Seeing the blue-haired beauty in the crystal coffin, she took out the Six Paths Immortal Sword. The Six Paths Immortal Sword also had the ability to seal and suppress. With the help of the Six Paths Immortal Sword's righteous power, the crystal coffin couldn't move at all. Chen, you can use all the golden demon imprisonment columns. I will help you suppress her for 3 days and 3 nights. Lingxi said confidently. This was the only way she could help Long Chen. All right. Long Chen shouted. 99 huge golden demon imprisonment columns, each more than 100 meters tall, surrounded Long Chen's huge divine dragon body and spun crazily. Golden power filled Long Chen's body. Countless rays of golden light sprinkled down. This was the first time the golden demon imprisonment columns were in a perfect state. Long Chen instantly felt a huge and complete power in the golden demon imprisonment columns. 99 divine dragons formed a mysterious array and released a huge amount of power. Oh. So it's a Dao treasure with 8 Dao patterns. Not bad, golden demon imprisonment columns. The Desolation Great Emperor's voice came from the shadows. Golden demon imprisonment columns, seal, suppress. Under the control of Long Chen's immense power, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns instantly formed a circle, trapping the Desolation Emperor who was hidden in the darkness. Between the golden demon imprisonment columns, golden lightning weaved into a huge net, trapping the Desolation Emperor within. Suppress. Suppress. Under Long Chen's relentless output of power, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns slammed into the ground, completely trapping the Barren Emperor within. The Barren Emperor couldn't move at all, and at this moment, Long Chen's huge dragon tail swung down like the largest whip in the world. It landed heavily on the Barren Emperor, who was trapped within the golden demon imprisonment columns. In that instant, Long Chen could see blood splattering everywhere. Dead? The tail was the greatest strength of Long Chen's ancestral dragon body. The power of a divine dragon's tail was even stronger than a dragon's claws. Therefore, when he hit the Desolation Great Emperor in a sealed state, Long Chen only felt blood splatter everywhere and nothing else. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Long Chen realized that the Desolation Great Emperor wouldn't be easy to deal with. The space of despair shrank once again. Mo Xiaolang wasn't worried about himself. Since Long Chen had chosen to fight, he could only watch. At this moment, he was also looking for the Desolation Great Emperor's position. At that moment, a frightening aura descended. The Desolation Great Emperor wasn't dead. How could such a creature be killed by the suppression of Long Chen's golden demon suppressing column? Dragon, you can enter my stomach now. At this moment, a pitiful voice rang out in the gravity maze. The splatter of blood was expanding rapidly. The Desolation Great Emperor was finally going to reveal his true form. Dragon Devourer. It was also a creature shrouded in clouds, but it was even bigger than Long Chen. In the dusky space, Long Chen could feel the other party's flesh growing rapidly. More and more balls of flesh appeared out of thin air, making Long Chen feel an extreme sense of danger and fear. His divine dragon body was huge, but the dragon devourer was even bigger. The balls of flesh piled up in front of Long Chen were probably more than 20,000 meters in diameter. This was the Desolation Great Emperor. This was the dragon devourer. Long Chen couldn't see the Desolation Great Emperor's face for the time being. He could only see the huge mouth that was thousands of meters long. A disgusting smell came from the beast's mouth, and he could vaguely see the rows of shark-like teeth. Compared to Long Chen's dragon claws, it was even more shocking. This place seems too small. You can't unleash your full potential. In that case, I'll give you a bigger space. The Desolation Great Emperor's voice came from the darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, the rune walls of the confinement room began to shatter and disappear in large amounts. Let's go. The Desolation Great Emperor laughed heartily. The huge ball of flesh that was comparable to a mountain instantly disappeared in front of Long Chen and rose upwards. Long Chen sensed the smell of the draconic continent. Above was the exit. Although the gravity-bewildering array wasn't small, it was indeed small for Long Chen and the Desolation Great Emperor. The divine dragon body passed through the dense fog and finally arrived at the entrance of the ancient demon domain. This place was uninhabited and covered in fog. The space was huge, and it was the perfect place for a battle. The Desolation Great Emperor probably knew that Long Chen wouldn't enter his mouth obediently. After coming out, Long Chen soared into the sky and finally got a clear look at the giant beast. It was similar to the second statue. The dragon-devouring beast had the wings of a divine dragon. It had no limbs and was just a huge and disgusting ball of flesh. Its weight was at least 50 times that of Long Chen. Its length, height, and width were all more than 20,000 meters, while Long Chen was only 10,000 meters long. Therefore, if the dragon-devouring beast devoured Long Chen, he probably wouldn't feel any pressure at all. In particular, its horrifying mouth was almost 3,000 meters long. There were countless rows of sharp teeth inside, making one's hair stand on end. With such a horrifying appearance in front of Long Chen, ordinary divine dragons would probably be frightened out of their wits. This strange creature was simply a divine dragon's nightmare. Of course, it was only limited to young dragons. A true divine dragon would be a nightmare for the dragon-devouring beast. To be honest, after coming out of there, Long Chen could take Mo Xiaolang and leave. However, he couldn't because the space of despair outside Mo Xiaolang had shrunk to the point that it was sticking to Mo Xiaolang's body. If it shrunk any further, Mo Xiaolang would definitely be squeezed to death. Long Chen had no way of getting rid of this space of despair. The only way was for the Desolation Great Emperor to get rid of it himself. This was a life-and-death situation where the future was unpredictable. Long Chen was on the verge of going crazy. So what if he came out? There was no way to escape now. All he could do was kill. The 10,000-meter-long body swooped down from the sky and headed for the dragon-devouring beast again. Hatred filled Long Chen's eyes. "I'm really, really excited. Dragon, are you going to come into my stomach?" What a wise choice. The huge dragon-devouring beast stayed where it was. Due to its huge size, it couldn't move at all. However, when Long Chen's divine dragon tail whip smashed towards the dragon-devouring beast again, its body actually became illusory. The huge meatball actually appeared in another direction. Can you catch up with me? If the dragon-devouring beast wasn't good at illusory and speed, how could it steal the young dragons? Long Chen was almost driven crazy by him. Let me show you what I've achieved. The Desolation Great Emperor suddenly opened his mouth. In his mouth, a total of 5 perfect divine dragon skeletons appeared. Under the control of the dragon-devouring beast, these divine dragons were only left with skeletons, but they still charged towards Long Chen. "My darling, you will soon become one of them. Hurry up and enter my stomach." Otherwise, your brother Xiao Lang seems to be in trouble." As the Desolation Great Emperor laughed and the skeletons of the divine dragons spread towards Long Chen, the space of despair had already started to squeeze Mo Xiaolang's body. Chapter 1642. Crack. This sound was simply a nightmare for Long Chen. Long Chen could clearly hear Mo Xiaolang let out a low cry of pain. The destructive power of the space of despair was definitely much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. "Dragon, didn't you say that you value your brotherhood the most? For him, you don't even have the resolve to die. What kind of brother are you? Your brother can only endure the pain for a quarter of an hour at most. After a quarter of an hour, he'll be squeezed into minced meat. Perhaps he won't die at that time, but he'll have to endure endless torture. Can you really bear to see all of this?" The Desolation Emperor continued with his despairing smile, "If it were me, I would choose to run away immediately. Look, this world is so beautiful, why would I die for this so-called brother of mine? So, what will you, Long Chen, choose? You must be quick. If you are late by just a little bit, your brother will be squeezed into minced meat. Hurry up and put it into my stomach. My stomach is already hungry and thirsty." The Desolation Emperor's voice was like a nightmare, tormenting Long Chen again and again. He could see that Mo Xiaolang was gnashing his teeth. However, was there really no other way? Was he going to die for sure? He was not willing. Why did brotherly love need to be tested? Why did the Desolation Emperor win in the end? Apart from throwing his life away, Long Chen wanted to save Mo Xiaolang. He didn't want him to die, nor did he want him to suffer such terrible torture. What should he do? If he died like this, what should he do? Yang Lingqing needed him, Lingxi needed him, and even the whole world needed him. Countless choices made Long Chen collapse. "Big brother, hurry up and leave. Big brother, hurry up and leave. I know you're good to me, but you can't fall for his tricks. Even if you sacrifice yourself, so what? And don't forget, you still have many important things to do. They all need you, as well as your father. He gave you such a great mission, and you still haven't completed it. You haven't even begun the calamity of the city lord of the wronged. If you choose to die like this, no one will be able to forgive you, not even I. This is my, Mo Xiaolang's, life. I admit it. In this life, no matter what you choose, you will always be my brother. I know you want me to live even if you have to die, but this is already a dead end. Big brother, you should make the right choice. As long as you avenge me in the future, I will have no regrets. Big brother. Hurry up and leave." Under the pressure of the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, and his delicate face became miserable and hideous. He roared and roared crazily, trying to wake Long Chen up and let him know what was important. "Big brother, aren't you always very decisive? Why can't you tell what's important this time? I, Mo Xiaolang, am a small matter. The others who need you are the most important. The feelings between us brothers don't need to be proven or defended with death. You are not a child, you are more mature and decisive than me. This decision could have been easily made by you." Mo Xiaolang almost went crazy. However, Long Chen's hesitation and indifference had tormented him at all times. "Stop talking." Long Chen's eyes were also bloodshot. He tore all the dragon skeletons that the dragon devourer beast had spat out. The ancient blood spirit dragon swirled in the sky, its angry blood burning. Long Chen's blood was boiling, and his heart was filled with a large amount of frustration. He wanted to release it, he would not admit defeat, he could not lose like this. A mere dragon devourer beast dared to anger the ancestral dragon. Long Chen bore the pressure that almost made him explode. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and in that instant, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Long Chen raised his huge dragon claw, and in his claw, the massacre dragon seal appeared. Desolation Emperor. I want you dead. The massacre dragon seal, which carried the power of 1,000,000,000,000 massacres, pressed down. 99 golden demon imprisonment columns danced in the sky, each expanding to 1,000 meters tall. Under Long Chen's stimulation, they reached their most perfect state. The golden demon imprisonment columns descended from the sky like sharp spears, all stabbing into the Desolation Emperor's back, forming a suppressive seal. The moment the golden demon imprisonment columns pressed down, the Desolation Emperor was unable to move or move. The power of a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns was rather terrifying when it was fully unleashed. The Slaughter Dragon seal slammed into the Desolation Grand Emperor's body, tearing off a huge chunk of flesh from his body. This claw nearly tore off 1/20th of the Desolation Grand Emperor's body. Long Chen had torn apart the Desolation Emperor's flesh, which was almost equivalent to his own physique. The sky was filled with flesh and blood, and the majority of the grey desert was dyed red. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor was truly injured, and he let out a painful howl. Long Chen realized that the Desolation Emperor was not that strong. He was just good at dodging, good at dodging. Go to hell. Long Chen's mystical dragon body rotated rapidly in the sky, and the golden demon imprisonment columns assembled in an instant, forming a 10,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column. Under the sweep of Long Chen's dragon tail, heaven and earth exploded, and the mountains and rivers split. The 10,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column slammed into the Desolation Emperor's body, sending his huge meatball flying. Blood splattered everywhere, forming a river on the ground. After rolling a few times on the ground, the Desolation Emperor finally stabilized his body. At that moment, he was a bloody mess. Dragon, you underestimate me. The Desolation Emperor laughed loudly. At that moment, his wounds were recovering at a terrifying speed. I, the dragon-devouring beast, am a genius. I devoured 5 dragon martial artists, and I have all their mystiques. My physique is no weaker than a mystical dragon's. Compared to the sun-devouring demon wolf, we are even more favored by the heavens. If I lived in the era of billions of mystical dragons, would be the strongest in history. By the time he finished speaking, the Desolation Emperor had completely recovered. I'm immortal, but Xiao Lang isn't. The Desolation Emperor laughed loudly. At that moment, Long Chen heard Mo Xiaolang scream in pain. He looked down and saw that the space of despair had already surrounded Mo Xiaolang. The terrifying power was squeezing out his blood, and his bones were breaking. His handsome face was distorted by the pressure. It was unimaginable pain. Big brother, I'm begging you. Leave, please. I'm not worth your life. You have a better choice. You're so smart, why are you so stupid now? Long Chen could only shake his head in pain. He didn't know what to do. He knew that escaping was the best choice. After all, there were more people who needed him. However, he couldn't watch Mo Xiaolang die like that. If he did, he would be in pain for the rest of his life. He would never be able to live in peace. Father, tell me. What choice should I make? This crisis had actually made Long Chen lose all sense of propriety. The Desolation Emperor couldn't be defeated. Mo Xiaolang was constantly being squeezed by the Desolation Emperor. Perhaps he would lose his life soon. The Desolation Emperor's voice was filled with temptation as it resounded in his ears. Come on, dragon. I can swear to the heavens that Xiao Lang is my adopted son. I can't bear to kill him. Wouldn't it be great if you obediently entered my stomach? Everyone would be happy. You would die, and Xiao Lang would live. Can Xiao Lang help you complete your matters? That would be the most perfect ending. Why do you care about your own life for your brother? Am I right? In my opinion, a person as affectionate as you should die for your brother. This voice was like a poison that entered Long Chen's body, causing him to go crazy. Shut up. The space of despair shrank once more. Long Chen was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were incomparably red. The fiendish aura that belonged to the ancestral dragon filled the air around him. In truth, the Desolation Emperor was also very frightened at this moment. The Lingxi sword appeared beside Long Chen. Long Chen used the tip of his dragon tail to hold the Lingxi sword in place. What is this? The Desolation Emperor laughed. At that moment, Long Chen let out an earth-shattering roar. His dragon tail was like long hair, stabbing towards the Desolation Emperor. His tail carried the Lingxi sword and pierced 1,000 meters into the Desolation Emperor's body. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor's Yuan spirit was injured, and he let out a scream that shook the entire Desolation Emperor domain. The ground within 1,000 li cracked. The power of the Lingxi sword was even more terrifying at this crucial moment. This move almost caused the Desolation Emperor to die from the pain. He was enraged. He was incomparably enraged. A fierce, bloody aura spread in all directions. Dragon. Despicable dragon. I gave you time to choose, but you refused. I gave you a chance to let Xiaolang live. You hypocrite, but you covet your own life. You don't deserve to be Mo Xiaolang's brother. Since you don't care about his life, then I'll let Mo Xiaolang die right now. Space of despair, shrink. Shrink. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang let out a painful scream. He tried his best to control himself, not letting himself be too cowardly. However, the pain of his entire body being squeezed was too terrifying. No one in this world could endure it. The space of despair shrank several times faster than before. In 10 breaths of time, Mo Xiaolang will die. I'll give you one last chance. 10. 9. 8. 7. Mo Xiaolang's body had already been squeezed out of shape. His flesh was a bloody mess. Long Chen was living in the most painful torment he had ever experienced. He made his decision. Although it wasn't nice to be stuck here, he still had to take the exam. Chapter 1643. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was enduring unimaginable pain. Such inhumane torture was rare in the world. Big brother, kill me. Kill me. Only Long Chen could attack the space of despair, and Mo Xiaolang could no longer endure the 10 breaths of time. Under the pressure of the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang was badly mutilated and looked extremely frightening. Long Chen's heart was bleeding. His eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was heavy. Over the past 10 years, he had never been so angry when he saw millions of people die. 6. With a smile, the Desolation Great Emperor uttered another number. Mo Xiaolang's body was about to be crushed. Words couldn't describe the tragedy he was in. Big brother, kill me. His voice was already muffled, and he seemed to be crying. Mo Xiaolang had always been a strong person, but at this moment, Long Chen's mind was blank, and he almost lost the ability to think. He was in a daze, and his eyes were filled with misery. He let out an incomparably angry and tragic roar, and then said 3 words, I admit defeat. He really did admit defeat. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he admitted defeat. Back when he faced the Lingwu Sword Master, he didn't feel so powerless, because at that time, he was the one being killed. He could risk his life and ignore the consequences. But now, he was holding Xiaolang's life in his hands. He was almost hysterical, and he roared at the Desolation Emperor, let him go, I'm willing to let you devour me. At this time, the Desolation Emperor had already counted to 5. After hearing Long Chen's words, the despair space finally stopped shrinking. It even expanded a portion of the space, allowing Mo Xiaolang to survive tenaciously and have a chance to catch his breath. Even so, Mo Xiaolang was on the brink of death at this moment. He was only able to hold on for the time being due to his strong vitality. At this time, his head and limbs were no longer visible, and he was almost squeezed into a creature like a dragon-devouring beast. It was clear how terrifying the pain was. "Dragon, I don't like lying children. If you go back on your word, I'll kill him in an instant. Remember, it's only an instant." The Desolation Emperor's voice was filled with unconcealable ecstasy. Long Chen gripped the huge dragon star tightly. The blood-red eyes of the primordial blood spiritual dragon flickered with a bloodthirsty brilliance. Around him, a large amount of blood-colored mist filled the air, dyeing the sky within a radius of several dozen miles blood-red. "I've said it, and I won't go back on my word." Long Chen didn't know what he was doing, nor did he know how many tasks were on his shoulders. He only knew that he couldn't let Mo Xiaolang die. He couldn't let his brother die. If Mo Xiaolang died, he wouldn't be able to live peacefully for the rest of his life. "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang's breathing was weak, and he said these two words unwillingly. He really didn't want Long Chen to do this. If he wasn't unconscious, he would definitely scold Long Chen and scold Long Chen for making the most foolish decision. He actually wanted to use his own life in exchange for Mo Xiaolang's life. Moreover, Long Chen wasn't just shouldering his own life. He was shouldering too many responsibilities, including the fate of all living beings. Why was he so foolish at this moment? Why was he so reckless? Long Chen didn't know either. He only knew that there was a strong desire in his heart. He absolutely couldn't let his brother die like this. This desire surpassed everything, including his rationality. Perhaps this desire was called brotherly love. Even if he had to use his life to exchange for it, at this moment, perhaps even rationality was a luxury for Long Chen. The Desolation Emperor laughed heartily. "What a touching pair. It's a pity that you're too important to me. Otherwise, I might really be moved by you too and let you go." The meatball that was covered in dragon scales rolled on the ground. Its huge mouth was wide open, and its deep throat was clearly visible. Its throat was actually filled with thorns. "Dragon, I advise you not to try anything funny. Let me tell you, I, the Desolation Emperor, am a man of my words. I said that I would let Mo Xiaolang go after this, so I will definitely let him go. However, if you try anything funny, I believe that Mo Xiaolang will die a horrible death. Furthermore, the space of despair isn't something that can be removed by killing me. If you kill me, then no one will be able to stop the space of despair from shrinking. Therefore, since you've decided, you should accept your fate. You will only have one ending, death. You're great. You've sacrificed your life for your brother. I believe that Mo Xiaolang will remember you for the rest of his life. What a touching brotherly love. Can you shut up?" Long Chen's blood-red eyes stared coldly at him. Behind Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang was in extreme pain. His bloodshot eyes were filled with grief and anger as he stared blankly at Long Chen. However, he was so weak that he couldn't even utter a single word. "Xiaolang, help me with something." Long Chen's voice rang in his ears. "I have the body of the ancestral dragon. I don't believe that this grandson will be able to swallow me. However, I'm not confident. This is just an attempt to risk my life. I have no other choice but to risk my life. Therefore, I'll leave Lingqing to you. If I'm really gone, please help me look after Lingxi. Don't let her do anything stupid." Mo Xiaolang was extremely unwilling, but he couldn't refuse because Long Chen didn't give him the authority to do so. No. In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi was extremely resolute. She bit her pale lips and said, "I won't. Absolutely not. Even if it's a risk, I'll choose to go with you. If you're gone, there's nothing you can do to stop me from going with you. Chen, this is the first time I've refused you. If you want to take a risk alone, I won't agree even if I die. I believe that if you go, there's nothing in this world that can stop me from going with you. Towards the end, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Perhaps this was the nature of their love. They would follow each other to the death. 10 years ago, when they were still in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, they had already gone through life and death together while being pursued by the royal family of Biang Imperial City. Lingxi's determination made it impossible for Long Chen to refuse. At that moment, he could only helplessly close his eyes. Only Long Chen knew how terrifying the Desolation Emperor was. What made him so terrifying wasn't his true battle prowess, but his schemes and strategies. From the very beginning, he had completely schemed against Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Everything went according to his plan, including Long Chen's guess that he was a dragon-devouring beast and his release from the 100,000-year imprisonment. Dragon. The Desolation Emperor's voice was filled with greed. He stuck out his huge, bloody tongue, and green saliva dripped down like a waterfall, causing a disgusting stench to sweep over. Come, my stomach is the legendary dragon hell. No matter what kind of dragon you are, you can't escape from me. We dragon-devouring beasts are the most perfect race in the world. We are the invincible dragon-devouring beasts. Come. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth that were like swords, flashing with a soul-stirring light. A huge suction force acted on Long Chen's body. From the Desolation Emperor's mouth to where Long Chen was, a passage formed by gray runes was formed. In this passage, the huge tearing force of the dragon hell was like countless tentacles that wrapped around Long Chen's body. Don't resist. If you do, I'll shrink the space of despair. If I shrink it a little, Mo Xiaolang might die. If that happens, it won't be worth it for you. The Desolation Emperor's gloomy voice sounded beside Long Chen. The huge divine dragon that was filled with a murderous aura had been suppressed by the dragon-devouring beast from the very beginning. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang shouted once again, unwilling to give up. However, these two angry words had already made him lose the strength to continue speaking. Who? A huge force acted on Long Chen's body. Remember what happened to my sister. Long Chen whispered the last sentence in his ear. He used the power of nirvana to surround Yang Lingqing's statue and send it out of the ancient demon domain. At the same time, he let Mo Xiaolang land on the ground. When Mo Xiaolang was free, he would take Yang Lingqing's statue away. Long Chen had no choice. He didn't even have the chance to doubt the Desolation Emperor. He could only choose to believe him. The disgusting mouth, the so-called dragon hell, launched its final devourer towards Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to resist. He had already made his decision. If he resisted, it would be equivalent to failing at the last step. The Desolation Emperor had grasped Long Chen's Achilles heel. In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi used the Six Paths Immortal Sword to suppress the City Lord of the Tragic Death's heart. There were no tears in her eyes. To her, if she really had no choice, she would die with Long Chen. This was a beautiful ending. She had no regrets. She didn't blame Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang was a brother worthy of Long Chen. No. The sun-devouring dire wolf that landed on the ground let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the huge ancestral dragon was swallowed by the dragon-devouring beast. The dragon-devouring beast was extremely thirsty. It didn't even chew before swallowing the 10,000-meter-long divine dragon into its so-called dragon hell. After that, he let out a burp. Its fat belly began to shine with a blood-red radiance. It's starting to digest. What a great tonic. Digesting this guy will bring great benefits to my upcoming nirvana tribulation. The Desolation Emperor let out a proud smile. He had been lying low for so long, waiting for this day. In the midst of his pride, his gaze shifted to the dazed Mo Xiaolang. Chapter 1644. Xiao Lang. The Desolation Emperor had already swallowed Long Chen into his stomach. His huge body squirmed, and his hideous face revealed an incomparably satisfied expression. As he activated the Dragon Devourer beast's special ability to digest a divine dragon, he said to the dazed Mo Xiaolang, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm helping you. You must hate Long Chen a lot, right? After all, you're a peerless genius, but you've been suppressed by a mere dragon warrior, unable to display your brilliance. But now, you're the #1 genius in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. And I'm also the #1 expert in the 3 regions and 9 worlds." He ignored the hatred in Mo Xiaolang's eyes and continued proudly, "He's already in my stomach. For the sake of the Desolation Emperor region's strength, and for the two of us to advance, I could only temporarily wrong you and let you suffer. But now, there's a chance for you to make great progress. I can let you transform again, and even let you surpass Long Chen. In order for your injuries to fully recover, all you need to do is forget about Long Chen. Can you do that?" The strange giant beast that covered the sky chattered in front of Mo Xiaolang. The space of despair was slowly expanding, but it still hadn't dissipated. The Desolation Emperor was a cautious person. He knew that Long Chen was still struggling in his stomach. Before he completely digested Long Chen, he wouldn't let Mo Xiaolang escape. But at least now, Mo Xiaolang had a chance to recover. There were no words to describe Mo Xiaolang's feelings at the moment. His mind was blank. The scene of Long Chen entering the Dragon Devourer beast's stomach without hesitation kept replaying in his mind. He kept recalling every word Long Chen had said. These words made his eyes brim with tears and his blood boil. Mo Xiaolang's heart was in turmoil. If he had the chance, he was willing to tell Long Chen that he was willing to follow Long Chen for life and fight to the end. But now, he didn't even have the chance. Not only Long Chen, but even Lingxi had followed him into the body of the Desolation Emperor. "Xiao Lang, I know you hate me, but everyone is selfish, right? Other than that stupid dragon just now, he is simply the most stupid person in the world. What he thinks of as love is actually a joke. You will understand in the future, so we are now in a cooperative relationship. I'll give you a chance to cooperate with me. There will be a huge change in the future, and I need you to help me cross the Nirvana tribulation. Don't worry, this is a very simple matter for you because you are a sun-devouring fiend wolf. You are the natural enemy of flames, you are their nemesis." 9 stages of Nirvana tribulation. Starting from the 5th stage, each stage is a nightmare. The intensity and lethality of the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation is incomparable to the 4th stage of the Nirvana tribulation. In the past million years, there were only a few great emperors who managed to reach the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. Heaven is cruel, no one can survive. The 2 from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace are all at the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. But even I can't face the even more terrifying 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation after passing the 5th stage, the 9 heavens lightning beast. The 3 of us chose an unorthodox method to prolong our lives. I locked myself in the confinement room for 100,000 years until I had the confidence and strength to face the 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation. Xiao Lang, do you know how happy I was when I found out that you were a sun-devouring fiend wolf? The Desolation Emperor laughed crazily and said, "That's because the possibility of me passing the 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation is much higher. What you might not know is that in the entire history of the 3 regions and 9 realms, only a few people have passed the 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation. Its name is the Hellfire Flame Star Beast. Just like the 9 heavens lightning beast, the Hellfire Flame Star Beast is also a beast that descended from the sky. However, it is not lightning, but flames. The power of the Hellfire Flame Star Beast is many times stronger than the heart-eroding demon fire. Moreover, unlike the previous 4 stages of Nirvana tribulation, the 9 Heavens Lightning Beast and the Hellfire Flame Star Beast are spirits of heaven and earth. They have intelligence. Fighting against them is much easier than fighting against the previous 4 stages of Nirvana tribulation. The difficulty of the 5th stage of Nirvana tribulation has stopped almost all the 4th stage Nirvana tribulation martialists in the 3 regions and 9 realms. As for the 6th stage, the Hellfire Flame Astral Behemoth, it basically stopped all the great emperors in history. Now you understand how terrifying the 9 Heavens Lightning Beast and the Hellfire Flame Star Beast are, right? The heavenly way is murderous. In this world, no one can escape the fate of death. Even if you can resist the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, you can only live for 1,000 years at most. After 1,000 years, there will be a Nirvana tribulation that is 10 times more terrifying. Every martialist's biggest enemy is not anyone, but the Nirvana tribulation. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, we are all crazy. For survival, for everything. The so-called feelings, whether it is family, friendship, or love, are useless. Only survival is the most important thing. In the end, he fixed his eyes on Mo Xiaolang and said, "And you are the darling of the heavenly way. You are the nemesis of fire. The 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation that makes us tremble with fear. For millions of years, no one has been able to pass it. The Hellfire Flame Star Beast is just a joke to you." In a frenzy, he looked at the sky and said, "Today, with your help, I will have a better chance to fight against the Hellfire Flame Star Beast." Rumor has it that when the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth descends, the land within a radius of 30 million li, 1/10 of the desolate Emperor region, will be burned to ashes. This is the burial ground of the demon race's ancestors. Everything will be destroyed. Because of this, they will be proud of me when they see everything. The 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation was about to descend. Mo Xiaolang didn't know that the 5th stage of Nirvana tribulation and above would change. He thought it would be the same as before, with the addition of another attribute. But what did this have to do with him? Mo Xiaolang only thought of hatred. He didn't want the desolate emperor to die because of the Nirvana tribulation, and he would rather kill him himself. While the desolate emperor was in a frenzy, Mo Xiaolang calmed down. He remembered what Long Chen had said before. At this moment, the desolate emperor's stomach was still tumbling, which meant that Long Chen might not be dead. He was the ancestral dragon, which was the world's top bloodline. Long Chen had 2 ancestral dragon bodies and a dragon devourer beast. Did he really have the guts to challenge the ancient top bloodline? After a short period of pain, Mo Xiaolang's eyes glowed with the will to fight. He believed that he hadn't lost. Long Chen hadn't lost either. Xiaolang. An opportunity to become a pinnacle expert is right in front of us. You can silently devour the power of the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth. The heavenly Tao won't be able to discover your existence, and I can become stronger, even stronger. We will all become top existences. We will go to the eternal God domain and see the home of the gods. Are you willing? He lived in desire and dreams. In his opinion, Mo Xiaolang had the potential to become a person like him. When he looked at Mo Xiaolang with longing in his eyes, Mo Xiaolang's eyes glowed with fanaticism. He said, "If you don't open this space of despair, how can I devour the Hellfire Flame Star Beast for you?" The desolate emperor laughed. "There's no hurry, there's no hurry. The treasure in my stomach hasn't been completely digested yet. Look, he's screaming, he's struggling, and he's gradually dying. When his power is digested, when I absorb his bloodline, I will release you according to our agreement." Mo Xiaolang knew that the desolate emperor was cunning. In fact, how could he trust Mo Xiaolang at this moment? He was certain that Mo Xiaolang would definitely want to avenge Long Chen immediately, and the turning point was on the Hellfire Flame Star Beast. As long as Mo Xiaolang devoured the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, he would be able to pass through the Nirvana tribulation more smoothly. After that, even if Mo Xiaolang had the power, he would have to digest it. It was uncertain if he could continue to live. What should I do? Promise him first. When he opens the space of despair, I will escape. When you are about to be killed by the Nirvana tribulation, I will appear and devour the Hellfire Flame Star Beast. This was the plan that Mo Xiaolang came up with in a short time. However, he hoped that there was another possibility, which was that Long Chen was still alive. Don't move, don't move. Isn't it better to let me digest you obediently? The desolate emperor continued to laugh. And in his stomach, devouring divine dragons was the talent of the dragon-devouring beast bloodline. Therefore, there was a natural magical power in his stomach that could disintegrate a perfect creature like the divine dragon. Long Chen felt that he was in an illusory world. He could not see anything, and his will was gradually being worn away. In fact, he felt very comfortable, as if he was going through a happy process. This process was like a dream, a happy dream. No matter what kind of creature it was easier to die in a comfortable situation. He dreamed of peace, and his dream came true. He played with Lingxi in the mountains and rivers. Life was so happy. He seemed to have his own children, family, and so on, but Lingxi, who was beside him, seemed to be a little worried. He kept asking, "What are you thinking about?" Then, Lingxi told him, "If you don't wake up, you will die." What? Long Chen did not understand what he meant. He was living well. Why would he die? Tears streamed down Lingxi's face. She looked at Long Chen with a pained expression and said, "Have you forgotten everything? You're a little wolf, and you've been swallowed by the desolate Grand Emperor. Your body is currently being digested, and one day, you'll die and disappear completely." What? As if struck by lightning, Long Chen suddenly woke up. At the first moment, he found that his 10,000-meter-long body was crawling with phantasmagoric beasts. They were like aphids, densely clustered around him. Chapter 1645. Phantasm Beast. It was the thing that caused Long Chen to fall into the illusion and euthanized Long Chen. It was the parasite on the dragon-swallowing beast. The fact that the dragon-swallowing beast could digest the divine dragon with its weak stomach had a lot to do with the phantasm beast. There were hundreds of thousands of phantasm beasts crawling all over Long Chen's body. At that moment, Long Chen felt a stinging pain all over his body, and his scalp went numb. The stinging pain was due to the dragon-swallowing beast's ability to digest the divine dragon. The disgusting digestive juices had already drowned Long Chen. Chen! Lingxi, who was shouting anxiously, finally cried tears of joy when she saw that Long Chen had finally woken up. When Long Chen came in and was swarmed by the phantasm beasts, she had been desperately trying to wake Long Chen up. However, it did not work at first. Fortunately, Long Chen's willpower was also very strong, so he woke up at this time under Lingxi's call. However, the dragon-swallowing beast's terrifying digestive ability had already swept over. Long Chen's originally hard dragon scales had become weak and fragile under the digestion of the dragon-swallowing beast. If the digestive juices were to enter his flesh, he might really be destroyed. When the hundreds of thousands of phantasm beasts realized that Long Chen had woken up, they all let out shrill screams, wanting to completely confuse Long Chen. However, Long Chen had already woken up. How could he be confused again? Monstrous anger exploded in his mind. He was the ancestral dragon, and he was actually swallowed? Was there really a creature in this world that could make the ancestral dragon a joke? At that moment, Long Chen's body began to struggle intensely. He endured the excruciating pain and rolled his body. The hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts were flung away by his terrifying strength. The eruption of nirvana energy formed countless blood arrows that stabbed all the phantasmal beasts to death. At the same time, the blood arrows pierced the bodies of the dragon-swallowing beasts. The dragon-devouring beast that was trying to tempt Mo Xiaolang let out an earth-shattering cry. His entire body began to roll, and his flesh and blood trembled as he panted desperately. With the huge body of a dragon-devouring beast, his panting immediately caused the sand and dust in the entire desert to fly up. Dragon. The dragon-devouring beast was dumbfounded. It did not expect Long Chen to wake up at this moment. There was no reason for that. There were hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts in his body. Generally speaking, a young dragon did not have the primordial spirit power to resist the attacks of so many phantasmal beasts. What it did not know was that Long Chen had Lingxi's reminder and the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon. The wrath of the divine dragon erupted at this moment. As long as Long Chen moved his body gently in his body, he could make the dragon-devouring beast despair. What he longed for had finally happened. The slowly recovering Mo Xiaolang finally revealed a surprised smile. Long Chen was not dead. How could the dignified ancestral dragon be digested by a disgusting thing like the dragon-devouring beast? He would be digested, and the ancestral dragon bloodline would also make him explode. Dragon. Stop. If you move again, I'll kill the wolf cub right away. Immediately. The space of despair was still enveloping Mo Xiaolang. The Desolation Emperor still had the power to threaten him. Big brother, he wants me to help him cross the nirvana tribulation, so he actually does not want to kill me. Mo Xiaolang said loudly. The Desolation Emperor did not expect that after telling this to Mo Xiaolang, it would become the other party's counterattack at this time. Long Chen immediately understood. He used the power of nirvana to wash away the disgusting digestive juices of the dragon-devouring beast, and then said coldly, Desolation Emperor, I think it is best that we do not make a move. You have already seen that it is easy for me to kill you now. In your body, I can immediately make your whole body explode, and you will die under the nirvana tribulation until nothing is left. You have already missed the opportunity and can no longer devour me. So, let's each take a step back. You let Xiaolang go, and I will spare you. How about it? The Desolation Emperor fell into silence. The plan to devour Long Chen did not succeed, and Mo Xiaolang would not devour the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth for him. In other words, the possibility of him passing the sixth nirvana tribulation was very low. The Desolation Emperor had planned for so long, but he did not want to take this risk, but now, he was not willing. However, if he did not take the risk, Long Chen would not be able to digest it. He could only let him out, or else he would be killed by the other party. The enemy inside the body was definitely the most terrifying. He still did not understand how hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts could not anesthetize Long Chen. This Long Chen's primordial spirit was actually this powerful? Wasn't he a young dragon? No matter what kind of dragon it was, as long as it was a young dragon, it would not be able to resist the phantasmal beasts with primordial spirit power. In fact, the dragon-devouring beast could devour divine dragons because of two aspects. First, it had a powerful ability to digest and absorb. It could disintegrate the divine dragon's body and absorb the power of its bloodline. Second, it was the countless phantasmal beasts that were born with the birth of the dragon-devouring beast. Their numbers would increase rapidly as the dragon-devouring beast grew up. The strongest dragon-devouring beast even had hundreds of millions of phantasmal beasts in its body. That kind of dragon-devouring beast almost had the power of a divine dragon. Long Chen killing the phantasmal beasts meant that the Desolation Emperor had lost his ability to devour divine dragons. This made the Desolation Emperor want to cry. He did not expect such a situation to happen. However, the Desolation Emperor did not want to lose. Although devouring divine dragons required the power of the phantasmal beasts, the dragon-devouring beast had such a huge reputation, and it was more related to itself. When the phantasmal beasts died in large numbers, the Desolation Emperor could only take the risk. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were waiting for his decision vigilantly. The Desolation Emperor said in a helpless tone, "All right, I promise you. As long as you come out, I will remove the space of despair." "Who believes you?" "As long as you remove the space of despair, I will come out," Long Chen said coldly. While waiting for the Desolation Emperor's decision, the Desolation Emperor suddenly said with a sinister expression, "Do you really think I will let you out? Go to hell. My dragon-devouring clan is the natural nemesis of divine dragons. Even if you are awake, do you really think I can't eat you?" Something happened again. Before the Desolation Emperor finished his last sentence, he activated the dragon-devouring mystique. If the phantasmal beasts used warm water to boil Long Chen to death, then the dragon-devouring mystique used fire to burn Long Chen dry. The reason why the Desolation Emperor relied on the phantasmal beasts instead of the dragon-devouring mystique was because the dragon-devouring mystique required more than 50% of the dragon-devouring mystique's life essence. If it succeeded, it would be a gain. If it failed, it would be a loss. At the start, the Desolation Emperor used words to confuse Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was discussing whether to remove the space of despair or to come out first, the cunning Desolation Emperor burned 50% of his life essence to use the dragon-devouring mystique. Dragon-devouring mystique, activate. Within the body of the dragon-devouring mystique, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels formed a mystique, with the stomach as the center. A gray mystique formed inside, with countless gray runes. The runes were like wild beasts, opening their bloody mouths and roaring madly on the mystique. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, bones, meridians, flesh, and blood were all burning, forming a gray flame that poured into the stomach of the dragon-devouring mystique, which was where Long Chen was now. The stomach of the dragon-devouring mystique was incomparably huge, occupying more than half of the physique of the dragon-devouring mystique. On the inner wall of the stomach of the dragon-devouring mystique, there was a rune wall similar to the one in the confinement room for 500 years. At this moment, countless gray flames emerged from the wall. These gray flames were digesting flames that were dozens of times stronger than the digestive fluid. It was also the ultimate move of the dragon-devouring mystique. Die. Don't doubt that I will lose to you after killing the phantasmal beasts. If I, the dragon-devouring mystique, were so easy to deal with, would we be the nightmare of the mystical dragons? The Desolation Emperor's maniacal laughter resounded. When the gray flames touched his body, Long Chen felt a pain that was 100 times stronger than before. The pain penetrated his heart. This pain came from all over his body. Long Chen could clearly feel that his ancestral dragon physique was actually smiling. After all, he was still a young dragon, and his body was not that strong. Massacre Dragon Seal. At this moment, Long Chen used all the strength in his body to cast the Massacre Dragon Seal. The Massacre Dragon Seal hit the Desolation Emperor's stomach, causing the entire stomach to tremble. The Desolation Emperor let out a violent scream and increased the output of the gray flames, pushing Long Chen away. I will use 70% of my life essence to digest you. I don't believe that you can still hold on. The Desolation Emperor laughed hysterically. The Desolation Emperor had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. 70% of his life essence was his craziest output, and most of it was used to deal with Long Chen. For Long Chen, who was now in a passive position, it was very disadvantageous. His anger and hatred were suppressed by the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor had already gone mad. I want to die here. In the terrifying burning of the gray flames, Long Chen thought of this problem. He was extremely unwilling, extremely unwilling. He still had too many things to do. If he died here, it would be too much of a pity. It would be too vexing. He was not willing. Even if it was for Xiao Lang, it was all worth it. But to be tricked by the Desolation Emperor just like that, it was not worth it. The Desolation Emperor was a dragon-devouring beast. This was a filthy race that the mystical dragons hated. Long Chen was someone who had the deepest pride in his bones. Yet, he actually had to stay in this filthy stomach. At this moment, not only was Long Chen's nascent divinity resonating, but his blood and every particle in his body were all resonating intensely. He wanted to turn the tables. Chapter 1646. Anger. Hatred. Death. Unwillingness. When his dignity was trampled on, when his bloodline was tainted by filth, Long Chen's entire body was filled with hot blood. The pride in his bloodline was ignited, and it exploded again and again, each time more intense than the last. Inside the dragon-swallowing beast's body, Long Chen was still resisting with all his might despite the gray flames burning inside it. The Desolation Emperor didn't even have the chance to talk to Mo Xiaolang as he resisted Long Chen with all his might. Compared to Long Chen, the Desolation Emperor was suffering a lot more pain and torture. As long as I digest him, I will be able to advance further. To be tens of thousands of meters long as a young dragon, this Long Chen is definitely a rare high-level divine dragon. Once I devour his bloodline, I will reach the heavens in a single step. The Desolation Emperor was immersed in the hope of a beautiful future. However, he realized that no matter how much he burned his life essence and nirvana force, Long Chen still did not die. Moreover, his resistance was becoming more and more serious. Boom! Long Chen let out a deafening roar inside the dragon-devouring beast's body. Under the effect of his dream bubble decomposition technique, the gray flame structure was destroyed one by one. They reversed their direction and crashed into the dragon-devouring beast's stomach wall. Long Chen's blood-red eyes were filled with boundless rage at this moment. How dare a mere filthy creature taint my bloodline? Blood-red fury burned on Long Chen's body. The dragon-devouring divine art was indeed terrifying. Other than Long Chen, no other young dragon would be able to resist it. But who was Long Chen? He had a double ancestral dragon body. Not only did he have the ancient blood spiritual dragon's flesh and blood, but he also had the Void Aeon dragon's primordial spirit. When his anger and pride reached their peak, another thing that had been sleeping for a long time in Long Chen's primordial spirit finally awakened under the impact of Long Chen's increasingly powerful primordial spirit power. In the depths of his primordial spirit was an ancient piece of parchment. After Long Chen had transformed into a dragon, he had discovered its existence. However, he had never been able to use it. At this moment, he finally sensed the existence of the parchment. That was the inverse spirit skill. This was the only inheritance of the God-defying cult. Many of the former God-defying cult were also a powerful force. The parchment had been hidden in Long Chen's body for a long time. The word Ni with 9 strokes was like 9 Dao patterns, but it was already dead. When Long Chen's surging primordial spirit power poured into the parchment, the 9 strokes of the word Ni gradually awakened. He was absorbing the power of Long Chen's primordial spirit. Of course, this absorption wouldn't cause any harm to Long Chen. In fact, it would even cause feedback. It was just like how Long Chen's primordial spirit power had formed a strong resonance with the Ni in his spiritual will and the Ni on this parchment. Under the dual stimulation, the thing that had been sleeping for a long time finally awakened. In the depths of Long Chen's primordial spirit, the 9 strokes of the word Ni on the parchment gradually lit up and transformed into 9 Tao patterns. It was indeed an ancient Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns. If a Tao artifact had 10 Tao patterns, it would be an ancient Tao artifact that was more than 1,000,000 years old. And a Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns was basically 1,000,000 years old. It was equivalent to the time when the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were established. Lingxi's 6 Tao Immortal Sword was from that time. There was also the true Martial Emperor Palace's 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. And now, a Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns had appeared on Long Chen's body. In theory, it should be even stronger than the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. On that parchment, the 9 Tao patterns of the word Ni began to dissipate. The originally old parchment now revealed an incomparably dazzling glow. On this parchment, a picture of a star appeared. This was a vast starry sky. At this moment, countless stars in the starry sky gathered and were actually changing. When those stars successfully combined, they became 9 astral divine dragons that soared in the sea of stars. The bodies of these 9 divine dragons were completely formed by stars. The 9 astral divine dragons roared proudly to the heavens and earth, incomparably shocking. That might shook one's soul, as though it was really appearing in front of one's eyes. Like the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, this was also a Tao artifact of a dragon warrior. A Tao artifact exclusive to dragon warriors. This must have been forged by a dragon warrior 1,000,000 years ago. The name of this ancient Tao artifact appeared in Long Chen's mind. Unbounded Star Dragon Picture. A Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns. It was comparable to the 6 Tao's Immortal Sword and the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Long Chen's Nirvana force penetrated deep into the Unbounded Star Dragon picture. Those 9 astral divine dragons were a type of dragons from the divine dragon era. They were known as the Unbounded Star Dragon. When they were alive, their level was even higher than the Void Refinement Realm demon dragons. Of course, these 9 unbounded star dragons were all incomplete ancient dragon souls. Even so, the might of these 9 unbounded star dragons still surpassed the 99 5-clawed golden dragons. And the dragon soul in the blue dragon battle halberd that he obtained in the Myriad Kingdoms domain was less than 1/10,000th of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The soul of a divine dragon was vast and huge. After death, it was possible for it to split into millions of parts. When Long Chen's Nirvana force communicated with the unbounded star dragon, he easily gained the recognition of the unbounded star dragon because of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Under the infusion of the 9 unbounded star dragons, Long Chen quickly familiarized himself with the unbounded star dragon picture star formation and mastered the first ability of the unbounded star dragon picture. Primordial Spirit Control. In the past, Long Chen cultivated the soul controlling technique. However, compared to the primordial spirit control of the unbounded star dragon picture, it was like heaven and earth. The control of the unbounded star dragon picture was domineering and forceful. At this moment, Long Chen was still fighting against the dragon-devouring beast's dragon-devouring divine ability. With the void cosmic dragon's illusion, Long Chen could probably block part of the attack. However, this was not a long-term solution. If this continued, as long as the Desolation Emperor was crazy enough, he would eventually devour Long Chen. The awakening of the unbounded star dragon picture could be said to have coincidentally solved the huge problem of Long Chen. Moreover, didn't they say that even if he killed the Desolation Emperor, the space of despair could not be removed? Now, after familiarizing himself with the unbounded star dragon picture, Long Chen had a crazy plan in his mind. This plan was aimed at the Desolation Emperor, who had dominated the Desolation Emperor domain for tens of thousands of years. Flames of anger quietly grew in Long Chen's body. Still not dead? Looks like I need to burn another 10% of my life essence. The Desolation Emperor roared madly. In front of him, Mo Xiaolang had already returned to his human form. However, he was still under the Desolation Emperor's control. He watched nervously. At this time, he could not help at all. He could only silently pray for Long Chen. He saw Long Chen struggle, so there must be hope. At this critical moment, Mo Xiaolang discovered that the Desolation Emperor's huge stomach was actually flashing with starlight. Within the Desolation Emperor's body. Unbounded Star Dragon, go. At that moment, a virtual image of the Wuxia Star Dragon appeared on Long Chen's huge dragon head. 9 star divine dragons circled around his dragon head and roamed around his dragon scales. Under Long Chen's control, the unbounded star dragon picture shrunk to an incomparably small dot, turning into the sharpest of spikes. Under Long Chen's crazy swing, the spikes pierced through the Desolation Emperor's stomach wall with terrifying force and headed for his head. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor felt a heart-wrenching pain. He was in pain again, but at the same time, he was even more furious. What the hell is this? But soon, he discovered that an even greater disaster had befallen him. The starry spikes were like phantoms. They actually pierced through his body and entered his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit watched as the 9-headed divine dragons headed for him. After recognizing the appearance of the unbounded star dragon, the Desolation Emperor shrieked in fright, "This is the unbounded star dragon that specializes in primordial spirit control and starry array formations." His primordial spirit hurriedly retreated, but where could it hide in his sea of consciousness? The 9 unbounded star dragons emerged from the unbounded star dragon picture and instantly wrapped around the dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit. The unbounded star dragon formed a spherical array formation that completely controlled the dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit, preventing it from seeing what was happening outside. The unbounded star dragon's method of control was similar to that of phantoms. But in reality, the unbounded star dragon's starry array formation was much more stable and difficult to break. The dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit roared in pain and struggled with all its might within the starry array formation. He tried to break free from the limitless star dragon diagram's encirclement, but as Long Chen became more and more familiar with the limitless star dragon diagram, the chances of him breaking free became smaller. Moreover, under the suppression of the limitless star dragon diagram, his consciousness and all of his consciousness were quietly changing. The master of the unbounded star dragon picture was Long Chen, and Long Chen's will was the unbounded star dragon picture's will. At this moment, Long Chen was relying on the unbounded star dragon picture to fight the dragon-devouring beast. Stop refining. The unbounded star dragon picture's command penetrated the primordial spirit of the dragon-devouring beast. No, the dragon-devouring beast let out a final struggle, but it was quickly drowned out. Outside the Desolation Emperor's body, Mo Xiaolang stared blankly at the starry dragon picture that had appeared on the Desolation Emperor's forehead. It was a vast picture of a starry world, with 9 divine dragons within. They were formed from stars and soared through the universe. Stop the dragon-devouring mystic art. The unbounded star dragon picture had completely stabilized. With the help of the unbounded star dragon picture, Long Chen's will crushed the opponent's will. At this moment, Long Chen succeeded. The gray flames that surrounded Long Chen quietly dissipated. "Let me out!" Long Chen ordered again. Under his control, the Desolation Emperor's throat squirmed. Mo Xiaolang saw that the Desolation Emperor's huge body had been completely controlled by the unbounded star dragon picture. 9 divine dragons soared around his body, roaring proudly. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor opened his huge mouth. Chapter 1647. In the endless grey wilderness, the divine dragon shrouded in blood-colored clouds circled above the Desolation Emperor, looking down on the world. the majesty of the divine dragon once again descended upon the world. Below, Mo Xiaolang, who had just recovered his body, finally shed tears of excitement as he looked at the divine dragon that was nowhere to be seen. It could be said that they had finally escaped from this calamity. Mo Xiaolang naturally knew that the astral divine dragon on the Desolation Emperor's body was the key to this transformation. When Long Chen emerged from the Desolation Emperor's body, the Desolation Emperor's tumbling body finally calmed down. At this moment, Long Chen had already used the unbounded star dragon diagram to completely control the Desolation Emperor's body. The unbounded star dragon diagram covered the Desolation Emperor's Yuan spirit and fused with it, completely taking over his Yuan spirit. Long Chen could use the unbounded star dragon diagram to command the Desolation Emperor. The unbounded star dragon diagram was more powerful than the soul controlling technique. The soul controlling technique could only confuse the opponent, but the unbounded star dragon diagram could turn the Desolation Emperor into an existence similar to Long Chen's clone. As long as Long Chen willed it, the Desolation Emperor would react. Whatever Long Chen wanted to do, with just a thought, the unbounded star dragon diagram would give the order for the Desolation Grand Emperor to do it. For example, if Long Chen wanted him to remove the space of despair, it could only be used once. The space of despair could only be used once. After it exploded, it would no longer exist. Not only that, but Long Chen could also hear everything the Desolation Emperor heard, see everything the Desolation Emperor saw, and feel everything. The Desolation Emperor, who had dominated the Desolation Emperor domain for tens of thousands of years, had now become something like a clone or puppet of Long Chen. This was the power of the unbounded star dragon diagram with a total of 9 Dao patterns. At this moment, the space of despair shattered, and the traces of the unbounded star dragon diagram on the Desolation Emperor's body gradually disappeared. Long Chen transformed into his human form and landed in front of Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang stood up. At this moment, it could be said that they had walked right before the gates of hell. No matter who it was, they had almost lost their lives. Big brother, Mo Xiaolang was worried about the Desolate Emperor's retaliation. Don't worry. He won't be able to move without my orders. Long Chen said confidently. He had absolute control over the Desolation Emperor. His thoughts could easily interfere with the Desolation Emperor's mind and cause confusion. Mo Xiaolang didn't know what was going on. All he knew was that Long Chen had come back to life. This was something to be ecstatic about. Although there were still injuries on his body, he couldn't contain his excitement. It's all thanks to your help that I'm able to survive this time, big brother. Long Chen shook his head. That's not true. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have used you to threaten me. No matter what happened, after today's battle, his heart was filled with determination and hot-bloodedness. The first thing that Long Chen had to do was to bring back the statue that Yang Lingqing had turned into. Now that he was fine, the disaster had passed. Although it was extremely dangerous, it was still okay. He could still complete the mission that he had shouldered. He turned around and looked at the huge body of the Desolation Emperor. I used a Dao tool with 9 Dao patterns called the Unbounded Star Dragon Diagram to control the Desolation Emperor, turning him into an existence similar to my clone. You respect him and call him Godfather. You won't mind, right? Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, I won't. He's not worthy of my respect. Big brother, you're really amazing. You even have a Dao tool with 9 Dao patterns, and it has such a powerful function. The Unbounded Star Dragon Diagram could be said to be heaven-defying. In the future, if Long Chen didn't need the Desolation Emperor, he could take it back at any time and attack another person's body. As long as the person wasn't much stronger than Long Chen, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor hadn't used his full strength yet, so he was definitely very powerful. Before the calamity of the city lord of the wronged arrived, Long Chen could rely on the identity of the Desolation Emperor to control the Desolation Emperor's domain. Because of Lingxi, the Sword Spirit Emperor's domain was basically under Long Chen's control. The Desolation Emperor's clone, which the Wolf Cub and Long Chen controlled, could be said to be under his control as well. As for the true Martial Emperor Palace, there was no need to mention it. Long Chen had never thought that he would be able to grasp all three Emperor regions in such a short time. From today onwards, he had almost become a figure on par with the three great emperors. The Desolation Emperor's power was also a great fighting force. Hearing about the strange ability of the unbounded star dragon diagram, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang were both happy for Long Chen. With the Desolation Emperor in control, the entire Desolation Emperor's domain will listen to Big Brother's orders. In this way, everyone will have a greater chance of dealing with the city lord of the wronged. They were originally in a dead end, but now it seemed that the future was bright. Big Brother, there's one more thing. Mo Xiaolang suddenly remembered that terrible thing and said with fear. Long Chen stabilized the unbounded star dragon diagram and held the Desolation Emperor tightly in his hand. When he turned around and saw that Mo Xiaolang still looked a little worried, his heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw that the sky that was shrouded in gray mist seemed to have changed a little. Mo Xiaolang said, "The Desolation Emperor just said that he's about to go through the sixth Nirvana tribulation and that the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth is about to descend. If it's really as terrifying as he described, a tenth of the Desolation Emperor's domain will be reduced to ashes." Such a terrifying Nirvana tribulation. Long Chen was previously in the illusion, so he naturally didn't know about the Ninth Heaven Lightning Behemoth and the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. He quickly asked, "The Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth?" Mo Xiaolang then repeated what the Desolation Emperor had said. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, "So that's how it is. This old guy is really scheming. He wants to kill two birds with one stone. He wants to devour me and then let you help him through the sixth Nirvana tribulation. If he really succeeds, no one will be able to stop him. Fortunately, he chose this place. There should be no one within a radius of 3,000 miles. If it's in the Desolation Emperor's palace, it'll be troublesome." But after listening to Mo Xiaolang's description, Long Chen still felt the horror of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. "Big Brother, what should we do?" Long Chen thought for a while and said, "We can't avoid something like the Nirvana tribulation. Let's hide a little further to avoid being affected. When the time comes, I'll try my best to control him through the Nirvana tribulation. You should do your best and increase your strength as much as you can. Let's survive first. If he can't withstand it, then he'll just be unlucky. If he can, we'll also benefit." Although he was a little harsh on the Desolation Emperor, it was his own choice and he couldn't blame others. Mo Xiaolang originally respected him, but after this incident, the Desolation Emperor's position in his heart had plummeted. Such a person didn't need Mo Xiaolang's respect at all. The Desolation Emperor had burned most of his life essence to deal with Long Chen. At this moment, he was in a weakened state. Among the three of them, only Long Chen's situation was better. As for Mo Xiaolang, he was basically in a state of near death. Long Chen took him to a place 1,000 miles away. If the Hellfire Star Giant Beast was so terrifying, even 1,000 miles away would be considered as its core. However, Long Chen and the others could withstand it, and Mo Xiaolang could also devour the flames to strengthen himself and recover from his injuries. This was a good opportunity for him. When they arrived, Mo Xiaolang used his immortal essence to recover from his injuries while waiting. Facing the sixth Nirvana tribulation for the first time, even Long Chen himself was a little nervous. In fact, even he himself had underestimated the power of the fifth and sixth Nirvana tribulation. It seemed that for all cultivators, including himself, the Nirvana tribulation was the most terrifying thing in the world. Of course, there was also the reincarnation tribulation that would appear in the future. The ninth heaven lightning beast descended, and lightning raged within a radius of 3 million miles. Nothing could live, and all living things were in misery. The hellfire star giant beast descended, and the land was red for millions of miles. Long Chen estimated that his next nirvana tribulation would be to face the ninth heaven lightning beast directly. Not only him, but even Mo Xiaolang would probably face it. Today's observation could be considered as an experience for the future. Whether it was the weather or the temperature, there were slight changes. In the desert, it began to become extremely hot. The endless fine sand began to emit hot steam, like a steamer basket. Above the sky, the clouds began to dissipate, revealing the shining starlight beyond the sky. A vast starry sky appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. In the starry sky, the stars quietly rotated, but nothing had happened yet. Long Chen controlled the Desolation Emperor with the Wuxia star dragon diagram, but he could feel the pressure in the Desolation Emperor's heart. The Great Tribulation was coming, and the demons in his heart were descending, making him extremely anxious. Long Chen realized that in a real battle, the Desolation Emperor was not weaker than him at all. In fact, he was much stronger than him. The reason why he did not attack at the beginning was not because he wanted to devour Long Chen, but because he was about to pass the Nirvana tribulation and did not want to waste any energy. But he did not expect that he would end up in trouble. The Desolation Emperor had prepared for tens of thousands of years. Now that he came out, even if he did not successfully devour Long Chen, he had a lot of confidence in passing the Hellfire Star Giant Beast's tribulation. As they waited quietly, one of the brightest stars in the starry sky suddenly burst into flames. It emitted light that illuminated the entire starry sky, making it look like a miniature sun. At this time, this small sun actually attacked the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. In the process of advancing, the small sun transformed into the Hellfire Star Giant Beast. The arranged time plan was disrupted by an accident in the afternoon. Chapter 1648. Hellfire Star Behemoth. This was a cosmic flaming star. Under the summon of the heavenly Tao, the hellfire in its heart enveloped its entire body, turning it into a behemoth that descended upon the dragon sacrificial continent just to destroy a living being. The descent of the Hellfire Star Behemoth even alarmed everyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Everyone was watching this scene. At this moment, the night turned into day, and the entire sky seemed to be filled with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth roared. The sky had already been burned into a sea by the Hellfire Star Behemoth. The flaming star traversed the endless space, carrying out an endless journey towards the distant dragon sacrificial continent. The Desolation Emperor was the person that the Hellfire Star Behemoth wanted to kill. Under the control of Long Chen's boundless star dragon diagram, the Desolation Emperor was absolutely loyal to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen could also almost treat him as his own clone and control him. However, if Long Chen didn't give the order, he would still be the Desolation Emperor, with his original wisdom, combat ability, and so on. In order to deal with the Hellfire Star Behemoth, the Desolation Emperor had prepared for a long time. At this moment, apart from burning his life essence, which caused him to lose a large amount of life force, there wasn't much change in other aspects. As long as the Desolation Emperor successfully passed this Nirvana tribulation, he might be able to recover that part of his life essence. After all, the Hellfire Star Behemoth was also formed by the power of Nirvana, and it had the nature of rebirth. Around the Desolation Emperor, countless hot air emerged from the desert, putting his huge body in a steamer. At this moment, there was already a burst of flames in the grey desert. In the sky, the loud roar was getting closer and closer. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the fiery star in the sky that was getting closer and closer to them in horror. 99% of the people didn't know what it was, and only 1% of the people might have heard some legends about it. True Martial Emperor Palace, Martial God Palace, 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. When Emperor Zhenwu, who was hiding in the Dao weapon, heard the sound of the flames, he had no choice but to shrink his body even tighter. The sound of the burning flames was simply his nightmare. In order to avoid this nightmare, he had spent tens of thousands of years in this lonely 5-element clear sky pagoda. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the 3 regions and the 9 boundaries, countless experts were experiencing this nightmare of their lives. Immortality was just a dream. All living beings would be completely annihilated on the path of pursuing eternal life. No one would be able to survive, unless they were able to pass through the 18 Great Tribulations. And to the current dragon sacrificial continent, gods were merely a legend. No matter how heaven-defying the dragon martial artist was, their Nirvana doom was even more terrifying. In front of the Nirvana doom, most of the dragon warriors would die even faster. For example, the dragon warriors had astonishing talent, but the first stage of the Nirvana doom was equivalent to the 4th stage of the Nirvana doom. Didn't that mean that when he passed through the 7th stage of the Nirvana doom, he would be equivalent to the power of the Samsara doom? In any case, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth was getting closer and closer. Long Chen's entire body was surrounded by flames. He felt an unprecedented scorching heat. The entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent seemed to be shaking. When he raised his head, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, which looked like a huge star with a diameter of 1 meter, had evolved into a flaming beast. It let out an earth-shattering roar and charged towards the northwest of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent's desolate emperor domain. Buzz! When the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth arrived above the dragon sacrificial continent, with the desolate emperor as the center, flames appeared out of thin air in a radius of 5 million miles. A large amount of flames soared into the sky, covering almost 1/20th of the desolate emperor domain. Of course, this was the most sparsely populated 1/20th. There were almost no demons. And this was before the arrival of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Long Chen was stunned. He could only use the Nirvana force to protect himself, and at the same time, remind Mo Xiaolang to act according to his capabilities. As for the desolate emperor, Long Chen could only order him to do his best to pass the Nirvana doom. Anyway, this guy probably had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he died, he deserved it. Long Chen could summon the boundless star dragon diagram back before he died. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were burning as he looked at the sky, at the flames that were rushing from the depths of the starry sky. Long Chen said, "This is the desolate emperor's Nirvana doom. You must remember not to devour too much and attract the attention of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Otherwise, it may come for you." Mo Xiaolang nodded. And at that moment, the world shook. The Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth let out the most terrifying roar, and the entire sky was shrouded in raging flames. What Long Chen could see was that the Star Behemoth had expanded to the extent that it was enough to block his vision of the entire sky. This was a super behemoth shrouded in flames, and its body was composed of rocks and stars. It had not arrived yet, but Long Chen found that his body already had a terrible burning pain. He quickly pushed it away again and left the core area. And Mo Xiaolang still stayed in this place. Flames were just food for him. He could even devour the 9 nether demon ancestral fire, let alone this Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. When Long Chen left again, divine fire descended from the sky. 1/10 of the desolate emperor region was completely submerged by the raging flames. The sea of flames rose to a height of almost 3,000 meters. The scorching aura spread towards the surroundings. The temperature of the entire desolate emperor region rose to a terrifying level, and countless things were directly melted. This was the power of the world's calamity. For the first time, Long Chen easily passed the Nirvana tribulation, but the power of this hellfire flame star behemoth moved him even more. Relying on the boundless star-dragon diagram, he could easily see the calamity that the desolate emperor encountered at this time. The entire world was a sea of flames. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at this time, the hellfire flame star behemoth crashed into the dragon sacrificial continent. It was impossible to describe the shock this time with words. Anyway, Longchen was shaken into the sky in the first instance. This 1/10 of the desolate emperor region's land directly collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and all the liquids evaporated in an instant. This 1/10 of the land began to experience the most intense earthquake. For a moment, even Long Chen's ears were ringing, and he could not hear anything clearly. He felt that the land under his feet was collapsing. If he had guessed correctly, that hellfire flame star behemoth had almost smashed through the dragon sacrificial continent. This 1/10 of the desolate emperor region could be considered to have been completely destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Even a large number of land plates broke down and entered the shattered star sea. Almost everything was swept up by the terrifying flames and turned into flying ashes. This was the true power of heaven and earth. This was an ordinary sixth nirvana tribulation. The heavenly Tao really did not want any warrior to survive. It was no wonder that the three great emperors would use this method to avoid the calamity of the hellfire star behemoth and endure tens of thousands of years of loneliness. The desolation great emperor was even more terrifying as he locked himself in the isolation room for 100,000 years. Why did Yi Futu seek refuge with the city lord of the wronged? The greatest benefit was eternal life. Under the transformation of the city lord of the wronged, he could completely escape the nirvana tribulation. Even if he became neither human nor ghost, he did not retreat. It could be seen that eternal life was a huge attraction to everyone. At this moment, the desolate emperor could be said to have used all his skills to deal with this hellfire flame star behemoth. Countless flaming star particles swarmed towards him. The surrounding flames burned his body into a fiery red color, and some parts even began to rot. However, the desolate emperor still had a very strong recovery ability, and his flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. The desolate emperor was a dragon-devouring beast, and he was most proficient in the Tao of concealment and the Tao of illusion. This could make the hellfire flame star behemoth lose its target for a short period of time, and the desolate emperor used the method of evading to fight it to the death. Of course, it was not that the desolate emperor did not have any offensive methods, but it was not a wise method to attack the heavenly tribulation. The fragments of the stars that carried the hellfire kept rushing towards him. Any one of them was enough to pierce through the desolation emperor's body. Not many people could survive such a ferocious attack. This was just the beginning. In a distant place, looking at the flames in front of him, Longchen suddenly heard a long wolf howl. He knew that Mo Xiaolang had begun to move. I hope that Xiaolang can succeed. Another disaster. Lingxi leaned against Longchen, but her nervousness did not dissipate. The desolate emperor might not be able to stop it. The power of the hellfire flame star behemoth exceeded Longchen's imagination. This was just the opening scene, but it had already caused the desolate emperor to cover his head and flee like a rat. He had almost exhausted all his means. He had devoured 5 divine dragons and possessed the offensive mystiques of 5 divine dragons. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, he was proficient in all of them, but the hellfire flame star behemoth still broke through one by one. Just those fiery stars alone were enough to kill the desolation monarch. But at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. In front of the desolate emperor's huge body, a super beast that was 20,000 meters tall, completely composed of star fragments and blazing hellfire finally appeared. These star fragments were the core of the flame star, and the toughness of the material was extremely rare in the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds. The shocking hellfire burned in the gaps between the star fragments, releasing a large number of sparks. This was the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar. This was the true heavenly tribulation, and at this moment, it pounced towards the desolate emperor. The sky changed color. The desolate emperor cried out in pain. He had completely lost the courage to face the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, and he used the Tao of Concealment and Tao of Illusion to escape. But against the destructive power of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, such escape was useless. Chapter 1649. Updating and editing. I persisted for almost half a month. 5 chapters of 15,000 words were updated every day, and 20 chapters were updated in one day. So far this month, I have reached my limit. For the sake of a promise, I have worked so hard until today. My mind and body are injured. Today, both my body and brain can't keep up. I decided to get a haircut 10 days ago. I have been busy until today and haven't had a haircut. I have become a hairy monster. I feel lonely. When I write, it seems that no one can see my specific situation. Writing is a long-term job. Now I am extremely tired. I want to go to bed and sleep for a few days. More than 10 hours of high-intensity work every day, especially when it comes to writing, can't be done with just hard work. I also need a clear mind. The weather is cold. My fingers are cold. The rule of breaking the December chapters has been in effect for more than 10 days. It is not in line with my original expectations. I won't talk about the specific situation. I will rest for a few days. Starting tomorrow, I will update 3 times a day with 10,000 words. It will still exceed the daily updates of other authors. When I recover, I will continue to implement the rule of breaking the chapters. Flowers and likes were just a representation of everyone's sincerity. Only VIPs and authors would receive actual income. Therefore, during the few days when there were no explosive updates, he hoped that everyone would continue to support him with flowers and likes. If these things could only be exchanged for explosive updates, it would indeed not be a wonderful thing. It is difficult to produce anything good. After working so hard for half a month, my mental strength has decreased a lot. No matter how hard I try to write, it will not be good. Therefore, I decided to let myself relax and adjust my state. Then, I will fight again. I will still say the same thing. I will have what I should have. I will never cheat others. This is also considered being serious about yourself. I hope that the younger readers will not complain about this and respect each other. Being number 1 on the weekly hits was created by everyone. I can't get anything, but I won't get carried away. This is just an honor. It is not everything to me. I am not slacking off. I just want to recover to a better state. Tomorrow is the CT4 and CT6 exam. Maybe someone will go with me. I have the exam in the morning. Therefore, tomorrow's 3 chapters will probably only be published at night. Writing is really tiring. If not for my responsibility and hobbies, would not have been able to persist until now. When I wrote Xian Di, I once abandoned all the readers, my responsibility, and my promise. I did not update for half a year. I only finished it in a hurry in my 2nd year. I started the journey of dragon blood and changed my ways. I hope everyone can understand. I have rested and adjusted. I have some space to think about the plot and fix some typographical mistakes. Dragon blood will be higher, fiercer, and more invincible than now. I broke the record of no Xuanhuan novel being number 1 on the weekly hits for several years. Nothing, you're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.